Chapter 12 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer, translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 12, on the Doctrine of Science. From the analysis of the different functions of our intellect, given in the whole of the preceding chapters, it is clear that for a correct use of it, either in a theoretical or a practical reference, the following conditions are demanded. 1. The correct apprehension through perception of the real things taken into consideration, and of all their essential properties and relations, thus of all data. 2. The construction of correct conceptions out of these, thus the connotation of those properties under correct abstractions, which now become the material of the subsequent thinking. 3. The comparison of those conceptions, both with the perceived object and among themselves, and with the rest of our store of conceptions, so that correct judgments, pertinent to the matter in hand, and fully comprehending and exhausting it, may proceed from them. Thus the right estimation of the matter. 4. The placing together or combination of those judgments as the premisses of syllogisms. This may be done very differently according to the choice and arrangement of the judgments, and yet the actual result of the whole operation primarily depends upon it. What is really of importance here is that from among so many possible combinations of those different judgments which have to do with the matter, free deliberation should hit upon the very ones which serve the purpose and are decisive. But if in the first function, that is, in the apprehension through perception of the things and relations, any single essential point has been overlooked, the correctness of all the succeeding operations of the mind cannot prevent the result from being false. For there lie the data, the material of the whole investigation. Without the certainty that these are correctly and completely collected, one ought to abstain, in important matters, from any definite decision. A conception is correct, a judgment is true, a body is real, and a relation is evident. A proposition of immediate certainty is an axiom. Only the fundamental principles of logic, and those of mathematics drawn a priori from intuition or perception, and finally also the law of causality, have immediate certainty. A proposition of indirect certainty is a maxim, and that by means of which it obtains its certainty is the proof. If immediate certainty is attributed to a proposition which has no such certainty, this is a petitio principii. A proposition which appeals directly to the empirical perception is an assertion; to confront it with such perception demands judgment. Empirical perception can primarily afford us only particular, not universal truths. Through manifold repetition and confirmation, such truths indeed obtain a certain universality also, but it is only comparative and precarious, because it is still always open to attack. But if a proposition has absolute universality, the perception to which it appeals is not empirical, but a priori. Thus logic and mathematics alone are absolutely certain sciences. But they really teach us only what we already knew beforehand. For they are merely explanations of that of which we are conscious a priori, the forms of our own knowledge, the one being concerned with the forms of thinking, the other with those of perceiving. Therefore we spin them entirely out of ourselves. All other scientific knowledge is empirical. A proof proves too much if it extends to things or cases of which that which is to be proved clearly does not hold good. Therefore it is refuted apagogically by these. The deductio ad absurdum properly consists in this, that we take a false assertion which has been made as the major proposition of a syllogism, then add to it a correct minor, and arrive at a conclusion which clearly contradicts facts of experience or unquestionable truths. But by some roundabout way such a refutation must be possible of every false doctrine. For the defender of this will yet certainly recognise and admit some truth or other, and then the consequences of this, and on the other hand those of the false assertion, must be followed out until we arrive at two propositions which directly contradict each other. We find many examples in Plato of this beautiful artifice of genuine dialectic. A correct hypothesis is nothing more than the true and complete expression of the present fact, which the originator of the hypothesis has intuitively apprehended in its real nature and inner connection, for it tells us only what really takes place here. The opposition of the analytical and synthetical methods we find already indicated by Aristotle, yet perhaps first distinctly described by Proclus, who says quite correctly, "Methodoi de paradidontai kallistimen idiatis analysios ep archin homologumenin anagusa to zitumenon, in kai Platon osphasi laudamanti paredocen kappa tau lambda. Methodi traduntur sequentes pulcherrima quidem ea, quae per analysin quaesitum refert ad principium, de quo iam convenit, quam etiam Plato laudamanti tradidisse dicitur." In primum Euclidis, librum 53. Certainly the analytical method consists in referring what is given to an admitted principle; the synthetical method, on the contrary, in deduction from such a principle. They are therefore analogous to the επαγωγη and απαγωγη explained in chapter 9, only the latter are not used to establish propositions, but always to overthrow them. The analytical method proceeds from the facts, the particular to the principle or rule, the universal, or from the consequents to the reason, the other conversely. Therefore it would be much more correct to call them the inductive and the deductive methods, for the customary names are unsuitable and do not fully express the things. If a philosopher tries to begin by thinking out the methods in accordance with which he will philosophize, he is like a poet who first writes a system of æsthetics in order to poetize in accordance with it. Both of them may be compared to a man who first sings himself a tune and afterwards dances to it. The thinking mind must find its way from original tendency. Rule and application, method and achievement must, like matter and form, be inseparable. But after we have reached the goal we may consider the path we have followed. Aesthetics and methodology are, from their nature, younger than poetry and philosophy, as grammar is younger than language, thorough bass younger than music, and logic younger than thought. This is a fitting place to make, in passing, a remark by means of which I should like to check a growing evil while there is yet time. That Latin has ceased to be the language of all scientific investigations has the disadvantage that there is no longer an immediately common scientific literature for the whole of Europe, but national literatures; and thus every scholar is primarily limited to a much smaller public, and moreover to a public hampered with national points of view and prejudices. Then he must now learn the four principal European languages, as well as the two ancient languages. In this it will be a great assistance to him that the termini technici of all sciences, with the exception of mineralogy, are, as an inheritance from our predecessors, Latin or Greek. Therefore all nations wisely retain these. Only the Germans have hit upon the unfortunate idea of wishing to Germanize the termini technici of all the sciences. This has two great disadvantages. First, the foreign and also the German scholar is obliged to learn all the technical terms of his science twice, which, when there are many, for example in anatomy, is an incredibly tiresome and lengthy business. If the other nations were not in this respect wiser than the Germans, we would have the trouble of learning every terminus technicus 5 times. If the Germans carry this further, foreign men of learning will leave their books altogether unread, for besides this fault they are for the most part too diffuse, and are written in a careless, bad, and often affected and objectionable style, and besides are generally conceived with a rude disregard of the reader and his requirements. Secondly, those Germanized forms of the termini technici are almost throughout long, patched up, stupidly chosen, awkward, jarring words, not clearly separated from the rest of the language, which therefore impress themselves with difficulty upon the memory, while the Greek and Latin expressions chosen by the ancient and memorable founders of the sciences possess the whole of the opposite good qualities, and easily impress themselves on the memory by their sonorous sound. What an ugly, harsh‐sounding word, for example, is Stickstoff instead of Azot. Verbum, substantive, adjective are remembered and distinguished more easily than Zeitwort, Nennwort, Beiwort, or even Umstandswort instead of adverbium. In anatomy it is quite unsupportable, and moreover vulgar and low. Even Pulsader and Blutader are more exposed to momentary confusion than artery and Vene. But utterly bewildering are such expressions as Fruchtheter, Fruchtgang, and Fruchtleiter instead of uterus, vagina, and tuba fallopi, which yet every doctor must know, and which he will find sufficient in all European languages. In the same way, Speiche and Ellenbogenröhre instead of radius and ulna, which all Europe has understood for thousands of years. Wherefore, then, this clumsy, confusing, drawling, and awkward Germanizing? Not less objectionable is the translation of the technical terms in logic, in which our gifted professors of philosophy are the creators of a new terminology, and almost every one of them has his own. With G. E. Schulze, for example, the subject is called Grundbegriff, the predicate Beilegungsbegriff, then there are Beilegungsschlüsse, Voraussetzungsschlüsse, and Entgegensetzungsschlüsse. The judgments have Größe, Beschaffenheit, Verhältnis, and Zuverlässigkeit, that is, quantity, quality, relation, and modality. The same perverse influence of this Germanizing mania is to be found in all the sciences. The Latin and Greek expressions have the further advantage that they stamp the scientific conception as such, and distinguish it from the words of common intercourse, and the ideas which cling to them through association; while, for example, Speisebrei instead of Keim seems to refer to the food of little children, and Lungensack instead of pleura, and Herzbeutel instead of pericardium seem to have been invented by butchers rather than anatomists. Besides this, the most immediate necessity of learning the ancient languages depends upon the old termini technici, and they are more and more in danger of being neglected through the use of living languages in learned investigations. But if it comes to this, if the spirit of the ancients bound up with their languages disappears from a liberal education, then coarseness, insipidity, and vulgarity will take possession of the whole of literature. For the works of the ancients are the pole star of every artistic or literary effort. If it sets, they are lost. Even now we can observe from the miserable and puerile style of most writers that they have never written Latin. The study of the classical authors is very properly called the study of humanity, for through it the student first becomes a man again, for he enters into the world which was still free from all the absurdities of the Middle Ages and of Romanticism, which afterwards penetrated so deeply into mankind in Europe, that even now every one comes into the world covered with it, and has first to strip it off simply to become a man again. Think not that your modern wisdom can ever supply the place of that initiation into manhood. Ye are not, like the Greeks and Romans, born free men, unfettered sons of nature. Ye are first the sons and heirs of the barbarous Middle Ages and of their madness, of infamous priestcraft, and of half brutal, half childish chivalry. Though both now gradually approach their end, yet ye cannot yet stand on your own feet. Without the school of the ancients your literature will degenerate into vulgar gossip and dull Philistinism. Thus for all these reasons it is my well‐intended counsel that an end be put at once to the Germanizing mania condemned above. I shall further take the opportunity of denouncing here the disorder which for some years has been introduced into German orthography in an unprecedented manner. Scribblers of every species have heard something of conciseness of expression, but do not know that this consists in the careful omission of everything superfluous, to which it is true the whole of their writings belong, but imagine they can arrive at it by clipping the words as swindlers clip coin, and every syllable which appears to them superfluous because they do not feel its value, they cut off without more ado. For example, our ancestors with true tact said Beweis and Verweis, but on the other hand Nachweisung. The fine distinction analogous to that between Versuch and Versuchung, Betracht and Betrachtung, is not perceptible to dull ears and thick skulls; therefore they have invented the word Nachweis, which has come at once into general use, for this only requires that an idea should be thoroughly awkward and a blunder very gross. Accordingly a similar amputation has already been proposed in innumerable words. For example, instead of Untersuchung is written Untersuch; nay, even instead of allmählich, mählich; instead of beinahe, nahe; instead of beständig, ständig. If a Frenchman took upon himself to write près instead of presque, or if an Englishman wrote most instead of almost, they would be laughed at by every one as fools. But in Germany whoever does this sort of thing passes for a man of originality. Chemists already write löslich and unlöslich instead of unauflöslich, and if the grammarians do not rap them over the knuckles, they will rob the language of a valuable word. Knots, shoestrings, and also conglomerates of which the cement is softened, and all analogous things are löslich, can be loosed. But what is auflöslich, soluble, on the other hand, is whatever vanishes in a liquid, like salt in water. Auflösen, to dissolve, is the terminus ad hoc, which says this and nothing else, marking out a definite conception. But our acute improvers of the language wish to empty it into the general rinsing pan lösen, to loosen. They would therefore in consistency be obliged to make lösen also take the place everywhere of ablösen, to relieve, used of guards; auslösen, to release; einlösen, to redeem, etc., and in these, as in the former case, deprive the language of definiteness of expression. But to make the language poorer by a word means to make the thought of the nation poorer by a conception. Yet this is the tendency of the united efforts of almost all our writers of books for the last 10 or 20 years. For what I have shown here by one example can be supported by 100 others, and the meanest stinting of syllables prevails like a disease. The miserable wretches actually count the letters, and do not hesitate to mutilate a word, or to use one in a false sense, whenever by doing so they can gain 2 letters. He who is capable of no new thoughts will at least bring new words to market, and every ink slinger regards it as his vocation to improve the language. Journalists practise this most shamelessly, and since their papers, on account of the trivial nature of their contents, have the largest public, indeed a public which for the most part reads nothing else, a great danger threatens the language through them. I therefore seriously advise that they should be subjected to an orthographical censorship, or that they should be made to pay a fine for every unusual or mutilated word. For what could be more improper than that changes of language should proceed from the lowest branch of literature? Language, especially a relatively speaking original language like German, is the most valuable inheritance of a nation, and it is also an exceedingly complicated work of art, easily injured, and which cannot again be restored; therefore a nulla me tangere. Other nations have felt this, and have shown great piety towards their languages, although far less complete than German. Therefore the language of Dante and Petrarch differs only in trifles from that of to‐day. Montaigne is still quite readable, and so also is Shakespeare in his oldest editions. For a German, indeed, it is good to have somewhat long words in his mouth, for he thinks slowly and they give him time to reflect. But this prevailing economy of language shows itself in yet more characteristic phenomena. For example, in opposition to all logic and grammar, they use the imperfect for the perfect and pluperfect. They often stick the auxiliary verb in their pocket; they use the ablative instead of the genitive. For the sake of omitting a couple of logical particles, they make such intricate sentences that one has to read them 4 times over in order to get at the sense, for it is only the paper and not the reader's time that they care to spare. In proper names, after the manner of Hottentots, they do not indicate the case either by inflection or article; the reader may guess it. But they are specially fond of contracting the double vowel and dropping the lengthening h, those letters sacred to prosody, which is just the same thing as if we wanted to banish e and o from Greek, and make ä and a take their place. Whoever writes Scham, Märchen, Maß, Spaß ought also to write Lohn, Sohn, Stadt, Satt, Jahr, Al, etc. But since writing is the copy of speech, posterity will imagine that one ought to speak as one writes, and then of the German language there will only remain a narrow, mouth‐distorting, jarring noise of consonants, and all prosody will be lost. The spelling Literatur instead of the correct Literatur is also very much liked, because it saves a letter. In defence of this, the participle of the verb linere is given as the root of the word. But linere means to smear; therefore the favoured spelling might actually be correct for the greater part of German book‐making, so that one could distinguish a very small Literatur from a very extensive Literatur with one T. In order to write concisely, let a man improve his style and shun all useless gossip and chatter, and then he will not need to cut out syllables and letters on account of the dearness of paper. But to write so many useless pages, useless sheets, useless books, and then to want to make up this waste of time and paper at the cost of the innocent syllables and letters, that is truly the superlative of what is called in English being penny wise and pound foolish. It is to be regretted that there is no German Academy to take charge of the language against literary sansculottism, especially in an age when even those who are ignorant of the ancient language venture to employ the press. I have expressed my mind more fully on the whole subject of the inexcusable mischief being done at the present day to the German language in my Parerga, Vol. II, chapter 23. In my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 51, I already proposed a first classification of the sciences in accordance with the form of the principle of sufficient reason which reigns in them, and I also touched upon it again in §§ 7 and 15 of the first volume of this work. I will give here a small attempt at such a classification, which will yet no doubt be susceptible of much improvement and perfecting. 1. Pure a priori sciences. Subsection 1. The doctrine of the ground of being. A. In space, geometry. B. In time, arithmetic and algebra. Subsection 2. The doctrine of the ground of knowing, logic. 2. Empirical or a posteriori sciences, all based upon the ground of becoming, that is, the law of causality, and upon the three modes of that law. Subsection 1. The doctrine of causes. A. Universal: mechanics, hydrodynamics, physics, chemistry. B. Particular: astronomy, mineralogy, geology, technology, pharmacy. Subsection 2. The doctrine of stimuli. A. Universal: physiology of plants and animals, together with the ancillary science anatomy. B. Particular: botany, zoology, zootomy, comparative physiology, pathology, therapeutics. Subsection 3. The doctrine of motives. A. Universal: ethics, psychology. B. Particular: jurisprudence, history. Philosophy or metaphysics as the doctrine of consciousness and its contents in general, or of the whole of experience as such, does not appear in the list, because it does not at once pursue the investigation which the principle of sufficient reason prescribes, but first has this principle itself as its object. It is to be regarded as the thorough base of all sciences, but belongs to a higher class than they do, and is almost as much related to art as to science. As in music every particular period must correspond to the tonality to which thorough bass has advanced, so every author, in proportion to the line he follows, must bear the stamp of the philosophy which prevails in his time. But besides this, every science has also its special philosophy, and therefore we speak of the philosophy of botany, of zoology, of history, etc. By this we must reasonably understand nothing more than the chief results of each science itself, regarded and comprehended from the highest, that is, the most general, point of view, which is possible within that science. These general results connect themselves directly with general philosophy, for they supply it with important data, and relieve it from the labour of seeking these itself in the philosophically raw material of the special sciences. These special philosophies therefore stand as a mediating link between their special sciences and philosophy proper; for since the latter has to give the most general explanations concerning the whole of things, these must also be capable of being brought down and applied to the individual of every species of thing. The philosophy of each science, however, arises independently of philosophy in general, from the data of its own science itself. Therefore it does not need to wait till that philosophy at last be found; but if worked out in advance, it will certainly agree with the true universal philosophy. This, on the other hand, must be capable of receiving confirmation and illustration from the philosophies of the particular sciences; for the most general truth must be capable of being proved through the more special truths. Goethe has afforded a beautiful example of the philosophy of zoology in his reflections on Dalton's and Pander's skeletons of rodents (Hefte zur Morphologie, 1824), and like merit in connection with the same science belongs to Kielmayer, Delamarck, Geoffroy St. Hilaire, Cuvier, and many others, in that they have all brought out clearly the complete analogy, the inner relationship, the permanent type, and systematic connection of animal forms. Empirical sciences pursued purely for their own sake, and without philosophical tendency, are like a face without eyes. They are, however, a suitable occupation for men of good capacity, who yet lack the highest faculties, which would even be a hindrance to minute investigations of such a kind. Such men concentrate their whole power and their whole knowledge upon one limited field, in which, therefore, on condition of remaining in entire ignorance of everything else, they can attain to the most complete knowledge possible; while the philosopher must survey all fields of knowledge, and indeed to a certain extent be at home in them, and thus that complete knowledge which can only be attained by the study of detail is necessarily denied him. Therefore the former may be compared to those Geneva workmen of whom one makes only wheels, another only springs, and a third only chains. The philosopher, on the other hand, is like the watchmaker, who alone produces a whole out of all these which has motion and significance. They may also be compared to the musicians of an orchestra, each of whom is master of his own instrument, and the philosopher, on the other hand, to the conductor, who must know the nature and use of every instrument, yet without being able to play them all, or even one of them, with great perfection. Scotus Erigena includes all sciences under the name scientia, in opposition to philosophy, which he calls sapientia. The same distinction was already made by the Pythagoreans, as may be seen from Stobaeus, where it is very clearly and neatly explained. But a much happier and more piquant comparison of the relation of the two kinds of mental effort to each other has been so often repeated by the ancients that we no longer know to whom it belongs. Diogenes Laertius (279) attributes it to Aristippus; Stobaeus (Aristo of Chios), the scholiast of Aristotle, ascribes it to him (p. 8 of the Berlin edition), but Plutarch attributes it to Bio: "Qui aiebat, sicut Penelopes proci, cum non possent cum Penelope concumbere, rem cum ejus ancillis habuissent, ita qui philosophiam nequeunt apprehendere, eos in aliis nullius pretii disciplinis sese conterere." In our predominantly empirical and historical age it can do no harm to recall this. End of chapter 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 13 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 13. On the Methods of Mathematics. Euclid's method of demonstration has brought forth from its own womb its most striking parody and caricature in the famous controversy on the theory of parallels, and the attempts, which are repeated every year, to prove the 11th axiom. This axiom asserts, and indeed supports its assertion, by the indirect evidence of a third intersecting line, that two lines inclining towards each other (for that is just the meaning of less than two right angles), if produced far enough, must meet, a truth which is supposed to be too complicated to pass as self‐evident, and therefore requires a demonstration. Such a demonstration, however, cannot be produced just because there is nothing that is not immediate. This scruple of conscience reminds me of Schiller's question of law. For years I have used my nose for smelling. Have I then actually a right to it that can be proved? Indeed, it seems to me that the logical method is hereby reduced to absurdity. Yet it is just through the controversies about this, together with the vain attempts to prove what is directly certain as merely indirectly certain, that the self‐sufficingness and clearness of intuitive evidence appears in contrast with the uselessness and difficulty of logical proof, a contrast which is no less instructive than amusing. The direct certainty is not allowed to be valid here, because it is no mere logical certainty following from the conceptions, thus resting only upon the relation of the predicate to the subject according to the principle of contradiction. That axiom, however, is a synthetical proposition a priori, and as such has the guarantee of pure, not empirical perception, which is just as immediate and certain as the principle of contradiction itself, from which all demonstrations first derive their certainty. Ultimately this holds good of every geometrical theorem, and it is quite arbitrary where we draw the line between what is directly certain and what has first to be demonstrated. It surprises me that the eighth axiom is not rather attacked. Figures which coincide with each other are equal to each other; for coinciding with each other is either a mere tautology, or something purely empirical, which does not belong to pure perception, but to external sensuous experience. It presupposes that the figures may be moved, but only matter is movable in space. Therefore this appeal to coincidence leaves pure space, the one element of geometry, in order to pass over to what is material and empirical. The reputed motto of the Platonic lecture room, "Αγεωμετρητος μη δεης εισιτω," of which mathematicians are so proud, was no doubt inspired by the fact that Plato regarded the geometrical figures as intermediate existences between the eternal Ideas and particular things, as Aristotle frequently mentions in his Metaphysics. Moreover, the opposition between those self‐existent eternal forms or Ideas and the transitory individual things was most easily made comprehensible in geometrical figures, and thereby laid the foundation of the doctrine of Ideas, which is the central point of the philosophy of Plato, and indeed his only serious and decided theoretical dogma. In expounding it, therefore, he started from geometry. In the same sense we are told that he regarded geometry as a preliminary exercise through which the mind of the pupil accustomed itself to deal with incorporeal objects, having hitherto in practical life had only to do with corporeal things. This, then, is the sense in which Plato recommended geometry to the philosopher, and therefore one is not justified in extending it further. I rather recommend, as an investigation of the influence of mathematics upon our mental powers, and their value for scientific culture in general, a very thorough and learned discussion, in the form of a review of a book by Whewell in the Edinburgh Review of January 1836. Its author, who afterwards published it with some other discussions with his name, is Sir W. Hamilton, Professor of Logic and Metaphysics in Scotland. This work has also found a German translator, and has appeared by itself under the title "Über den Wert und Unwert der Mathematik" aus dem Englischen 1836. The conclusion the author arrives at is that the value of mathematics is only indirect, and lies in the application to ends which are only attainable through them; but in themselves mathematics leave the mind where they find it, and are by no means conducive to its general culture and development, nay, even a decided hindrance. This conclusion is not only proved by thorough dianoiological investigation of the mathematical activity of the mind, but is also confirmed by a very learned accumulation of examples and authorities. The only direct use which is left to mathematics is that it can accustom restless and unsteady minds to fix their attention. Even Descartes, who was yet himself famous as a mathematician, held the same opinion with regard to mathematics. In the Vie de Descartes par Baillet, 1693, it is said: "Sa propre expérience l'avait convaincu du peu d'utilité des mathématiques, surtout lorsqu'on ne les cultive que pour elles-mêmes. Il ne voyait rien de moins solide que de s'occuper de nombres tout simples et de figures imaginaires," etc. End of chapter 13. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 14 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 14, on the Association of Ideas. The presence of ideas and thoughts in our consciousness is as strictly subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason in its different forms as the movement of bodies to the law of causality. It is just as little possible that a thought can appear in the mind without an occasion as that a body can be set in motion without a cause. Now, this occasion is either external, thus an impression of the senses, or internal, thus itself also a thought which introduces another thought by means of association. This again depends either upon a relation of reason and consequent between the two, or upon similarity, even mere analogy, or lastly upon the circumstance that they were both first apprehended at the same time, which again may have its ground in the proximity in space of their objects. The last two cases are denoted by the word apropos. The predominance of one of these three bonds of association of thoughts over the others is characteristic of the intellectual worth of the man. The first named will predominate in thoughtful and profound minds, the second in witty, ingenious, and poetical minds, and the third in minds of limited capacity. Not less characteristic is the degree of facility with which one thought recalls others that stand in any kind of relation to it. This constitutes the activeness of the mind. But the impossibility of the appearance of a thought without its sufficient occasion, even when there is the strongest desire to call it up, is proved by all the cases in which we weary ourselves in vain to recollect something, and go through the whole store of our thoughts in order to find any one that may be associated with the one we seek. If we find the former, the latter is also found. Whoever wishes to call up something in his memory first seeks for a thread with which it is connected by the association of thoughts. Upon this depends mnemonics. It aims at providing us with easily found occasioners or causes for all the conceptions, thoughts, or words which are to be preserved. But the worst of it is that these occasioners themselves have first to be recalled, and this again requires an occasioner. How much the occasion accomplishes in memory may be shown in this way. If we have read in a book of anecdotes, say 50 anecdotes, and then have laid it aside immediately afterwards, we will sometimes be unable to recollect a single one of them. But if the occasion comes, or if a thought occurs to us which has any analogy with one of those anecdotes, it immediately comes back to us, and so with the whole 50 as opportunity offers. The same thing holds good of all that we read. Our immediate remembrance of words, that is, our remembrance of them without the assistance of mnemonic contrivances, and with it our whole faculty of speech, ultimately depends upon the direct association of thoughts. For the learning of language consists in this, that once for all we so connect a conception with a word that this word will always occur to us along with this conception, and this conception will always occur to us along with this word. We have afterwards to repeat the same process in learning every new language. Yet if we learn a language for passive and not for active use, that is, to read but not to speak, as for example most of us learn Greek, then the connection is one-sided, for the conception occurs to us along with the word, but the word does not always occur to us along with the conception. The same procedure as in language becomes apparent in the particular case, in the learning of every new proper name. But sometimes we do not trust ourselves to connect directly the name of this person or town, river, mountain, plant, animal, etc., with the thought of each so firmly that it will call each of them up of itself, and then we assist ourselves mnemonically, and connect the image of the person or thing with any perceptible quality the name of which occurs in that of the person or thing. Yet this is only a temporary prop to lean on. Later we let it drop, for the association of thoughts becomes an immediate support. The search of memory for a clue shows itself in a peculiar manner in the case of a dream which we have forgotten on awaking, for in this case we seek in vain for that which a few minutes before occupied our minds with the strength of the clearest present, but now has entirely disappeared. We grasp at any lingering impression by which may hang the clue that by virtue of association would call that dream back again into our consciousness. According to Kieser, Tellurismus, memory even of what passed in magnetic somnambular sleep may possibly sometimes be aroused by a sensible sign found when awake. It depends upon the same impossibility of the appearance of a thought without its occasion, that if we propose to do anything at a definite time, this can only take place if we either think of nothing else till then, or if at the determined time we are reminded of it by something, which may either be an external impression arranged beforehand, or a thought which is itself again brought about in the regular way. Both, then, belong to the class of motives. Every morning when we awake, our consciousness is a tabula rasa, which, however, quickly fills itself again. First, it is the surroundings of the previous evening which now reappear, and remind us of what we thought in these surroundings. To this the events of the previous day link themselves on, and so one thought rapidly recalls the others, till all that occupied us yesterday is there again. Upon the fact that this takes place properly depends the health of the mind, as opposed to madness, which, as is shown in the third book, consists in the existence of great blanks in the memory of past events. But how completely sleep breaks the thread of memory, so that each morning it has to be taken up again, we see in particular cases of the incompleteness of this operation. For example, sometimes we cannot recall in the morning a melody which the night before ran in our head till we were tired of it. The cases in which a thought or a picture of the fancy suddenly came into our mind without any conscious occasion seem to afford an exception to what has been said. Yet this is for the most part an illusion, which rests on the fact that the occasion was so trifling, and the thought itself so vivid and interesting, that the former is instantly driven out of consciousness. Yet sometimes the cause of such an instantaneous appearance of an idea may be an internal physical impression either of the parts of the brain on each other, or of the organic nervous system upon the brain. In general, our internal process of thought is in reality not so simple as the theory of it, for here it is involved in many ways. To make the matter clear to our imagination, let us compare our consciousness to a sheet of water of some depth. Then the distinctly conscious thoughts are merely the surface, while on the other hand the indistinct thoughts, the feelings, the after sensation of perceptions, and of experience generally, mingled with the special disposition of our own will, which is the kernel of our being, is the mass of the water. Now the mass of the whole consciousness is more or less, in proportion to the intellectual activity, in constant motion, and what rise to the surface in consequence of this are the clear pictures of the fancy, or the distinct conscious thoughts expressed in words, and the resolves of the will. The whole process of our thought and purpose seldom lies on the surface, that is, consists in a combination of distinctly thought judgments, although we strive against this in order that we may be able to explain our thought to ourselves and others. But ordinarily it is in the obscure depths of the mind that the rumination of the materials received from without takes place, through which they are worked up into thoughts, and it goes on almost as unconsciously as the conversion of nourishment into the humours and substance of the body. Hence it is that we can often give no account of the origin of our deepest thoughts. They are the birth of our mysterious inner life. Judgments, thoughts, purposes rise from out that deep, unexpectedly and to our own surprise. A letter brings us unlooked for and important news, in consequence of which our thoughts and motives are disordered. We get rid of the matter for the present and think no more about it. But next day, or on the third or fourth day after, the whole situation sometimes stands distinctly before us, with what we have to do in the circumstances. Consciousness is the mere surface of our mind, of which, as of the earth, we do not know the inside, but only the crust. But in the last instance, or in the secret of our inner being, what sets in activity the association of thought itself, the laws of which were set forth above, is the will, which urges its servant the intellect, according to the measure of its powers, to link thought to thought, to recall the similar, the contemporaneous, to recognise reasons and consequents. For it is to the interest of the will that in general one should think, so that one may be well equipped for all cases that may arise. Therefore the form of the principle of sufficient reason, which governs the association of thoughts and keeps it active, is ultimately the law of motivation. For that which rules the sensorium, and determines it to follow the analogy or other association of thoughts in this or that direction, is the will of the thinking subject. Now, just as here the laws of the connection of ideas subsist only upon the basis of the will, so also in the real world the causal connection of bodies really subsists only upon the basis of the will, which manifests itself in the phenomena of this world. On this account the explanation from causes is never absolute and exhaustive, but leads back to forces of nature as their condition, and the inner being of the latter is just the will as thing in itself. In saying this, however, I have certainly anticipated the following book. But because now the outward, sensible, occasions of the presence of our ideas, just as well as the inner occasions, those of association, and both independently of each other, constantly affect the consciousness, there arise from this the frequent interruptions of our course of thought, which introduce a certain cutting up and confusion of our thinking. This belongs to its imperfections which cannot be explained away, and which we shall now consider as a separate chapter. End of chapter 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 15, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 15. On the Essential Imperfections of the Intellect. Part 1. Our self‐consciousness has not space, but only time as its form, and therefore we do not think in three dimensions, as we perceive, but only in one, thus in a line without breadth or depth. This is the source of the greatest of the essential imperfections of our intellect. We can know all things only in succession, and can become conscious of only one at a time; indeed even of this one only under the condition that for the time we forget everything else, thus are absolutely unconscious of everything else, so that for the time it ceases to exist as far as we are concerned. In respect of this quality, our intellect may be compared to a telescope with a very narrow field of vision, just because our consciousness is not stationary but fleeting. The intellect apprehends only successively, and in order to grasp one thing must let another go, retaining nothing but traces of it which are ever becoming weaker. The thought which is vividly present to me now must after a little while have escaped me altogether, and if a good night's sleep intervene, it may be that I shall never find it again, unless it is connected with my personal interests, that is, with my will, which always commands the field. Upon this imperfection of the intellect depends the disconnected and often fragmentary nature of our course of thought, which I have already touched on at the close of last chapter, and from this again arises the unavoidable distraction of our thinking. Sometimes external impressions of sense throng in upon it, disturbing and interrupting it, forcing different kinds of things upon it every moment. Sometimes one thought draws in another by the bond of association, and is now itself dislodged by it. Sometimes, lastly, the intellect itself is not capable of fixing itself very long and continuously at a time upon one thought, but as the eye when it gazes long at one object is soon unable to see it any more distinctly, because the outlines run into each other and become confused, until finally all is obscure, so through long continued reflection upon one subject our thinking also is gradually confused, becomes dull, and ends in complete stupor. Therefore, after a certain time, which varies with the individual, we must for the present give up every meditation or deliberation which has had the fortune to remain undisturbed, but yet has not been brought to an end, even if it concerns a matter which is most important and pertinent to us, and we must dismiss from our consciousness the subject which interests us so much, however heavily our anxiety about it may weigh upon us, in order to occupy ourselves now with insignificant and indifferent things. During this time that important subject no longer exists for us; it is like the heat in cold water, latent. If now we resume it again at another time, we approach it like a new thing, with which we become acquainted anew, although more quickly, and the agreeable or disagreeable impression of it is also produced anew upon our will. We ourselves, however, do not come back quite unchanged, for with the physical composition of the humours and tension of the nerves, which constantly changes with the hours, days, and years, our mood and point of view also changes. Moreover, the different kinds of ideas which have been there in the meantime have left an echo behind them, the tone of which influences the ideas which follow. Therefore the same thing appears to us at different times, in the morning, in the evening, at midday, or on another day, often very different. Opposite views of it now press upon each other and increase our doubt. Hence we speak of sleeping upon a matter, and for important determinations we demand a long time for consideration. Now, although this quality of our intellect, as springing from its weakness, has its evident disadvantages, yet, on the other hand, it affords the advantage that after the distraction and the physical change, we return to our subject as comparatively new beings, fresh and strange, and thus are able to see it repeatedly in very different lights. From all this it is plain that human consciousness and thought is in its nature necessarily fragmentary, on account of which the theoretical and practical results which are achieved by piecing together such fragments are for the most part defective. In this our thinking consciousness is like a magic lantern, in the focus of which only one picture can appear at a time, and each, even if it represents the noblest objects, must yet soon pass away, in order to make room for others of a different and even most vulgar description. In practical matters the most important plans and resolutions are formed in general, but others are subordinated to these as means to an end, and others again are subordinated to these, and so on down to the particular case that has to be carried out in concreto. They do not, however, come to be carried out in the order of their dignity, but while we are occupied with plans which are great and general, we have to contend with the most trifling details and the cares of the moment. In this way our consciousness becomes still more desultory. In general, theoretical occupations of the mind unfit us for practical affairs, and vice versa. In consequence of the inevitably distracted and fragmentary nature of all our thinking, which has been pointed out, and the mingling of ideas of different kinds thereby introduced, to which even the noblest human minds are subject, we really have only half a consciousness with which to grope about in the labyrinth of our life and the obscurity of our investigations. Bright moments sometimes illuminate our path like lightning. But what is to be expected of heads of which even the wisest is every night the scene of the strangest and most senseless dreams, and which has to take up its meditations again on awakening from these? Clearly, a consciousness which is subject to such great limitations is little suited for solving the riddle of the world, and such an endeavour would necessarily appear strange and pitiful to a being of a higher order, whose intellect had not time as its form, and whose thinking had thus true completeness and unity. Indeed, it is really wonderful that we are not completely confused by the very heterogeneous mixture of ideas and fragments of thought of every kind which are constantly crossing each other in our minds, but are yet always able to see our way again, and make everything agree together. Clearly there must exist a simpler thread upon which everything ranges itself together. But what is this? Memory alone is not sufficient, for it has essential limitations of which I shall speak shortly. And besides this, it is exceedingly imperfect and untrustworthy. The logical ego, or even the transcendental synthetic unity of apperception, are expressions and explanations which will not easily serve to make the matter comprehensible. They will rather suggest to many, "'Tis true your beard is curly, yet it will not draw you the bolt." Kant's proposition, the "I think" must accompany all our ideas, is insufficient, for the I is an unknown quantity, i.e., it is itself a secret. That which gives unity and connection to consciousness, in that it runs through all its ideas, and is thus its substratum, its permanent supporter, cannot itself be conditioned by consciousness, therefore cannot be an idea. Rather it must be the prius of consciousness, and the root of the tree of which that is the fruit. This, I say, is the will. It alone is unchangeable and absolutely identical, and has brought forth consciousness for its own ends. Therefore it is also the will which gives it unity and holds together all its ideas and thoughts, accompanying them like a continuous harmony. Without it, the intellect would no longer have the unity of consciousness, as a mirror in which now this and now that successively presents itself, or at the most only so much as a convex mirror whose rays unite in an imaginary point behind its surface. But the will alone is that which is permanent and unchangeable in consciousness. It is the will which holds together all thoughts and ideas as means to its ends, and tinges them with the colour of its own character, its mood, and its interests, commands the attention, and holds in its hand the train of motives whose influence ultimately sets memory and the association of ideas in activity. At bottom, it is the will that is spoken of whenever I appears in a judgment. Thus it is the true and final point of unity of consciousness, and the bond of all its functions and acts. It does not itself, however, belong to the intellect, but is only its root, source, and controller. From the form of time and the single dimension of the series of ideas, on account of which, in order to take up one, the intellect must let all the others fall, there follows not only its distraction, but also its forgetfulness. Most of what it lets fall it never takes up again, especially since the taking up again is bound to the principle of sufficient reason, and thus demands an occasion which the association of thoughts and motivation have first to supply. An occasion, however, which may be the more remote and smaller in proportion as our sensibility for it is heightened by our interest in the subject. But memory, as I have already shown in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, is not a storehouse, but merely a faculty acquired by practice of calling up ideas at pleasure, which must therefore constantly be kept in practice by use, for otherwise it will gradually be lost. Accordingly the knowledge even of the learned man exists only virtualiter as an acquired facility in calling up certain ideas. Actualiter, on the other hand, it also is confined to one idea, and is only conscious of this one at a time. Hence arises a strange contrast between what he knows potentia and what he knows actu, that is, between his knowledge and what he thinks at any moment. The former is an immense and always somewhat chaotic mass, the latter is a single distinct thought. The relation resembles that between the innumerable stars of the heavens and the limited field of vision of the telescope. It appears in a striking manner when upon some occasion he wishes to call distinctly to his remembrance some particular circumstance in his knowledge, and time and trouble are required to produce it from that chaos. Rapidity in doing this is a special gift, but is very dependent upon day and hour; therefore memory sometimes refuses us its service, even in things which at another time it has readily at hand. This consideration calls us in our studies to strive more to attain to correct insight than to increase our learning, and to lay it to heart that the quality of knowledge is more important than its quantity. The latter imparts to books only thickness, the former thoroughness and also style. for it is an intensive quantity, while the other is merely extensive; it consists in the distinctness and completeness of the conceptions, together with the purity and accuracy of the knowledge of perception which forms their foundation. Therefore the whole of knowledge in all its parts is penetrated by it, and in proportion as it is, so is valuable or trifling. With a small quantity, but of good quality, one achieves more than with a very large quantity of bad quality. The most perfect and satisfactory knowledge is that of perception, but it is limited absolutely to the particular, the individual. The combination of the many and the different in one idea is only possible through the conception, that is, through the omission of the differences. Therefore this is a very imperfect manner of presenting things to the mind. Certainly the particular also can be directly comprehended as a universal, if it is raised to the Platonic Idea. But in this process, which I have analysed in the third book, the intellect already passes beyond the limits of individuality, and therefore of time. Moreover, it is only an exception. These inner and essential imperfections of the intellect are further increased by a disturbance which, to a certain extent, is external to it, but yet is unceasing: the influence exerted by the will upon all its operations whenever it is in any way concerned in their result. Every passion, indeed every inclination and aversion, tinges the objects of knowledge with its colour. Of most common occurrence is the falsifying of knowledge which is brought about by wishes and hopes, for they picture to us the scarcely possible as probable, and well nigh certain, and make us almost incapable of comprehending what is opposed to it. Fear acts in a similar way, and every preconceived opinion, every partiality, and, as has been said, every interest, every emotion and inclination of the will acts in an analogous manner. To all these imperfections of the intellect we have finally to add this, that it grows old with the brain. That is, like all physiological functions, it loses its energy in later years, whereby all its imperfections are then much increased. The defective nature of the intellect here set forth will not, however, surprise us if we look back at its origin and destiny as established by me in the second book. Nature has produced it for the service of an individual will. Therefore it is only designed to know things so far as they afford the motives of such a will, but not to fathom them or comprehend their true being. Human intellect is only a higher gradation of the intellect of the brutes, and as this is entirely confined to the present, our intellect also bears strong traces of this limitation. Therefore our memory and recollection is something very imperfect. How little of all that we have done, experienced, learnt, or read can we recall? And even this little for the most part only laboriously and imperfectly. For the same reasons is it so very difficult for us to keep ourselves free from the impressions of the present. Unconsciousness is the original and natural condition of all things, and therefore also the basis from which, in particular species of beings, consciousness results as their highest efflorescence, wherefore even then unconsciousness always continues to predominate. Accordingly, most existences are without consciousness, but yet they act according to the laws of their nature, that is, of their will. Plants have at most a very weak analogue of consciousness; the lowest species of animals only the dawn of it. But even after it has ascended through the whole series of animals to man and his reason, the unconsciousness of plants from which it started still remains the foundation, and may be traced in the necessity for sleep, and also in all those essential and great imperfections here set forth of every intellect produced through physiological functions, and of another intellect we have no conception. End of chapter 15, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 15, part 2. Of supplements to the first book, second half. The doctrine of the abstract idea or thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 15. On the Essential Imperfections of the Intellect. Part 2. The imperfections here proved to be essential to the intellect are constantly increased, however, in particular cases, by non‐essential imperfections. The intellect is never in every respect what it possibly might be. The perfections possible to it are so opposed that they exclude each other. Therefore no man can be at once Plato and Aristotle, or Shakespeare and Newton, or Kant and Goethe. The imperfections of the intellect, on the contrary, consort very well together; therefore in reality it for the most part remains far below what it might be. Its functions depend upon so very many conditions, which we can only comprehend as anatomical and physiological in the phenomenon in which alone they are given us, that a decidedly excelling intellect, even in one respect alone, is among the rarest of natural phenomena. Therefore the productions of such an intellect are preserved through thousands of years; indeed every relic of such a highly favoured individual becomes a most valuable treasure. From such an intellect down to that which approaches imbecility the gradations are innumerable; and primarily, in conformity with these gradations, the mental horizon of each of us varies very much from the mere comprehension of the present, which even the brute has, to that which also embraces the next hour, the day, even the morrow, the week, the year, the life, the century, the thousand years, up to that of the consciousness which has almost always present, even though obscurely dawning, the horizon of the infinite, and whose thoughts therefore assume a character in keeping with this. Further, that difference among intelligences shows itself in the rapidity of their thinking, which is very important, and which may be as different and as finely graduated as that of the points in the radius of a revolving disc. The remoteness of the consequents and reasons to which any one's thought can extend seems to stand in a certain relation to the rapidity of his thinking. For the greatest exertion of thought power in general can only last quite a short time, and yet only while it lasts can a thought be thought out in its complete unity. It therefore amounts to this, how far the intellect can pursue it in so short a time, thus what length of path it can travel in it. On the other hand, in the case of some, rapidity may be made up for by the greater duration of that time of perfectly concentrated thought. Probably the slow and lasting thought makes the mathematical mind, while rapidity of thought makes the genius. The latter is a flight, the former a sure advance upon firm ground, step by step. Yet even in the sciences, whenever it is no longer a question of mere quantities, but of understanding the nature of phenomena, this last kind of thinking is inadequate. This is shown, for example, by Newton's theory of colour, and later by Biot's nonsense about colour rings, which yet agrees with the whole atomistic method of treating light among the French, with its molécules de lumière, and in general with their fixed idea of reducing everything in nature to mere mechanical effects. Lastly, the great individual diversity of intelligence we are speaking about shows itself excellently in the degrees of the clearness of understanding, and accordingly in the distinctness of the whole thinking. To one man that is to understand, which to another is only in some degree to observe. The one is already done and at the goal, while the other is only at the beginning. To the one that is the solution, which to the other is only the problem. This depends on the quality of thought and knowledge, which was already referred to above. As in rooms the degree of light varies, so does it in minds. We can detect this quality of the whole thought as soon as we have read only a few pages of an author. For in doing so we have been obliged to understand both with his understanding and in his sense, and therefore before we know all that he has thought, we see already how he thinks, what is the formal nature, the texture of his thinking, which remains the same in everything about which he thinks, and whose expression is the train of thought and the style. In this we feel at once the pace, the flexibleness and lightness, even indeed the soaring power of his mind, or on the contrary its dulness, formality, lameness, and leaden quality. For, as language is the expression of the mind of a nation, Style is the more immediate expression of the mind of an author than even his physiognomy. We throw a book aside when we observe that in it we enter an obscurer region than our own, unless we have to learn from it mere facts, not thoughts. Apart from mere facts, only that author will afford us profit, whose understanding is keener and clearer than our own, who forwards our thinking instead of hindering it, like the dull mind that will force us to keep pace with the toad-like course of its thought. Thus, that author with whose mind it gives us sensible relief and assistance, sometimes to think, by whom we feel ourselves borne where we could not have gone alone. Goethe once said to me that if he read a page of Kant he felt as if he entered a brightly lighted room. Inferior minds are so not merely because they are distorted and therefore judge falsely, but primarily through the indistinctness of their whole thinking, which may be compared to seeing through a bad telescope when all the outlines appear indistinct and as if obliterated, and the different objects run into each other. The weak understanding of such minds shrinks from the demand for distinctness of conceptions, and therefore they do not themselves make this claim upon it, but put up with haziness; and to satisfy themselves with this they gladly have recourse to words, especially such as denote indefinite, very abstract, unusual conceptions which are hard to explain; such, for example, as infinite and finite, sensible and supersensible, the idea of being, ideas of the reason, the absolute, the idea of the good, the divine moral freedom, power of spontaneous generation, the absolute idea, subject object, &c. The like of these they confidently fling about, imagine they really express thoughts, and expect every one to be content with them. For the highest summit of wisdom which they can see is to have at command such ready‐made words for every possible question. This immense satisfaction in words is thoroughly characteristic of inferior minds. It depends simply upon their incapacity for distinct conceptions, whenever these must rise above the most trivial and simple relations. Hence, upon the weakness and indolence of their intellect, and indeed upon the secret consciousness of this, which in the case of scholars is bound up with the early learnt and hard necessity of passing themselves off as thinking beings, to meet which demand in all cases they keep such a suitable store of ready‐made words. It must really be amusing to see a professor of philosophy of this kind in the chair, who bona fide delivers such a juggle of words destitute of thoughts, quite sincerely, under the delusion that they are really thoughts, and in front of him the students, who are just as bona fide, that is, under the same delusion, listen attentively and take notes, while yet in reality neither the one nor the other goes beyond the words, but rather these words themselves, together with the audible scratching of pens, are the only realities in the whole matter. This peculiar satisfaction in words has more than anything else to do with the perpetuation of errors; for, relying on the words and phrases received from his predecessors, each one confidently passes over obscurities and problems, and thus these are propagated through centuries from book to book, and the thinking man, especially in youth, is in doubt whether it may be that he is incapable of understanding it, or that there is really nothing here to understand; and similarly, whether for others the problem which they all slink past with such comical seriousness by the same path is no problem at all, or whether it is only that they will not see it. Many truths remain undiscovered simply on this account, that no one has the courage to look the problem in the face and grapple with it. On the contrary, the distinctness of thought and clearness of conceptions, peculiar to eminent minds, produces the effect that even known truths, when brought forward by them, gain new light, or at least a new stimulus. If we hear them or read them, it is as if we exchanged a bad telescope for a good one. Let one only read, for example, in Euler's "Letters to the Princess," his exposition of the fundamental truths of mechanics and optics. Upon this rests the remark of Diderot in the Neveu de Rameau, that only the perfect masters are capable of teaching really well the elements of a science, just because it is only they who really understand the questions, and for them words never take the place of thoughts. But we ought to know that inferior minds are the rule, good minds the exception, eminent minds very rare, and genius a portent. How otherwise could a human race, consisting of about 800,000,000 individuals, have left so much after 6,000 years to discover, to invent, to think out, and to say? The intellect is calculated for the support of the individual alone, and as a rule it is only barely sufficient even for this. But nature has wisely been very sparing of conferring a larger measure. For the man of limited intelligence can survey the few and simple relations which lie within reach of his narrow sphere of action, and can control the levers of them with much greater ease than could the eminently intellectual man, who commands an incomparably larger sphere and works with long levers. Thus the insect sees everything on its stem or leaf with the most minute exactness, and better than we, and yet is not aware of the man who stands within 3 steps of it. This is the reason of the slyness of half‐witted persons, and the ground of the paradox, "Il y a un mystère dans l'esprit de gens qui n'en ont pas." For practical life genius is about as useful as an astral telescope in a theatre. Thus, with regard to the intellect, nature is highly aristocratic. The distinctions which it has established are greater than those which are made in any country by birth, rank, wealth, or caste. But in the aristocracy of intellect, as in other aristocracies, there are many thousands of plebeians for one nobleman, many millions for one prince, and the great multitude of men are mere populace, mob, rabble, la canaille. Now certainly there is a glaring contrast between the scale of rank of nature and that of convention, and their agreement is only to be hoped for in a golden age. Meanwhile those who stand very high in the one scale of rank and in the other have this in common, that for the most part they live in exalted isolation, to which Byron refers when he says, "To feel me in the solitude of kings, without the power that makes them bear a crown." Prophecies of Dante, chapter 1. For intellect is a differentiating, and therefore a separating principle. Its different grades, far more than those of mere culture, give to each man different conceptions, in consequence of which each man lives to a certain extent in a different world, in which he can directly meet those only who are like himself, and can only attempt to speak to the rest and make himself understood by them from a distance. Great differences in the grade and in the cultivation of understanding fix a wide gulf between man and man, which can only be crossed by benevolence; for it is, on the contrary, the unifying principle which identifies every one else with its own self. Yet the connection remains a moral one; it cannot become intellectual. Indeed, when the degree of culture is about the same, the conversation between a man of great intellect and an ordinary man is like the journey together of two men, one of whom rides on a spirited horse and the other goes on foot. It soon becomes very trying to both of them, and for any length of time impossible. For a short way the rider can indeed dismount in order to walk with the other, though even then the impatience of his horse will give him much to do. But the public could be benefited by nothing so much as by the recognition of that intellectual aristocracy of nature. By virtue of such recognition it would comprehend that when facts are concerned, thus when the matter has to be decided from experiments, travels, codes, histories, and chronicles, the normal mind is certainly sufficient; but on the other hand, when mere thoughts are in question, especially those thoughts the material or data of which are within reach of every one, thus when it is really only a question of thinking before others, decided reflectiveness, native eminence, which only nature bestows, and that very seldom, is inevitably demanded, and no one deserves to be heard who does not at once give proofs of this. If the public could be brought to see this for itself, it would no longer waste the time which is sparingly measured out to it for its culture on the productions of ordinary minds, thus on the innumerable botches of poetry and philosophy which are produced every day. It would no longer seize always what is newest, in the childish delusion that books, like eggs, must be enjoyed while they are fresh, but would confine itself to the works of the few select and chosen minds of all ages and nations, would strive to learn to know and understand them, and might thus by degrees attain to true culture. And then also those thousands of uncalled for productions which, like tares, hinder the growth of the good wheat, would be discontinued. Chapter 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 16, Part 1. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 16. On the Practical Use of Reason, and on Stoicism. Part 1. In the 7th chapter I have shown that in the theoretical sphere procedure based upon conceptions suffices for mediocre achievements only, while great achievements, on the other hand, demand that we should draw from perception itself as the primary source of all knowledge. In the practical sphere, however, the converse is the case. Here determination by what is perceived is the way of the brutes, but is unworthy of man, who has conceptions to guide his conduct, and is thus emancipated from the power of what is actually perceptibly present, to which the brute is unconditionally given over. In proportion as a man makes good this prerogative, his conduct may be called rational, and only in this sense can we speak of practical reason, not in the Kantian sense, the inadmissibility of which I have thoroughly exposed in my prize essay on the foundation of morals. It is not easy, however, to let oneself be determined by conceptions alone, for the directly present external world, with its perceptible reality, intrudes itself forcibly even on the strongest mind. But it is just in conquering this impression, in destroying its illusion, that the human spirit shows its worth and greatness. Thus, if incitements to lust and pleasure leave it unaffected, if the threats and fury of enraged enemies do not shake it, if the entreaties of erring friends do not make its purpose waver, and the delusive forms with which preconcerted plots surround it leave it unmoved, if the scorn of fools and of the vulgar herd does not disturb it nor trouble it as to its own worth, then it seems to stand under the influence of a spirit world, visible to it alone, and this is the world of conceptions, before which that perceptibly present world which lies open to all dissolves like a phantom. But on the other hand, what gives to the external world and visible reality their great power over the mind is their nearness and directness. As the magnetic needle which is kept in its position by the combined action of widely distributed forces of nature embracing the whole earth, can yet be perturbed and set in violent oscillation by a small piece of iron, if only it comes quite close to it, so even a great mind can sometimes be disconcerted and perturbed by trifling events and insignificant men, if only they affect it very closely, and the deliberate purpose can be for the moment shaken by a trivial but immediately present counter-motive. For the influence of the motives is subject to a law which is directly opposed to the law according to which weights act on a balance, and in consequence of it a very small motive, which, however, lies very near to us, can outweigh one which in itself is much stronger, but which only affects us from a distance. But it is this quality of the mind, by reason of which it allows itself to be determined in accordance with this law, and does not withdraw itself from it by the strength of actual practical reason, which the ancients denoted by animi impotentia, which really signifies ratio regendi voluntatis impotens. Every emotion, animi perturbatio, simply arises from the fact that an idea which affects our will comes so excessively near to us that it conceals everything else from us, and we can no longer see anything but it, so that for the moment we become incapable of taking account of things of another kind. It would be a valuable safeguard against this if we were to bring ourselves to regard the present, by the assistance of imagination, as if it were past, and should thus accustom our apperception to the epistolary style of the Romans. Yet conversely we are very well able to regard what is long past as so vividly present that old emotions which have long been asleep are thereby reawakened in their full strength. Thus also no one would be irritated or disconcerted by a misfortune, a disappointment, if reason always kept present to him what man really is, the most needy of creatures, daily and hourly abandoned to innumerable misfortunes, great and small, to δέλα τάτων ζωων, who has therefore to live in constant care and fear. Herodotus already says, παν εστι anthropos symphora, homo totus est calamitas. The application of reason to practice primarily accomplishes this: it reconstructs what is one‐sided and defective in knowledge of mere perception, and makes use of the contrasts or oppositions which it presents, to correct each other, so that thus the objectively true result is arrived at. For example, if we look simply at the bad action of a man, we will condemn him. On the other hand, if we consider merely the need that moved him to it, we will compassionate him. Reason, by means of its conceptions, weighs the two, and leads to the conclusion that he must be restrained, restricted, and curbed by a proportionate punishment. I am again reminded here of Seneca's saying, "Si vis tibi omnia subjicere, se te subjice rationi." Since, however, as was shown in the fourth book, the nature of suffering is positive, and that of pleasure negative, he who takes abstract or rational knowledge as the rule of his conduct, and therefore constantly reflects on its consequences and on the future, will very frequently have to practise sustine et abstine, for in order to obtain the life that is most free from pain, he generally sacrifices its keenest joys and pleasures, mindful of Aristotle's ὁ φρονιμος το αλουπαν διωκε ουτω იდου, quod dolore vacat, non quod suave est, persequitur vir prudens. Therefore with him the future constantly borrows from the present, instead of the present borrowing from the future, as is the case with a frivolous fool, who thus becomes impoverished and finally bankrupt. In the case of the former, reason must for the most part assume the rôle of a churlish mentor, and unceasingly call for renunciations, without being able to promise anything in return except a fairly painless existence. This rests on the fact that reason, by means of its conceptions, surveys the whole of life, whose outcome, in the happiest conceivable case, can be no other than what we have said. When this striving after a painless existence, so far as it might be attainable by the application of and strict adherence to rational reflection and acquired knowledge of the true nature of life, was carried out with the greatest consistency and to the utmost extreme, it produced cynicism, from which Stoicism afterwards proceeded. I wish briefly here to bring this out more fully for the sake of establishing more firmly the concluding exposition of our first book. All ancient moral systems, with the single exception of that of Plato, were guides to a happy life. Accordingly in them the end of virtue was entirely in this life, not beyond death; for to them it is only the right path to a truly happy life, and on this account the wise choose it. Hence arise those lengthy debates, chiefly preserved for us by Cicero, those keen and constantly renewed investigations, whether virtue quite alone and in itself is really sufficient for a happy life, or whether this further requires some external condition, whether the virtuous and wise may also be happy on the rack and the wheel, or in the bull of Phalaris, or whether it does not go as far as this; for certainly this would be the touchstone of an ethical system of this kind. The practice of it must give happiness directly and unconditionally. If it cannot do this, it does not accomplish what it ought, and must be rejected. It is therefore with truth and in accordance with the Christian point of view that Augustine prefaces his exposition of the moral systems of the ancients (De Civitas Dei, Book 19, Chapter 1) with the explanation: "Exponenda sunt nobis argumenta mortalium, quibus sibi ipsi beatitudinem facere, in hujus vitae infelicitate moliti sunt, ut ab eorum rebus vanis spes nostra quid differat clarescat."
De finibus bonorum et malorum multa inter se philosophii disputarunt, quam quaestionem maxima intentione versantes, invenire conati sunt, quid efficiat hominem beatum, illud enim est finis bonorum. I wish to place beyond all doubt the eudæmonistic end which we have ascribed to all ancient ethics by several express statements of the ancients themselves. Aristotle says in the Ethica Magna, 1.4, I eudaimonia ento en zin esti, to de eu zin en to kata, tas aretas zin, felicitas in bene vivendo posita est, verum bene vivere est in eo positum, ut secundum virtutum vivamus, with which may be compared. Nam cum ea causa impulerit eos, qui primi se ad philosophiae studia contulerunt, ut omnibus rebus post habitis totos se in optimo vitae statu exquirendo collocarent, profecto spe beate vivendi tantam, in eo studio curam operamque posuerunt. According to Plutarch, Chrysippus said, to kata kakian zin to kakodaimanos zin tauton esti. That is, vitiose vivere idem est quod vivere infeliciter. Ibid. Ephronisis eteran esti tis eudaimonia, cath eauto aludaimonia. That is, prudentia nihil differt a felicitate estque ipsa adeo felicitas. Tell us de facin enai to eudaimonen u eneca panta pratetai. That is, finem esse dicunt felicitatem, cujus causa fiunt omnia. Eudaimonian synonymein totale legusi. That is, finem bonorum et felicitatem synonyma esse dicunt. I areti tautin eche epagelian eudaimonian poiesai. That is, virtus profitetur se felicitatem praestare. Ceterum sapientia ad beatum statum tendit, illo ducit, illo vias aperit, illud admoneo auditionem philosophorum lectionemque ad propositum beatae vitae trahendum. The ethics of the Cynics also adopted this end of the happiest life, as the Emperor Julian expressly testifies. Tis cunicis de philosophias scopos men esti kai telas, os per dicae passis philosophias to eudaimonien, to de eudaimonien en to zin kata fusin, ala mi pros tas ton polon doxas, that is, cynicae philosophiae ut etiam omnis philosophiae scopus et finis est feliciter vivere. Felicitas vitae autem in eo posita est, et secundum naturam vivatur, nec vero secundum opiniones multitudinis. Only the Cynics followed quite a peculiar path to this end, a path directly opposed to the ordinary one, the path of extreme privation. They start from the insight that the motions of the will which are brought about by the objects which attract and excite it, and the wearisome, and for the most part vain efforts to attain these, or, if they are attained, the fear of losing them, and finally the loss itself, produce far greater pain than the want of all these objects ever can. Therefore, in order to attain to the life that is most free from pain, they chose the path of the extremest destitution, and fled from all pleasures as snares through which one was afterwards handed over to pain. but after this they could boldly scorn happiness and its caprices. This is the spirit of cynicism. Seneca distinctly expresses it in the 8th chapter, De Tranquillitate Animi: "Cogitandum est quanto levior dolor sit, non habere quam perdere, et intelligemus paupertati eo minorem tormentorum, quo minorum damnorum esse materiam." Then tolerabilius est faciliusque non acquirere, quam admittere. Diogenes effecit, nequid sibi eripi posset, qui se fortuitis omnibus exuit, videtur mihi dixisse, age tuum negotium fortuna, nihil apud Diogenem iam tuum est. The parallel passage to this last sentence is the quotation of Stobaeus in Eclogues 2:7. Diogenes effi nomizein oran tin tuchin enorosan auton kai legusan tutan du dunamai zalein cuna lucitira. That is, Diogenes credere se dixit videre fortunam ipsum intuentem ac dicentem aut hunc non potui tetigisse canem rabiosum. The same spirit of cynicism is also shown in the epitaph on Diogenes in Suidas under the word φιλισκας, and in Diogenes Laertius 6:2. Girasque men calcos upo chronou, ala son uti, cudas o pas ion, Diogenes kathele, munas epe viotis autarkeia doxan edexas, thnitois kai zonis oiman elafrotatin. That is, aera quidem absumit tempus, sed tempore numquam enteritura tua est gloria Diogenes, quando quidem ad vitam miseris mortalibus aequam monstrata est facilis te duce et ampla via. End of chapter 16, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 16, part 2. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 16. On the Practical Use of Reason and on Stoicism. Part 2. Accordingly, the fundamental thought of cynicism is that life in its simplest and nakedest form, with the hardships that belong to it by nature, is the most endurable, and is therefore to be chosen; for every assistance, convenience, gratification, and pleasure, by means of which men seek to make life more agreeable, only brings with it new and greater ills than originally belonged to it. Therefore we may regard the following sentence as the expression of the kernel of the doctrine of cynicism. Diogenes evoa polakis legon, tonton anthropon, vian, radian upo, ton theon, didosthai, apokekruphai, de auton, zitunton, melipicta, kai mura, kai ta paraplesia. That is, Diogenes clamabat saepius, hominum vitam facilem adiis dari, verum occultari illam quaerentibus, melita cibaria, unguenta et his similia. And further, Deon, antiton achriston, panon, tus kata fusin, elomenus, zin eudaimanos, paratin anoian, kakodaimanusi, tan auton, charaktera tu viu legon diexagen, anper kai Iraklis unden Eleutherias proprinon. That is, cum igitur repudiatis in utilibus laboribus naturales insequi ac vivere beate debeamus, per summam dementiam infelices sumus, eundem vitae formam, quam Hercules se vivere affirmans, nihil libertati praeferens. Therefore the old genuine Cynics, Antisthenes, Diogenes, Crates, and their disciples had once for all renounced every possession, all conveniences and pleasures, in order to escape for ever from the troubles and cares, the dependence and the pains, which are inevitably bound up with them and are not counterbalanced by them. Through the bare satisfaction of the most pressing wants, and the renunciation of everything superfluous, they thought they would come off best. Accordingly they contented themselves with what in Athens or Corinth was to be had almost for nothing, such as lupines, water, an old threadbare cloak, a wallet, and a staff. They begged occasionally, as far as was necessary to supply such wants, but they never worked. Yet they accepted absolutely nothing that exceeded the wants referred to above. Independence in the widest sense was their aim. They occupied their time in resting, going about, talking with all men, and much mocking, laughing, and joking. Their characteristic was carelessness and great cheerfulness. Since now in this manner of life they had no aims of their own, no purposes or ends to pursue, thus were lifted above the sphere of human action, and at the same time always enjoyed complete leisure, they were admirably fitted, as men of proved strength of mind, to be the advisers and admonishers of the rest. Therefore Apuleius says, Crates, ut lar familiaris apud homines suae aetatis cultus est, nulla domus ei unquam clausa erat, nec erat patris familias tam absconditum secretum, quin eo tempestive Crates interveniret, litium omnium et urgiorum inter propinquos disceptator et arbiter. Thus in this, as in so many other respects, they show a great likeness to the mendicant friars of modern times, that is, to the better and more genuine among them, whose ideal may be seen in the Capuchin Cristoforo in Manzoni's famous romance. Yet this resemblance lies only in the effects, not in the cause. They agree in the result, but the fundamental thought of the two is quite different. With the friars, as with the Sannyasis who are akin to them, it is an aim which transcends life; but with the Cynics it is only the conviction that it is easier to reduce their wishes and their wants to the minimum than to attain to the maximum in their satisfaction, which indeed is impossible, for with their satisfaction the wishes and wants grow ad infinitum; therefore in order to reach the goal of all ancient ethics, the greatest happiness possible in this life, they took the path of renunciation as the shortest and easiest. Othen kai ton kunisman erikassin suntomon aretin odon, that is, unde cynismum dixere compendiosam ad virtutem viam. The fundamental difference between the spirit of cynicism and that of asceticism comes out very clearly in the humility which is essential to the ascetic, but is so foreign to the cynic that, on the contrary, he is distinguished beyond everything else for pride and scorn. Sapiens uno minor est Jove dives liber honoratus pulcher rex denique regum. Horace. On the other hand, the view of life held by the Cynics agrees in spirit with that of J. Rousseau, as he expounds it in the Discours sur l'origine de l'inégalité, for he also would wish to lead us back to the crude state of nature, and regards the reduction of our wants to the minimum as the surest path to happiness. For the rest, the Cynics were exclusively practical philosophers; at least no account of their theoretical philosophy is known to me. Now the Stoics proceeded from them in this way: they changed the practical into the theoretical. They held that the actual dispensing with everything that can be done without is not demanded, but that it is sufficient that we should regard possessions and pleasures constantly as dispensable,
and as held in the hand of chance; for then the actual deprivation of them, if it should chance to occur, would neither be unexpected nor fall heavily. One might always have and enjoy everything, only one must ever keep present the conviction of the worthlessness and dispensableness of these good things on the one hand, and of their uncertainty and perishableness on the other, and therefore prize them all very little, and be always ready to give them up. Nay more, he who must actually dispense with these things in order not to be moved by them, thereby shows that in his heart he holds them to be truly good things, which one must put quite out of sight if one is not to long after them. The wise man, on the other hand, knows that they are not good things at all, but rather perfectly indifferent things, adiaphora, in any case προηγμενα. Therefore, if they present themselves, he will accept them, but yet is always ready to let them go again if chance, to which they belong, should demand them back, for they are τον ουκ εφημιν. In this sense Epictetus, chapter 7, says that the wise man, like one who has landed from a ship, &c., will also let himself be comforted by a wife or a child, but yet will always be ready, whenever the captain calls, to let them go again. Thus the Stoics perfected the theory of equanimity and independence at the cost of the practice, for they reduced everything to a mental process, and by arguments, such as are presented in the first chapter of Epictetus, sophisticated themselves into all the amenities of life. But in doing so they left out of account that everything to which one is accustomed becomes a need, and therefore can only be given up with pain; that the will does not allow itself to be played with, cannot enjoy without loving the pleasures; that a dog does not remain indifferent if one draws a piece of meat through its mouth, and neither does a wise man if he is hungry; and that there is no middle path between desiring and renouncing. But they believed that they satisfied their principles if, sitting at a luxurious Roman table, they left no dish untasted, yet at the same time protested that they were each and all of them mere προηγμενα, not αγαθα, or in plain English, if they eat, drank, and were merry, yet gave no thanks to God for it all, but rather made fastidious faces, and persisted in boldly asserting that they gained nothing whatever from the whole feast. This was the expedient of the Stoics; they were therefore mere braggarts, and stand to the Cynics in much the same relation as well‐fed Benedictines and Augustines stand to Franciscans and Capuchins. Now the more they neglected practice, the more they refined the theory. I shall here add a few proofs and supplementary details to the exposition of it given at the close of our first book. If we search in the writings of the Stoics which remain to us, all of which are unsystematically composed, for the ultimate ground of that irrefragable equanimity which is unceasingly demanded of us, we find no other than the knowledge that the course of the world is entirely independent of our will, and consequently that the evil which befalls us is inevitable. If we have regulated our claims by a correct insight into this, then mourning, rejoicing, fearing, and hoping are follies of which we are no longer capable. Further, especially in the commentaries of Arrian, it is surreptitiously assumed that all that is ουκ εφημιν, that is, does not depend upon us, is at once also ου προς ημας, that is, does not concern us. Yet it remains true that all the good things of life are in the power of chance, and therefore whenever it makes use of this power to deprive us of them, we are unhappy if we have placed our happiness in them. From this unworthy fate we are, in the opinion of the Stoics, delivered by the right use of reason, by virtue of which we regard all these things never as ours, but only as lent to us for an indefinite time. Only thus can we never really lose them. Therefore Seneca says, "Si quid humanarum rerum varietas possit, cogitaverit ante quam senserit." And Diogenes Laertius, "Isande esti tocat, aretin zin tocat, emperian ton fuse, sun vai non ton zin." That is, secundum virtutem vivere idem est, quod secundum experientiam eorum, quæ secundum naturam accidunt vivere. The passage in Arrian's Discourses of Epictetus is particularly in point here. and especially as a proof of what I have said in this reference in section 16 of the first volume, the passage "Τουτο γαρ εστι το αιτιαν τοis ανθρωποis, πάντων των κακων τοτας προλήψεις, τας κόινας μη δουνασθαι, εφαρμάζειν tois epi merus." That is, haec enim causa est hominibus omnium malorum, quod anticipationes generales rebus singularibus accommodare non possunt. Similarly, the passage in Marcus Aurelius 4:29, "E xenas cosmu o mi norizon ta en auto anta itan xenas kai o mi norizon ta gignomena." That is, if he is a stranger to the universe who does not know what is in it, no less is he a stranger who does not know how things go on in it. Also Seneca's 11th chapter, De Tranquillitate Animi, is a complete proof of this view. The opinion of the Stoics amounts on the whole to this, that if a man has watched for a while the juggling illusion of happiness and then loses his reason, he must recognise both the rapid changes of the dice and the intrinsic worthlessness of the counters, and therefore must henceforth remain unmoved. Taken generally, the Stoical point of view may be thus expressed: our suffering always arises from the want of agreement between our wishes and the course of the world. Therefore one of these two must be changed and adapted to the other. Since now the course of things is not in our power, ουκ εφημιν, we must direct our volitions and desires according to the course of things, for the will alone is εφημιν. This adaptation of volition to the course of the external world, thus to the nature of things, is very often understood under the ambiguous κατα φύσιν ζην. See the discourses of Epictetus, 2, 17, 21, 22. Seneca also denotes this point of view, Epistle 119, when he says, "Nihil interest, utrum non desideres an habeas, summa rei in utroque est eadem, non torqueberis." Also Cicero by the words, "Solum habere velle, summa dementia est." Similarly Arrian, "Ugar ekplirose ton epithumomenon eleutheria paras kuadzetai ala anascui tis epithumias." That is, non enim explendis desideriis libertas comparatur, sed tollenda cupiditate. The collected quotations in the Historia Philosophiae Graeco-Romanae of Ritter and Preller may be taken as proofs of what I have said, in the place referred to above, about the homologumenos ζην of the Stoics. Also the saying of Seneca, Epistle 31 and again Epistle 74, "Perfecta virtus est æqualitas et tenor vitae per omnia consonans sibi." The following passage of Seneca's indicates the spirit of the Stoa generally, Epistle 92, "Quid est beata vita? Securitas et perpetua tranquillitas. Hanc dabit animi magnitudo, dabit constantia bene judicati tenax." A systematical study of the Stoics will convince every one that the end of their ethics, like that of the ethics of cynicism from which they sprang, is really nothing else than a life as free as possible from pain, and therefore as happy as possible. Whence it follows that the Stoical morality is only a special form of Eudæmonism. It is not, like the Indian, the Christian, and even the Platonic ethics, a metaphysical tendency, a transcendental end, but a completely immanent end, attainable in this life, the steadfast serenity, αταραξια, and unclouded happiness of the wise man, whom nothing can disturb. Yet it cannot be denied that the later Stoics, especially Arrian, sometimes lose sight of this end, and show a really ascetic tendency, which is to be attributed to the Christian and Oriental spirit in general, which was then already spreading. If we consider closely and seriously the goal of Stoicism, that αταραξια, we find in it merely a hardening and insensibility to the blow of fate, which a man attains to because he keeps ever present to his mind the shortness of life, the emptiness of pleasure, the instability of happiness, and has also discerned that the difference between happiness and unhappiness is very much less than our anticipation of both is wont to represent. But this is yet no state of happiness; it is only the patient endurance of sufferings which one has foreseen as irremediable. Yet magnanimity and worth consist in this, that one should bear silently and patiently what is irremediable, in melancholy peace, remaining always the same, while others pass from rejoicing to despair, and from despair to rejoicing. Accordingly one may also conceive of Stoicism as a spiritual hygiene, in accordance with which, just as one hardens the body against the influences of wind and weather, against fatigue and exertion, one has also to harden one's mind against misfortune, danger, loss, injustice, malice, perfidy, arrogance, and the folly of men. I remark further, καθηκοντα of the Stoics, which Cicero translates officia, signify as nearly as possible Obliegenheiten, or that which it befits the occasion to do; English, incumbencies; Italian, quel che tocca a me di fare o di lasciare, thus what it behooves a reasonable man to do. Finally, the pantheism of the Stoics, though absolutely inconsistent with many an exhortation of Arrian, is most distinctly expressed by Seneca: Quid est Deus? Mens universi. Quid est Deus? Quod vides totum, et quod non vides totum. Sic demum magnitudo sua illi reditur, qua nihil majus excogitari potest. Si solus est omnia, opus sum et extra, et intra tenet. End of chapter 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 17, on Man's Need of Metaphysics. Part 1. With the exception of man, no being wonders at its own existence; but it is to them all so much a matter of course that they do not observe it. The wisdom of nature speaks out of the peaceful glance of the brutes, for in them the will and the intellect are not yet so widely separated that they can be astonished at each other when they meet again. Thus here the whole phenomenon is still firmly attached to the stem of nature from which it has come, and is partaker of the unconscious omniscience of the Great Mother. Only after the inner being of nature, the will to live in its objectification has ascended, vigorous and cheerful, through the two series of unconscious existences, and then through the long and broad series of animals, does it attain at last to reflection for the first time on the entrance of reason, thus in man. Then it marvels at its own works, and asks itself what it itself is. Its wonder, however, is the more serious, as it here stands for the first time consciously in the presence of death, and besides the finiteness of all existence, the vanity of all effort forces itself more or less upon it. With this reflection and this wonder there arises therefore for man alone the need for a metaphysic; he is accordingly an animal metaphysicum. At the beginning of his consciousness certainly he also accepts himself as a matter of course. This does not last long, however, but very early, with the first dawn of reflection, that wonder already appears, which is some day to become the mother of metaphysics. In agreement with this, Aristotle also says at the beginning of his Metaphysics: διαγαρ το θαυμάζειν οι ανθρωποι καὶ νουν καὶ το πρώτον ηρξαντο φιλοσοφειν. Propter admirationem enim et nunc et primo inceperunt homines philosophari. Moreover, the special philosophical disposition consists primarily in this, that a man is capable of wonder beyond the ordinary and everyday degree, and is thus induced to make the universal of the phenomenon his problem, while the investigators in the natural sciences wonder only at exquisite or rare phenomena, and their problem is merely to refer these to phenomena which are better known. The lower a man stands in an intellectual regard, the less of a problem is existence itself for him. Everything, how it is and that it is, appears to him rather a matter of course. This rests upon the fact that his intellect still remains perfectly true to its original destiny of being serviceable to the will as the medium of motives, and therefore is closely bound up with the world and nature as an integral part of them. Consequently, it is very far from comprehending the world in a purely objective manner, freeing itself, so to speak, from the whole of things, opposing itself to this whole, and so for a while becoming as if self‐existent. On the other hand, the philosophical wonder which springs from this is conditioned in the individual by higher development of the intellect, yet in general not by this alone. But without doubt it is the knowledge of death, and along with this the consideration of the suffering and misery of life, which gives us the strongest impulse to philosophical reflection and metaphysical explanation of the world. If our life were endless and painless, it would perhaps occur to no one to ask why the world exists, and is just the kind of world it is, but everything would just be taken as a matter of course. In accordance with this, we find that the interest which philosophical and also religious systems inspire has always its strongest hold in the dogma of some kind of existence after death, and although the most recent systems seem to make the existence of their gods the main point, and to defend this most zealously, yet in reality this is only because they have connected their special dogma of immortality with this, and regard the one as inseparable from the other only on this account is it of importance to them. For if one could establish their doctrine of immortality for them in some other way, their lively zeal for their gods would at once cool, and it would give place almost to complete indifference if, conversely, the absolute impossibility of immortality were proved to them. For the interest in the existence of the gods would vanish with the hope of a closer acquaintance with them, to the residuum which might connect itself with their possible influence on the events of this present life. But if one could prove that continued existence after death is incompatible with the existence of gods, because, let us say, it presupposes originality of being, they would soon sacrifice the gods to their own immortality and become zealous for atheism. The fact that the materialistic systems properly so called, and also absolute scepticism, have never been able to obtain a general or lasting influence depends upon the same grounds. Temples and churches, pagodas and mosques, in all lands and in all ages, in splendour and vastness, testify to the metaphysical need of man, which, strong and ineradicable, follows close upon his physical need. Certainly, whoever is satirically inclined might add that this metaphysical need is a modest fellow who is content with poor fare. It sometimes allows itself to be satisfied with clumsy fables and insipid tales. If only imprinted early enough, they are for a man adequate explanations of his existence and supports of his morality. Consider, for example, the Koran. This wretched book was sufficient to found a religion of the world, to satisfy the metaphysical need of innumerable millions of men for 1200 years, to become the foundation of their morality and of no small contempt for death, and also to inspire them to bloody wars and most extended conquests. We find in it the saddest and the poorest form of theism. Much may be lost through the translations, but I have not been able to discover one single valuable thought in it. Such things show that metaphysical capacity does not go hand in hand with the metaphysical need. Yet it will appear that in the early ages of the present surface of the earth this was not the case, and that those who stood considerably nearer than we do to the beginning of the human race and the source of organic nature, had also both greater energy of the intuitive faculty of knowledge and a truer disposition of mind, so that they were capable of a purer, more direct comprehension of the inner being of nature, and were thus in a position to satisfy the metaphysical need in a more worthy manner. Thus originated in the primitive ancestors of the Brahmans, the Rishis, the almost superhuman conceptions which were afterwards set down in the Upanishads of the Vedas. On the other hand, there have never been wanting persons who were interested in deriving their living from that metaphysical need, and in making the utmost they could out of it. Therefore among all nations there are monopolists and farmers general of it, the priests. Yet their trade had everywhere to be assured to them in this way, that they received the right to impart their metaphysical dogmas to men at a very early age, before the judgment has awakened from its morning slumber, thus in early childhood; for then every well impressed dogma, however senseless it may be, remains for ever. If they had to wait till the judgment is ripe, their privileges could not continue. A second, though not a numerous class of persons, who derive their support from the metaphysical need of man, is constituted by those who live by philosophy. By the Greeks they were called sophists; by the moderns they are called professors of philosophy. Aristotle, in Metaphysics ii. 2, without hesitation numbers Aristippus among the sophists. In Diogenes Laertius (ii. 65) we find that the reason of this is that he was the first of the Socratics who accepted payment for his philosophy, on account of which Socrates also returned him his present. Among the moderns also those who live by philosophy are not only as a rule, and with the rarest exceptions, quite different from those who live for philosophy, but they are very often the opponents, the secret and irreconcilable enemies of the latter. For every true and important philosophical achievement will overshadow their own too much, and, moreover, cannot adapt itself to the views and limitations of their guild. Therefore it is always their endeavour to prevent such a work from making its way, and for this purpose, according to the age and circumstances in each case, the customary means are suppressing, concealing, hushing up, ignoring and keeping secret, or denying, disparaging, censuring, slandering, and distorting, or, finally, denouncing and persecuting. Hence many a great man has had to drag himself wearily through life unknown, unhonoured, unrewarded, till at last, after his death, the world became undeceived as to him and as to them. In the meanwhile they had attained their end, had been accepted by preventing him from being accepted, and with wife and child had lived by philosophy while he lived for it. But if he is dead, then the thing is reversed. The new generation of the former class, which always exists, now becomes heir to his achievements, cuts them down to its own measure, and now lives by him. That Kant could yet live both by and for philosophy depended on the rare circumstance that for the first time since Divus Antoninus and Divus Julianus a philosopher sat on the throne. Only under such auspices could the "Critique of Pure Reason" have seen the light. Scarcely was the king dead than we see that Kant also, seized with fear because he belonged to the guild, modified, expurgated, and spoiled his masterpiece in the second edition, and yet was soon in danger of losing his place; so that Campe invited him to come to him in Brunswick and live with him as the instructor of his family (Ansichten aus Kants Leben, p. 68). University philosophy is, as a rule, mere juggling. Its real aim is to impart to the students, in the deepest ground of their thought, that tendency of mind which the ministry that appoints to the professorships regards as consistent with its views. The ministry may also be perfectly right in this from a statesman's point of view; only the result of it is that such philosophy of the chair is a nervis alienis mobile lignum, and cannot be regarded as serious philosophy, but as the mere jest of it. Moreover, it is at any rate just that such inspection or guidance should extend only to the philosophy of the chair, and not to the real philosophy that is in earnest. For if anything in the world is worth wishing for, so well worth wishing for that even the ignorant and dull herd in its more reflective moments would prize it more than silver and gold, it is that a ray of light should fall on the obscurity of our being, and that we should gain some explanation of our mysterious existence, in which nothing is clear but its misery and its vanity. But even if this is in itself attainable, it is made impossible by imposed and compulsory solutions. We shall now subject to a general consideration the different ways of satisfying this strong metaphysical need. By metaphysics I understand all knowledge that pretends to transcend the possibility of experience, thus to transcend nature or the given phenomenal appearance of things, in order to give an explanation of that by which in some sense or other this experience or nature is conditioned; or, to speak in popular language, of that which is behind nature and makes it possible. But the great original diversity in the power of understanding, besides the cultivation of it, which demands much leisure, makes so great a difference between men that as soon as a people has emerged from the state of savages, no one metaphysic can serve for them all. Therefore among civilised nations we find throughout two different kinds of metaphysics, which are distinguished by the fact that the one has its evidence in itself, the other outside itself. Since the metaphysical systems of the first kind require reflection, culture, and leisure for the recognition of their evidence, they can be accessible only to a very small number of men, and moreover they can only arise and maintain their existence in the case of advanced civilisation. On the other hand, the systems of the second kind exclusively are for the great majority of men who are not capable of thinking, but only of believing, and who are not accessible to reasons, but only to authority. These systems may therefore be called metaphysics of the people, after the analogy of poetry of the people, and also wisdom of the people, by which is understood proverbs. These systems, however, are known under the name of religions, and are found among all nations, not excepting even the most savage. Their evidence is, as has been said, external, and as such is called revelation, which is authenticated by signs and miracles. Their arguments are principally threats of eternal, and indeed also temporal evils, directed against unbelievers and even against mere doubters. As ultima ratio theologorum we find among many nations the stake or things similar to it. If they seek a different authentication, or if they make use of other arguments, they already make the transition into the systems of the first kind, and may degenerate into a mixture of the two, which brings more danger than advantage, for their invaluable prerogative of being imparted to children gives them the surest guarantee of the permanent possession of the mind, for thereby their dogmas grow into a kind of second inborn intellect, like the twig upon the grafted tree; while on the other hand the systems of the first kind only appeal to grown‐up people, and in them always find a system of the second kind already in possession of their convictions. Both kinds of metaphysics, whose difference may be briefly expressed by the words reason, conviction, and faith, have this in common, that every one of their particular systems stands in a hostile relation to all the others of its kind. Between those of the first kind, war is waged only with word and pen; between those of the second, with fire and sword as well. Several of the latter owe their propagation in part to this last kind of polemic, and all have by degrees divided the earth between them, and indeed with such decided authority that the peoples of the earth are distinguished and separated more according to them than according to nationality or government. They alone reign, each in its own province. The systems of the first kind, on the contrary, are at the most tolerated, and even this only because, on account of the small number of their adherents, they are for the most part not considered worth the trouble of combating with fire and sword; although, where it seemed necessary, these also have been employed against them with effect. Besides, they occur only in a sporadic form. Yet in general they have only been endured in a tamed and subjugated condition, for the system of the second kind which prevailed in the country ordered them to conform their teaching more or less closely to its own. Sometimes it not only subjugated them, but even employed their services and used them as a support, which is, however, a dangerous experiment. For these systems of the first kind, since they are deprived of power, believe they may advance themselves by craft, and never entirely lay aside a secret ill will, which at times comes unexpectedly into prominence, and inflicts injuries which are hard to heal. For they are further made the more dangerous by the fact that all the real sciences, not even excepting the most innocent, are their secret allies against the systems of the second kind, and without themselves being openly at war with the latter, suddenly and unexpectedly do great mischief in their province. Besides, the attempt which is aimed at by the enlistment referred to of the services of the systems of the first kind by the second, the attempt to add an inner authentication to a system whose original authentication was external, is in its nature perilous, for if it were capable of such an authentication it would never have required an external one. And in general it is always a hazardous thing to attempt to place a new foundation under a finished structure. Moreover, how should a religion require the suffrage of a philosophy? It has everything upon its side: revelation, tradition, miracles, prophecies, the protection of the government, the highest rank, as is due to the truth, the consent and reverence of all, 1,000 temples in which it is proclaimed and practised, bands of sworn priests, and, what is more than all, the invaluable privilege of being allowed to imprint its doctrines on the mind at the tender age of childhood, whereby they become almost like innate ideas. With such wealth of means at its disposal, still to desire the assent of poor philosophers it must be more covetous, or to care about their contradiction it must be more fearful, than seems to be compatible with a good conscience. To the distinction established above between metaphysics of the first and of the second kind, we have yet to add the following. A system of the first kind, thus a philosophy, makes the claim, and has therefore the obligation in everything that it says, sensu stricto et proprio, to be true, for it appeals to thought and conviction. A religion, on the other hand, being intended for the innumerable multitude, who, since they are incapable of examination and thought, would never comprehend the profoundest and most difficult truths sensu proprio, has only the obligation to be true sensu allegorico. Truth cannot appear naked before the people. A symptom of this allegorical nature of religions is the mysteries, which are to be found perhaps in them all; certain dogmas which cannot even be distinctly thought, not to speak of being literally true. Indeed, perhaps it might be asserted that some absolute contradictions, some actual absurdities, are an essential ingredient in a complete religion, for these are just the stamp of its allegorical nature, and the only adequate means of making the ordinary mind and the uncultured understanding feel what would be incomprehensible to it, that religion has ultimately to do with quite a different order of things, with an order of things in themselves, in the presence of which the laws of this phenomenal world, in conformity with which it must speak, vanish, and that therefore not only the contradictory but also the comprehensible dogmas are really only allegories and accommodations to the human power of comprehension. It seems to me that it was in this spirit that Augustine and even Luther adhered to the mysteries of Christianity in opposition to Pelagianism, which sought to reduce everything to the dull level of comprehensibility. From this point of view, it is also conceivable how Tertullian could say in all seriousness, prorsus credibile est, quia ineptum est, certum est, quia impossibile. De carne Christi, 5. This allegorical nature of religions makes them independent of the proofs which are incumbent on philosophy, and in general withdraws them from investigation. Instead of this they require faith, that is, a voluntary admission that such is the state of the case. Since, then, faith guides action, and the allegory is always so framed that as regards the practical it leads precisely to that which the truth sensu proprio would also lead to, religion is justified in promising to those who believe eternal salvation. Thus we see that in the main, and for the great majority, who cannot apply themselves to thought, religions very well supply the place of metaphysics in general, the need of which man feels to be imperative. They do this partly in a practical interest as the guiding star of their action, the unfurled standard of integrity and virtue, as Kant admirably expresses it, partly as the indispensable comfort in the heavy sorrows of life, in which capacity they fully supply the place of an objectively true metaphysic, because they lift man above himself and his existence in time, as well perhaps as such a metaphysic ever could. In this their great value, and indeed necessity, shows itself very clearly. For Plato says, and says rightly, philosophon plethos adunatan enai, that is, vulgus philosophum esse impossibile est, the Republic, 6, p. 89. On the other hand, the only stumbling stone is this, that religions never dare to confess their allegorical nature, but have to assert that they are true sensu proprio; they thereby encroach on the province of metaphysics proper, and call forth the antagonism of the latter, which has therefore expressed itself at all times when it was not chained up. The controversy which is so perseveringly carried on in our own day between supernaturalists and rationalists also rests on the failure to recognise the allegorical nature of all religion. Both wish to have Christianity true sensu proprio. In this sense the former wish to maintain it without deduction, as it were with skin and hair, and thus they have a hard stand to make against the knowledge and general culture of the age. The latter wish to explain away all that is properly Christian, whereupon they retain something which is neither sensu proprio nor sensu allegorico true, but rather a mere platitude, little better than Judaism, or at the most a shallow Pelagianism, and what is worst, an abject optimism, absolutely foreign to Christianity proper. Moreover, the attempt to found a religion upon reason removes it into the other class of metaphysics, that which has its authentication in itself, thus to the foreign ground of the philosophical systems, and into the conflict which these wage against each other in their own arena, and consequently exposes it to the light fire of scepticism and the heavy artillery of the critique of pure reason. But for it to venture there would be clear presumption. End of chapter 17, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17, part 2. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 17, On Man's Need of Metaphysics, Part 2. It would be most beneficial to both kinds of metaphysics that each of them should remain clearly separated from the other and confine itself to its own province, that it may there be able to develop its nature fully. Instead of which, through the whole Christian era, the endeavour has been made to bring about a fusion of the two, for the dogmas and conceptions of the one have been carried over into the other, whereby both are spoiled. This has taken place in the most open manner in our own day, in that strange hermaphrodite or centaur, the so‐called philosophy of religion, which, as a kind of gnosis, endeavours to interpret the given religion, and to explain what is true sensu allegorico through something which is true sensu proprio. But for this we would have to know and possess the truth sensu proprio already, and in that case such an interpretation would be superfluous. For to seek first to find metaphysics, that is, the truth sensu proprio, merely out of religion, by explanation and interpretation, would be a doubtful and dangerous undertaking, to which one would only make up one's mind if it were proved that truth, like iron and other base metals, could only be found in a mixed, not in a pure form, and therefore one could only obtain it by reduction from the mixed ore. Religions are necessary for the people, and an inestimable benefit to them; but if they oppose themselves to the progress of mankind in the knowledge of the truth, they must with the utmost possible forbearance be set aside. And to require that a great mind, a Shakespeare, a Goethe, should make the dogmas of any religion implicitly bona fide et sensu proprio, his conviction is to require that a giant should put on the shoe of a dwarf. Religions, being calculated with reference to the power of comprehension of the great mass of men, can only have indirect, not immediate truth. To require of them the latter is as if one wished to read the letters set up in the form chase instead of their impression. The value of a religion will accordingly depend upon the greater or less content of truth which it contains under the veil of allegory, and then upon the greater or less distinctness with which it becomes visible through this veil, thus upon the transparency of the latter. It almost seems that as the oldest languages are the most perfect, So also are the oldest religions. If I were to take the results of my philosophy as a standard of truth, I would be obliged to concede to Buddhism the preeminence over the rest. In any case, it must be a satisfaction to me to see my teaching in such close agreement with a religion which the majority of men upon the earth hold as their own, for it numbers far more adherents than any other. This agreement, however, must be the more satisfactory to me because in my philosophizing I have certainly not been under its influence. For up till 1818, when my work appeared, there were very few, exceedingly incomplete and scanty accounts of Buddhism to be found in Europe, which were almost entirely limited to a few essays in the earlier volumes of Asiatic Researches, and were principally concerned with the Buddhism of the Burmese. Only since then has fuller information about this religion gradually reached us, chiefly through the profound and instructive essays of the meritorious member of the St. Petersburg Academy, J. Schmidt, in the proceedings of his Academy, and then little by little through several English and French scholars, so that I was able to give a fairly numerous list of the best works on this religion in my work "Über den Willen in der Natur" under the heading Sinologie. Unfortunately, Casoma Corossi, that persevering Hungarian, who in order to study the language and sacred writings of Buddhism spent many years in Tibet, and for the most part in Buddhist monasteries, was carried off by death just as he was beginning to work out for us the results of his researches. I cannot, however, deny the pleasure with which I read in his provisional accounts several passages cited directly from the Kagyur itself. For example, the following conversation of the dying Buddha with Brahma, who is doing him homage. There is a description of their conversation on the subject of creation: by whom was the world made? Shakya asks several questions of Brahma: whether was it he who made or produced such and such things, and endowed or blessed them with such and such virtues or properties? Whether was it he who caused the several revolutions in the destruction and regeneration of the world? He denies that he had ever done anything to that effect. At last he himself asks Shakya how the world was made, by whom. Here are attributed all changes in the world to the moral works of the animal beings, and it is stated that in the world all is illusion, there is no reality in the things, all is empty. Brahma, being instructed in his doctrine, becomes his follower. Asiatic Researches, vol. 20, p. 434. I cannot place, as is always done, the fundamental difference of all religions in the question whether they are monotheistic, polytheistic, pantheistic, or atheistic, but only in the question whether they are optimistic or pessimistic, that is, whether they present the existence of the world as justified by itself, and therefore praise and value it, or regard it as something that can only be conceived as the consequence of our guilt, and therefore properly ought not to be, because they recognize that pain and death cannot lie in the eternal, original, and immutable order of things, in that which in every respect ought to be. The power by virtue of which Christianity was able to overcome first Judaism and then the heathenism of Greece and Rome lies solely in its pessimism, in the confession that our state is both exceedingly wretched and sinful, while Judaism and heathenism were optimistic. That truth, profoundly and painfully felt by all, penetrated and bore in its train the need of redemption. I turn to a general consideration of the other kind of metaphysics, that which has its authentication in itself and is called philosophy. I remind the reader of its origin, mentioned above, in a wonder concerning the world and our own existence, inasmuch as these press upon the intellect as a riddle, the solution of which therefore occupies mankind without intermission. Here, then, I wish first of all to draw attention to the fact that this could not be the case if, in Spinoza's sense, which in our own day has so often been brought forward again under modern forms and expositions as pantheism, the world were an absolute substance, and therefore an absolutely necessary existence. For this means that it exists with so great a necessity that beside it every other necessity comprehensible to our understanding as such must appear as an accident. It would then be something which comprehended in itself not only all actual, but also all possible existence; so that, as Spinoza indeed declares, its possibility and its actuality would be absolutely one. Its non‐being would therefore be impossibility itself; thus it would be something the non‐being or other being of which must be completely inconceivable, and which could therefore just as little be thought away as, for example, space or time. And since further we ourselves would be parts, modes, attributes, or accidents of such an absolute substance, which would be the only thing that in any case could ever or anywhere exist, our and its existence, together with its properties, would necessarily be very far from presenting itself to us as remarkable, problematical, and indeed as an unfathomable and ever disquieting riddle, but on the contrary would be far more self‐evident than that two and two make four. For we would necessarily be incapable of thinking anything else than that the world is and is as it is, and therefore we would necessarily be as little conscious of its existence as such, that is, as a problem for reflection, as we are of the incredibly fast motion of our planet. All this, however, is absolutely not the case. Only to the brutes, who are without thought, does the world and existence appear as a matter of course. To man, on the contrary, it is a problem, of which even the most uneducated and narrow‐minded becomes vividly conscious in certain brighter moments, but which enters more distinctly and more permanently into the consciousness of each one of us the clearer and more enlightened that consciousness is, and the more material for thought it has acquired through culture, which all ultimately rises in minds that are naturally adapted for philosophizing to Plato's thaumazein, μαλα φιλοσοφικον pathos, that is, mirare valde philosophicus affectus, that is, to that wonder which comprehends in its whole magnitude that problem which unceasingly occupies the nobler portion of mankind in every age and in every land, and gives it no rest. In fact, the pendulum which keeps in motion the clock of metaphysics that never runs down is the consciousness that the non‐existence of this world is just as possible as its existence. Thus, then, the Spinozistic view of it as an absolutely necessary existence, that is, as something that absolutely and in every sense ought to and must be, is a false one. Even simple theism, since in its cosmological proof it tacitly starts by inferring the previous non‐existence of the world from its existence, thereby assumes beforehand that the world is something contingent. Nay, what is more, we very soon apprehend the world as something the non‐existence of which is not only conceivable, but indeed preferable to its existence. Therefore our wonder at it easily passes into a brooding over the fatality which could yet call forth its existence, and by virtue of which such stupendous power as is demanded for the production and maintenance of such a world could be directed so much against its own interest. The philosophical astonishment is therefore at bottom perplexed and melancholy. Philosophy, like the overture to Don Juan, commences with a minor chord. It follows from this that it can neither be Spinozism nor optimism. The more special nature, which has just been indicated, of the astonishment which leads us to philosophize clearly, springs from the sight of the suffering and the wickedness in the world, which, even if they were in the most just proportion to each other, and also were far outweighed by good, are yet something which absolutely and in general ought not to be. But since now nothing can come out of nothing, these also must have their germ in the origin or in the kernel of the world itself. It is hard for us to assume this if we look at the magnitude, the order and completeness of the physical world. For it seems to us that what had the power to produce such a world must have been able to avoid the suffering and the wickedness. That assumption, the truest expression of which is Ormuzd and Ahrimines, it is easy to conceive, is hardest of all for theism. Therefore the freedom of the will was primarily invented to account for wickedness. But this is only a concealed way of making something out of nothing, for it assumes an operari that proceeds from no esse. See Die beiden Grundprobleme der Ethik, p. 58 and following, second edition, p. 57 and following. Then it was sought to get rid of evil by attributing it to matter, or to unavoidable necessity, whereby the devil, who is really the right expediens ad hoc, was unwillingly set aside. To evil also belongs death. But wickedness is only the throwing of the existing evil from oneself on to another. Thus, as was said above, it is wickedness, evil, and death that qualify and intensify the philosophical astonishment. Not merely that the world exists, but still more that it is such a wretched world, is the punctum pruriens of metaphysics, the problem which awakens in mankind an unrest that cannot be quieted by scepticism, nor yet by criticism. We find physics also, in the widest sense of the word, occupied with the explanation of the phenomena in the world; but it lies in the very nature of its explanations themselves that they cannot be sufficient. Physics cannot stand on its own feet, but requires a metaphysic to lean upon, whatever airs it may give itself towards the latter. For it explains the phenomena by something still more unknown than they are themselves, by laws of nature resting upon forces of nature, to which the power of life also belongs. Certainly the whole present condition of all things in the world or in nature must necessarily be explicable from purely physical causes. But such an explanation, supposing one actually succeeded so far as to be able to give it, must always just as necessarily be tainted with two imperfections, as it were with two sores, or like Achilles with the vulnerable heel, or the devil with the horse's hoof; on account of which everything so explained really remains still unexplained. First, with this imperfection, that the beginning of every explanatory chain of causes and effects, that is, of connected changes, can absolutely never be reached, but just like the limits of the world in space and time, unceasingly recedes in infinito. Secondly, with this, that the whole of the efficient causes out of which everything is explained constantly rest upon something which is completely inexplicable, the original qualities of things and the natural forces which play a prominent part among them, by virtue of which they produce a specific kind of effect, for example, weight, hardness, impulsive force, elasticity, warmth, electricity, chemical forces, &c., and which now remain in every explanation which is given, like an unknown quantity which absolutely cannot be eliminated in an otherwise perfectly solved algebraical equation. Accordingly there is no fragment of clay, however little worth, that is not entirely composed of inexplicable qualities. Thus these two inevitable defects in every purely physical, that is, causal explanation, show that such an explanation can only be relative, and that its whole method and nature cannot be the only one, the ultimate, and thus the sufficient one, that is, cannot be the method of explanation that can ever lead to the satisfactory solution of the difficult riddle of things, and to the true understanding of the world and existence; but that the physical explanation in general, and as such, requires further a metaphysical explanation, which affords us the key to all its assumptions, but just on this account must necessarily follow quite a different path. The first step to this is that one should bring to distinct consciousness and firmly retain the difference of the two, hence the difference between physics and metaphysics. It rests in general on the Kantian distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself. Just because Kant held the latter to be absolutely unknowable, there was, according to him, no metaphysics, but merely immanent knowledge, that is, physics, which throughout can speak only of phenomena, and also a critique of the reason which strives after metaphysics. Here, however, in order to show the true point of connection between my philosophy and that of Kant, I shall anticipate the second book, and give prominence to the fact that Kant, in his beautiful exposition of the compatibility of freedom and necessity (Critique of Pure Reason, first edition, p. 532 554, and Critique of Practical Reason, p. 224 231 of Rosenkranz's edition), shows how one and the same action may in one aspect be perfectly explicable as necessarily arising from the character of the man, the influence to which he has been subject in the course of his life, and the motives which are now present to him, but yet in another aspect must be regarded as the work of his free will. And in the same sense, he says (§ 53 of the Prolegomena), Certainly natural necessity will belong to every connection of cause and effect in the world of sense. Yet, on the other hand, freedom will be conceded to that cause which is not itself a phenomenon, though indeed it is the ground of phenomena. Thus nature and freedom may without contradiction be attributed to the same thing, but in a different reference, in the one case as a phenomenon, in the other case as a thing in itself. What then Kant teaches of the phenomenon of man and his action, my teaching extends to all phenomena in nature, in that it makes the will, as a thing in itself, their foundation. This proceeding is justified first of all by the fact that it must not be assumed that man is specifically toto genere radically different from the other beings and things in nature, but rather that he is different only in degree. I turn back from this premature digression to our consideration of the inadequacy of physics to afford us the ultimate explanation of things. I say, then, everything certainly is physical, but yet nothing is explicable physically. End of chapter 17, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17, part 3. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 17. On Man's Need of Metaphysics. Part 3. As for the motion of the projected bullet, so also for the thinking of the brain, a physical explanation must ultimately be in itself possible, which would make the latter just as comprehensible as is the former. But even the former, which we imagine we understand so perfectly, is at bottom as obscure to us as the latter, for what the inner nature of expansion in space may be, of impenetrability, mobility, hardness, elasticity, and gravity, remains after all physical explanations a mystery, just as much as thought. But because in the case of thought the inexplicable appears most immediately, a spring was at once made here from physics to metaphysics, and a substance of quite a different kind from all corporeal substances was hypostasised, a soul was set up in the brain. But if one had not been so dull as only to be capable of being struck by the most remarkable of phenomena, one would have had to explain digestion by a soul in the stomach, vegetation by a soul in the plant, affinity by a soul in the reagents, nay, the falling of a stone by a soul in the stone. For the quality of every unorganised body is just as mysterious as the life in the living body. In the same way, therefore, the physical explanation strikes everywhere upon what is metaphysical, by which it is annihilated, that is, it ceases to be explanation. Strictly speaking, it may be asserted that no natural science really achieves anything more than what is also achieved by botany, the bringing together of similars, classification; a physical system which asserted that its explanation of things, in the particular from causes, and in general from forces, were really sufficient, and thus exhausted the nature of the world, would be the true naturalism. From Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus, down to the Système de la Nature, and further to Delamarck, Cabanis, and to the materialism that has again been warmed up in the last few years, we can trace the persistent attempt to set up a system of physics without metaphysics, that is, a system which would make the phenomenon the thing in itself. But all their explanations seek to conceal from the explainers themselves and from others that they simply assume the principal matter without more ado. They endeavour to show that all phenomena, even those of mind, are physical, and they are right; only they do not see that all that is physical is in another aspect also metaphysical. But without Kant this is indeed difficult to see, for it presupposes the distinction of the phenomenon from the thing in itself. Yet without this Aristotle, much as he was inclined to empiricism, and far as he was removed from the Platonic hyperphysics, kept himself free from this limited point of view.
He says, "Emen unmi estitis etira ousia paratas phuse funesticuias, ifusiki an ein proti epistemi e de estitis ousia acinitas, auti protera kai philosophia proti kai katholu utos oti proti kai peri tu ontas ion tautis an ei theorisai." That is, si igitur non est aliqua alia substantia praeter eas, quae natura consistunt, physica profecto prima scientia esset, quodsi autem est aliqua substantia immobilis, haec prior et philosophia prima, et universalis sic, quod prima, et de ente prout ens est, speculari huius est. Metaphysics, 5.1. Such an absolute system of physics as is described above, which leaves room for no metaphysics, would make the natura naturata into the natura naturans; it would be physics established on the throne of metaphysics, yet it would comport itself in this high position almost like Holberg's theatrical would‐be politician who was made burgomaster. Indeed, behind the reproach of atheism, in itself absurd, and for the most part malicious, there lies as its inner meaning and truth, which gives it strength, the obscure conception of such an absolute system of physics without metaphysics. Certainly such a system would necessarily be destructive of ethics. And while theism has falsely been held to be inseparable from morality, this is really true only of metaphysics in general, that is, of the knowledge that the order of nature is not the only and absolute order of things. Therefore we may set up this as the necessary credo of all just and good men: I believe in metaphysics. In this respect it is important and necessary that one should convince oneself of the untenable nature of an absolute system of physics. All the more as this, the true naturalism, is a point of view which of its own accord and ever anew presses itself upon a man, and can only be done away with through profound speculation. In this respect, however, all kinds of systems and faiths, so far and so long as they are accepted, certainly serve as a substitute for such speculation; but that a fundamentally false view presses itself upon man of its own accord, and must first be skilfully removed, is explicable from the fact that the intellect is not originally intended to instruct us concerning the nature of things, but only to show us their relations with reference to our will. It is, as we shall find in the second book, only the medium of motives. Now, that the world schematises itself in the intellect in a manner which exhibits quite a different order of things from the absolutely true one, because it shows us not their kernel, but only their outer shell, happens accidentally, and cannot be used as a reproach to the intellect. All the less as it nevertheless finds in itself the means of rectifying this error, and that it arrives at the distinction between the phenomenal appearance and the inner being of things, which distinction existed in substance at all times, only for the most part was very imperfectly brought to consciousness, and therefore was inadequately expressed, indeed often appeared in strange clothing. The Christian mystics, when they call it the light of nature, declare the intellect to be inadequate to the comprehension of the true nature of things. It is, as it were, a mere surface force, like electricity, and does not penetrate to the inner being. The insufficiency of pure naturalism appears, as we have said, first of all, on the empirical path itself, through the circumstance that every physical explanation explains the particular from its cause. But the chain of these causes, as we know a priori, and therefore with perfect certainty, runs back to infinity, so that absolutely no cause could ever be the first. Then, however, the effect of every cause is referred to a law of nature, and this finally to a force of nature, which now remains as the absolutely inexplicable. But this inexplicable, to which all phenomena of this so clearly given and naturally explicable world, from the highest to the lowest, are referred, just shows that the whole nature of such explanation is only conditional, as it were only ex concessis,
and by no means the true and sufficient one. Therefore I said above that physically everything and nothing is explicable. That absolutely inexplicable element which pervades all phenomena, which is most striking in the highest, for example in generation, but yet is just as truly present in the lowest, for example in mechanical phenomena, points to an entirely different kind of order of things lying at the foundation of the physical order, which is just what Kant calls the order of things in themselves, and which is the goal of metaphysics. But secondly, the insufficiency of pure naturalism comes out clearly from that fundamental philosophical truth which we have fully considered in the first half of this book, and which is also the theme of the Critique of Pure Reason: the truth that every object, both as regards its objective existence in general, and as regards the manner (forms) of this existence, is throughout conditioned by the knowing subject, hence is merely a phenomenon, not a thing in itself. This is explained in § 7 of the first volume, and it is there shown that nothing can be more clumsy than that after the manner of all materialists one should blindly take the objective as simply given in order to derive everything from it without paying any regard to the subjective, through which, however, nay, in which alone, the former exists. Samples of this procedure are most readily afforded us by the fashionable materialism of our own day, which has thereby become a philosophy well suited for barbers' and apothecaries' apprentices. For it, in its innocence, matter, assumed without reflection as absolutely real, is the thing in itself, and the one capacity of a thing in itself is impulsive force, for all other qualities can only be manifestations of this. With naturalism, then, or the purely physical way of looking at things, we shall never attain our end. It is like a sum that never comes out. Causal series without beginning or end, fundamental forces which are inscrutable, endless space, beginningless time, infinite divisibility of matter, and all this further conditioned by a knowing brain, in which alone it exists just like a dream, and without which it vanishes, constitute the labyrinth in which naturalism leads us ceaselessly round. The height to which in our time the natural sciences have risen in this respect entirely throws into the shade all previous centuries, and is a summit which mankind reaches for the first time. But however great are the advances which physics, understood in the wide sense of the ancients, may make, not the smallest step towards metaphysics is thereby taken, just as a plane can never obtain cubical content by being indefinitely extended. For all such advances will only perfect our knowledge of the phenomenon, while metaphysics strives to pass beyond the phenomenal appearance itself to that which so appears. And if indeed it had the assistance of an entire and complete experience, it would, as regards the main point, be in no way advantaged by it. Nay, even if one wandered through all the planets and fixed stars, one would thereby have made no step in metaphysics. It is rather the case that the greatest advances of physics will make the need of metaphysics ever more felt, for it is just the corrected, extended, and more thorough knowledge of nature which on the one hand always undermines and ultimately overthrows the metaphysical assumptions which till then have prevailed, but on the other hand presents the problem of metaphysics itself more distinctly, more correctly, and more fully, and separates it more clearly from all that is merely physical. Moreover, the more perfectly and accurately known nature of the particular thing more pressingly demands the explanation of the whole and the general, which, the more correctly, thoroughly, and completely it is known empirically, only presents itself as the more mysterious. Certainly the individual, simple investigator of nature, in a special branch of physics, does not at once become clearly conscious of all this. He rather sleeps contentedly by the side of his chosen maid in the house of Odysseus, banishing all thoughts of Penelope (compare chapter 12 at the end). Hence we see at the present day the husk of nature investigated in its minutest details, the intestines of intestinal worms, and the vermin of vermin known to a nicety. But if some one comes, as for example I do, and speaks of the kernel of nature, they will not listen. They even think it has nothing to do with the matter, and go on sifting their husks. One finds oneself tempted to call that over microscopical and micrological investigator of nature the Kantquian of nature. But those persons who believe that crucibles and retorts are the true and only source of all wisdom are in their own way just as perverse as were formerly their antipodes, the Scholastics. As the latter, absolutely confined to their abstract conceptions, use these as their weapons, neither knowing nor investigating anything outside them, so the former, absolutely confined to their empiricism, allow nothing to be true except what their eyes behold, and believe they can thus arrive at the ultimate ground of things, not discerning that between the phenomenon and that which manifests itself in it, the thing in itself, there is a deep gulf, a radical difference, which can only be cleared up by the knowledge and accurate delimitation of the subjective element of the phenomenon, and the insight that the ultimate and most important conclusions concerning the nature of things can only be drawn from self‐consciousness. Yet without all this one cannot advance a step beyond what is directly given to the senses, thus can get no further than to the problem. Yet, on the other hand, it is to be observed that the most perfect possible knowledge of nature is the corrected statement of the problem of metaphysics. Therefore no one ought to venture upon this without having first acquired a knowledge of all the branches of natural science, which, though general, shall be thorough, clear, and connected, for the problem must precede its solution. Then, however, the investigator must turn his glance inward, for the intellectual and ethical phenomena are more important than the physical, in the same proportion as, for example, animal magnetism is a far more important phenomenon than mineral magnetism. The last fundamental secret man carries within himself, and this is accessible to him in the most immediate manner. Therefore it is only here that he can hope to find the key to the riddle of the world and gain a clue to the nature of all things. The special province of metaphysics thus certainly lies in what has been called mental philosophy. "The ranks of living creatures thou dost lead before me, teaching me to know my brothers in air and water and the silent wood. Then to the cave secure thou leadest me, then show'st me mine own self, and in my breast the deep mysterious miracles unfold." Finally, then, as regards the source or the foundation of metaphysical knowledge, I have already declared myself above to be opposed to the assumption, which is even repeated by Kant, that it must lie in mere conceptions. In no knowledge can conceptions be what is first, for they are always derived from some perception. What has led, however, to that assumption is probably the example of mathematics. Mathematics can leave perception altogether, and, as is especially the case in algebra, trigonometry, and analysis, can operate with purely abstract conceptions, nay, with conceptions which are represented only by signs instead of words, and can yet arrive at a perfectly certain result, which is still so remote that any one who adhered to the firm ground of perception could not arrive at it. But the possibility of this depends, as Kant has clearly shown, on the fact that the conceptions of mathematics are derived from the most certain and definite of all perceptions, from the a priori and yet intuitively known relations of quantity, and can therefore be constantly realised again and controlled by these, either arithmetically, by performing the calculations which are merely indicated by those signs, or geometrically, by means of what Kant calls the construction of the conceptions. This advantage, on the other hand, is not possessed by the conceptions out of which it was believed metaphysics could be built up, such, for example, as essence, being, substance, perfection, necessity, reality, finite, infinite, absolute, ground, &c. For such conceptions are by no means original, as fallen from heaven, or innate, but they also, like all conceptions, are derived from perceptions, and as, unlike the conceptions of mathematics, they do not contain the mere form of perception, but more, empirical perceptions must lie at their foundation. Thus nothing can be drawn from them which the empirical perceptions did not also contain, that is, nothing which was not a matter of experience, and which, since these conceptions are very wide abstractions, we would receive with much greater certainty at first hand from experience. for from conceptions nothing more can ever be drawn than the perceptions from which they are derived contain. If we desire pure conceptions, that is, such as have no empirical source, the only ones that can be produced are those which concern space and time, that is, the merely formal part of perception, consequently only the mathematical conceptions, or at most also the conception of causality, which indeed does not originate in experience, but yet only comes into consciousness by means of it, first in sense perception. Therefore experience indeed is only possible by means of it. But it also is only valid in the sphere of experience, on which account Kant has shown that it only serves to communicate the connection of experience, and not to transcend it; that thus it admits only of physical application, not of metaphysical. Certainly only its a priori origin can give apodictic certainty to any knowledge, but this limits it to the mere form of experience in general, for it shows that it is conditioned by the subjective nature of the intellect. Such knowledge, then, far from taking us beyond experience, gives only one part of experience itself, the formal part, which belongs to it throughout, and therefore is universal, consequently mere form without content. Since now metaphysics can least of all be confined to this, it must have also empirical sources of knowledge; therefore that preconceived ideas of a metaphysic to be found purely a priori is necessarily vain. It is really a petitio principii of Kant's, which he expresses most distinctly in § 1 of the Prolegomena, that metaphysics must not draw its fundamental conceptions and principles from experience. In this it is assumed beforehand that only what we knew before all experience can extend beyond all possible experience. Supported by this, Kant then comes and shows that all such knowledge is nothing more than the form of the intellect for the purpose of experience, and consequently can never lead beyond experience, from which he then rightly deduces the impossibility of all metaphysics. But does it not rather seem utterly perverse that in order to discover the secret of experience, that is, of the world which alone lies before us, we should look quite away from it, ignore its content, and take and use for its material only the empty forms of which we are conscious a priori? Is it not rather in keeping with the matter that the science of experience in general, and as such, should also be drawn from experience? Its problem itself is given it empirically. Why should not the solution of it call in the assistance of experience? Is it not senseless that he who speaks of the nature of things should not look at things themselves, but should confine himself to certain abstract conceptions? The task of metaphysics is certainly not the observation of particular experiences, but yet it is the correct explanation of experience as a whole. Its foundation must therefore at any rate be of an empirical nature. Indeed, the a priori nature of a part of human knowledge will be apprehended by it as a given fact, from which it will infer the subjective origin of the same. Only because the consciousness of its a priori nature accompanies it is it called by Kant transcendental as distinguished from transcendent, which signifies passing beyond all possibility of experience, and has its opposite in immanent, that is, remaining within the limits of experience. I gladly recall the original meaning of this expression introduced by Kant, with which, as also with that of the categories and many others, the apes of philosophy carry on their game at the present day. Now, besides this, the source of the knowledge of metaphysics is not outer experience alone, but also inner. Indeed, what is most peculiar to it, that by which the decisive step which alone can solve the great question becomes possible for it, consists, as I have fully and thoroughly proved in "Über den Willen in der Natur," under the heading "Physische Astronomie," in this, that at the right place it combines outer experience with inner, and uses the latter as a key to the former. End of chapter 17, part 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17, part 4. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R. B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 17, On Man's Need of Metaphysics. Part 4. The origin of metaphysics in empirical sources of knowledge, which is here set forth and which cannot fairly be denied, deprives it certainly of that kind of apodictic certainty which is only possible through knowledge a priori. This remains the possession of logic and mathematics, sciences, however, which really only teach what every one knows already, though not distinctly. At most, the primary elements of natural science may also be deduced from knowledge a priori. By this confession metaphysics only surrenders an ancient claim, which, according to what has been said above, rested upon misunderstanding, and against which the great diversity and changeableness of metaphysical systems, and also the constantly accompanying scepticism in every age has testified. Yet against the possibility of metaphysics in general this changeableness cannot be urged, for the same thing affects just as much all branches of natural science, chemistry, physics, geology, zoology, etc., and even history has not remained exempt from it. But when once, as far as the limits of human intellect allow, a true system of metaphysics shall have been found, the unchangeableness of a science which is known a priori will yet belong to it, for its foundation can only be experience in general, and not the particular and special experiences, by which, on the other hand, the natural sciences are constantly modified, and new material is always being provided for history. For experience as a whole and in general will never change its character for a new one. The next question is, how can a science drawn from experience pass beyond it and so merit the name of metaphysics? It cannot do so, perhaps, in the same way as we find a fourth number from three proportionate ones, or a triangle from two sides and an angle. This was the way of the pre‐Kantian dogmatism, which, according to certain laws known to us a priori, sought to reason from the given to the not given, from the consequent to the reason, thus from experience to that which could not possibly be given in any experience. Kant proved the impossibility of a metaphysic upon this path, in that he showed that although these laws were not drawn from experience, they were only valid for experience. He therefore rightly taught that in such a way we cannot transcend the possibility of all experience. But there are other paths to metaphysics. The whole of experience is like a cryptograph, and philosophy the deciphering of it, the correctness of which is proved by the connection appearing everywhere. If this whole is only profoundly enough comprehended, and the inner experience is connected with the outer, it must be capable of being interpreted, explained from itself. Since Kant has irrefutably proved to us that experience in general proceeds from two elements, the forms of knowledge and the inner nature of things, and that these two may be distinguished in experience from each other as that of which we are conscious a priori, and that which is added a posteriori, it is possible at least in general to say what in the given experience, which is primarily merely phenomenal, belongs to the form of this phenomenon, conditioned by the intellect, and what, after deducting this, remains over for the thing in itself. And although no one can discern the thing in itself through the veil of the forms of perception, on the other hand every one carries it in himself, indeed is it himself, therefore in self‐consciousness it must be in some way accessible to him, even though only conditionally. Thus the bridge by which metaphysics passes beyond experience is nothing else than that analysis of experience into phenomenon and thing in itself, in which I have placed Kant's greatest merit. For it contains the proof of a kernel of the phenomenon different from the phenomenon itself. This can indeed never be entirely separated from the phenomenon, and regarded in itself as an ens extramundanum, but is always known only in its relations to and connections with the phenomenon itself. But the interpretation and explanation of the latter, in relation to the former, which is its inner kernel, is capable of affording us information with regard to it which does not otherwise come into consciousness. In this sense, then, metaphysics goes beyond the phenomenon, that is, nature, to that which is concealed in or behind it, το μετα το φυσικον, always regarding it, however, merely as that which manifests itself in the phenomenon, not as independent of all phenomenal appearance. It therefore remains immanent, and does not become transcendent. For it never disengages itself entirely from experience, but remains merely its interpretation and explanation, since it never speaks of the thing in itself otherwise than in its relation to the phenomenon. This, at least, is the sense in which I, with reference throughout to the limitations of human knowledge proved by Kant, have attempted to solve the problem of metaphysics. Therefore his prolegomena to future metaphysics will be valid and suitable for mine also. Accordingly, it never really goes beyond experience, but only discloses the true understanding of the world which lies before it in experience. It is neither, according to the definition of metaphysics which even Kant repeats, a science of mere conceptions, nor is it a system of deductions from a priori principles, the uselessness of which for the end of metaphysics has been shown by Kant. But it is rational knowledge, drawn from perception of the external actual world and the information which the most intimate fact of self‐consciousness affords us concerning it, deposited in distinct conceptions. It is accordingly the science of experience, but its subject and its source is not particular experiences, but the totality of all experience. I completely accept Kant's doctrine that the world of experience is merely phenomenal, and that the a priori knowledge is valid only in relation to phenomena; but I add that just as phenomenal appearance, it is the manifestation of that which appears, and with him I call this the thing in itself. This must therefore express its nature and character in the world of experience, and consequently it must be possible to interpret these from this world, and indeed from the matter, not the mere form of experience. Accordingly, philosophy is nothing but the correct and universal understanding of experience itself, the true exposition of its meaning and content. To this the metaphysical, that is, that which is merely clothed in the phenomenon and veiled in its forms, is that which is related to it as thought to words. Such a deciphering of the world with reference to that which manifests itself in it must receive its confirmation from itself, through the agreement with each other in which it places the very diverse phenomena of the world, and which without it we do not perceive. If we find a document the alphabet of which is unknown, we endeavour to make it out until we hit upon an hypothesis as to the significance of the letters in accordance with which they make up comprehensible words and connected sentences. Then, however, there remains no doubt as to the correctness of the deciphering, because it is not possible that the agreement and connection in which all the letters of that writing are placed by this explanation is merely accidental, and that by attributing quite a different value to the letters we could also recognise words and sentences in this arrangement of them. In the same way the deciphering of the world must completely prove itself from itself; it must throw equal light upon all the phenomena of the world, and also bring the most heterogeneous into agreement, so that the contradiction between those which are most in contrast may be abolished. This proof from itself is the mark of genuineness; for every false deciphering, even if it is suitable for some phenomena, will conflict all the more glaringly with the rest. So, for example, the optimism of Leibnitz conflicts with the palpable misery of existence; the doctrine of Spinoza, that the world is the only possible and absolutely necessary substance, is incompatible with our wonder at its existence and nature. The Wolfian doctrine, that man obtains his existentia and essentia from a will foreign to himself, is contradicted by our moral responsibility for the actions which proceed with strict necessity from these, in conflict with the motives. The oft‐repeated doctrine of the progressive development of man to an ever higher perfection, or in general of any kind of becoming by means of the process of the world, is opposed to the a priori knowledge that at any point of time an infinite time has already run its course, and consequently all that is supposed to come with time would necessarily have already existed. And in this way an interminable list might be given of the contradictions of dogmatic assumptions with the given reality of things. On the other hand, I must deny that any doctrine of my philosophy could fairly be added to such a list, because each of them has been thought out in the presence of the perceived reality, and none of them has its root in abstract conceptions alone. There is yet in it a fundamental thought which is applied to all the phenomena of the world as their key, but it proves itself to be the right alphabet, at the application of which all words and sentences have sense and significance. The discovered answer to a riddle shows itself to be the right one by the fact that all that is said in the riddle is suitable to it. In the same way my doctrine introduces agreement and connection into the confusion of the contrasting phenomena of this world, and solves the innumerable contradictions which, when regarded from any other point of view, it presents. Therefore, so far, it is like a sum that comes out right, yet by no means in the sense that it leaves no problem over to solve, no possible question unanswered. To assert anything of that sort would be a presumptuous denial of the limits of human knowledge in general. Whatever torch we may kindle, and whatever space it may light, our horizon will always remain bounded by profound night. For the ultimate solution of the riddle of the world must necessarily be concerned with the things in themselves, no longer with the phenomena. But all our forms of knowledge are adapted to the phenomena alone. Therefore we must comprehend everything through coexistence, succession, and causal relations. These forms, however, have meaning and significance only with reference to the phenomenon. The things in themselves and their possible relations cannot be apprehended by means of those forms. Therefore the actual, positive solution of the riddle of the world must be something that human intellect is absolutely incapable of grasping and thinking, so that if a being of a higher kind were to come and take all pains to impart it to us, we would be absolutely incapable of understanding anything of his expositions. Those, therefore, who profess to know the ultimate, that is, the first ground of things, thus a primordial being, an absolute, or whatever else they choose to call it, together with the process, the reasons, motives, or whatever it may be, in consequence of which the world arises from it, or springs, or falls, or is produced, set in existence, discharged, and ushered forth, are playing tricks, are vain boasters, when indeed they are not charlatans. I regard it as a great excellence of my philosophy that all its truths have been found independently of each other, by contemplation of the real world; but their unity and agreement, about which I had been unconcerned, has always afterwards appeared of itself. Hence also it is rich, and has wide‐spreading roots in the ground of perceptible reality, from which all nourishment of abstract truths springs; and hence again it is not wearisome, a quality which, to judge from the philosophical writings of the last 50 years, one might regard as essential to philosophy. If, on the other hand, all the doctrines of a philosophy are merely deduced the one out of the other, and ultimately indeed all out of one first principle, it must be poor and meagre, and consequently wearisome, for nothing can follow from a proposition except what it really already says itself. Moreover, in this case everything depends upon the correctness of one proposition, and by a single mistake in the deduction the truth of the whole would be endangered. Still less security is given by the systems which start from an intellectual intuition, that is, a kind of ecstasy or clairvoyance. All knowledge so obtained must be rejected as subjective, individual, and consequently problematical. Even if it actually existed it would not be communicable, for only the normal knowledge of the brain is communicable. If it is abstract, through conceptions and words; if purely perceptible or concrete, through works of art. If, as so often happens, metaphysics is reproached with having made so little progress, it ought also to be considered that no other science has grown up like it under constant oppression; none has been so hampered and hindered from without as it has always been by the religion of every land, which, everywhere in possession of a monopoly of metaphysical knowledge, regards metaphysics as a weed growing beside it, as an unlicensed worker, as a horde of gipsies, and as a rule tolerates it only under the condition that it accommodates itself to serve and follow it. For where has there ever been true freedom of thought? It has been vaunted sufficiently. but whenever it wishes to go further than perhaps to differ about the subordinate dogmas of the religion of the country, a holy shudder seizes the prophets of intolerance, and they say, "Not a step further." What progress of metaphysics was possible under such oppression? Nay, this constraint which the privileged metaphysics exercises is not confined to the communication of thoughts, but extends to thinking itself, for its dogmas are so firmly imprinted in the tender, plastic, trustful, and thoughtless age of childhood, with studied solemnity and serious airs, that from that time forward they grow with the brain, and almost assume the nature of innate thoughts, which some philosophers have therefore really held them to be, and still more have pretended to do so. Yet nothing can so firmly resist the comprehension of even the problem of metaphysics as a previous solution of it intruded upon and early implanted in the mind. For the necessary starting point for all genuine philosophy is the deep feeling of the Socratic, "This one thing I know, that I know nothing." The ancients were in this respect in a better position than we are, for their national religions certainly limited somewhat the imparting of thoughts, but they did not interfere with the freedom of thought itself, because they were not formally and solemnly impressed upon children, and in general were not taken so seriously. Therefore in metaphysics the ancients are still our teachers. Whenever metaphysics is reproached with its small progress, and with not having yet reached its goal in spite of such sustained efforts, one ought further to consider that in the meanwhile it has constantly performed the invaluable service of limiting the boundless claims of the privileged metaphysics, and yet at the same time combating naturalism and materialism proper, which are called forth by it as an inevitable reaction. Consider to what a pitch the arrogance of the priesthood of every religion would rise if the belief in their doctrines was as firm and blind as they really wish. Look back also at the wars, disturbances, rebellions, and revolutions in Europe from the 8th to the 18th century. How few will be found that have not had as their essence or their pretext some controversy about beliefs, thus a metaphysical problem which became the occasion of exciting nations against each other. Yet is that whole 1000 years a continual slaughter, now on the battlefield, now on the scaffold, now in the streets, in metaphysical interests. I wish I had an authentic list of all crimes which Christianity has really prevented, and all good deeds it has really performed, that I might be able to place them in the other scale of the balance. Lastly, as regards the obligations of metaphysics, it has only one, for it is one which endures no other beside it, the obligation to be true. If one would impose other obligations upon it besides this, such as to be spiritualistic, optimistic, monotheistic, or even only to be moral, one cannot know beforehand whether this would not interfere with the fulfilment of that first obligation, without which all its other achievements must clearly be worthless. A given philosophy has accordingly no other standard of its value than that of truth. For the rest, philosophy is essentially world wisdom; its problem is the world. It has to do with this alone and leaves the gods in peace, expects, however, in return to be left in peace by them. End of chapter 17 and supplements to the first book. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 18 of supplements to the second book. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Supplements to the second book. Ihr folget falscher Spur, denkt nicht wir scherzen, ist nicht der Kern der Natur Menschen im Herzen? Goethe. Chapter 18. On the possibility of knowing the thing in itself. In 1836 I already published under the title Über den Willen in der Natur, second edition 1854, third edition 1867, the most essential supplement to this book, which contains the most peculiar and important step in my philosophy. the transition from the phenomenon to the thing in itself, which Kant gave up as impossible. It would be a great mistake to regard the foreign conclusions with which I have there connected my expositions as the real material and subject of that work, which, though small as regards its extent, is of weighty import. These conclusions are rather the mere occasion, starting from which I have there expounded that fundamental truth of my philosophy with so much greater clearness than anywhere else, and brought it down to the empirical knowledge of nature. And indeed this is done most exhaustively and stringently under the heading physische Astronomie, so that I dare not hope ever to find a more correct or accurate expression of that core of my philosophy than is given there. Whoever desires to know my philosophy thoroughly and to test it seriously must therefore give attention before everything to that section. Thus, in general, all that is said in that little work would form the chief content of these supplements, if it had not to be excluded on account of having preceded them. But on the other hand, I here take it for granted that it is known, for otherwise the very best would be wanting. I wish now first of all to make a few preliminary observations from a general point of view as to the sense in which we can speak of a knowledge of the thing in itself and of its necessary limitation. What is knowledge? It is primarily and essentially idea. What is idea? A very complicated physiological process in the brain of an animal, the result of which is the consciousness of a picture there. Clearly, the relation between such a picture and something entirely different from the animal in whose brain it exists can only be a very indirect one. This is perhaps the simplest and most comprehensible way of disclosing the deep gulf between the ideal and the real. This belongs to the things of which, like the motion of the earth, we are not directly conscious; therefore the ancients did not observe it, just as they did not observe the motion of the earth. Once pointed out, on the other hand, first by Descartes, it has ever since given philosophers no rest. But after Kant had at last proved in the most thorough manner the complete diversity of the ideal and the real, it was an attempt, as bold as it was absurd, yet perfectly correctly calculated, with reference to the philosophical public in Germany, and consequently crowned with brilliant results, to try to assert the absolute identity of the two by dogmatic utterances, on the strength of a pretended intellectual intuition. In truth, on the contrary, a subjective and an objective existence, a being for self and a being for others, a consciousness of one's own self and a consciousness of other things, is given us directly, and the two are given in such a fundamentally different manner that no other difference can compare with this. About himself every one knows directly, about all others only very indirectly. This is the fact and the problem. Whether, on the other hand, through further processes in the interior of a brain, general conceptions (universalia) are abstracted from the perceptible ideas or images that have arisen within it, for the assistance of further combinations, whereby knowledge becomes rational and is now called thinking, this is here no longer the essential question, but is of subordinate significance. For all such conceptions receive their content only from the perceptible idea, which is therefore primary knowledge, and has consequently alone to be taken account of in an investigation of the relation between the ideal and the real. It therefore shows entire ignorance of the problem, or at least it is very inept, to wish to define that relation as that between being and thinking. Thinking has primarily only a relation to perceiving, but perception has a relation to the real being of what is perceived, and this last is the great problem with which we are here concerned. Empirical being, on the other hand, as it lies before us, is nothing else than simply being given in perception. But the relation of the latter to thinking is no riddle, for the conceptions, thus the immediate materials of thought, are obviously abstracted from perception, which no reasonable man can doubt. It may be said in passing that one can see how important the choice of expressions in philosophy is from the fact that that inept expression condemned above, and the misunderstanding which arose from it, became the foundation of the whole Hegelian pseudo-philosophy, which has occupied the German public for 25 years. If, however, it should be said, the perception is itself the knowledge of the thing in itself, for it is the effect of that which is outside of us, and as this acts, so it is, its action is just its being. To this we reply: 1. That the law of causality, as has been sufficiently proved, is of subjective origin, as well as the sensation from which the perception arises. 2. That at any rate time and space in which the object presents itself are of subjective origin. 3. That if the being of the object consists simply in its action, this means that it consists merely in the changes which it brings about in others; therefore itself and in itself it is nothing at all. Only of matter is it true, as I have said in the text, and worked out in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, at the end of § 21, that its being consists in its action, that it is through and through only causality, thus is itself causality objectively regarded. Hence, however, it is also nothing in itself, ì ουλη τὸ αληθινον ψευδος, i.e., materia mendacium verax, but as an ingredient in the perceived object is a mere abstraction, which for itself alone can be given in no experience. It will be fully considered later on in a chapter of its own. But the perceived object must be something in itself, and not merely something for others, for otherwise it would be altogether merely idea, and we would have an absolute idealism which would ultimately become theoretical egoism, with which all reality disappears and the world becomes a mere subjective phantasm. If, however, without further question, we stop altogether at the world as idea, then certainly it is all one whether I explain objects as ideas in my head or as phenomena exhibiting themselves in time and space, for time and space themselves exist only in my head. In this sense, then, an identity of the ideal and the real might always be affirmed. Only, after Kant, this would not be saying anything new. Besides this, however, the nature of things and of the phenomenal world would clearly not be thereby exhausted, but with it we would always remain still upon the ideal side. The real side must be something toto genere different from the world as idea; it must be that which things are in themselves, and it is this entire diversity between the ideal and the real which Kant has proved in the most thorough manner. Locke had denied to the senses the knowledge of things as they are in themselves, but Kant denied this also to the perceiving understanding, under which name I here comprehend what he calls the pure sensibility, and, as it is given a priori, the law of causality which brings about the empirical perception. Not only are both right, but we can also see quite clearly that a contradiction lies in the assertion that a thing is known as it is in and for itself, that is, outside of knowledge. For all knowing is, as we have said, essentially a perceiving of ideas; but my perception of ideas, just because it is mine, can never be identical with the inner nature of the thing outside of me. The being in and for itself of everything must necessarily be subjective; in the idea of another, however, it exists just as necessarily as objective, a difference which can never be fully reconciled. For by it the whole nature of its existence is fundamentally changed; as objective, it presupposes a foreign object, as whose idea it exists, and moreover, as Kant has shown, has entered forms which are foreign to its own nature, just because they belong to that foreign subject, whose knowledge is only possible by means of them. If I, absorbed in this reflection, perceive, let us say, lifeless bodies, of easily surveyed magnitude and regular comprehensible form, and now attempt to conceive this spatial existence in its three dimensions as their being in itself, consequently as the existence which to the things is subjective, the impossibility of the thing is at once apparent to me, for I can never think those objective forms as the being which to the things is subjective; rather I become directly conscious that what I there perceive is only a picture produced in my brain, and existing only for me as the knowing subject, which cannot constitute the ultimate, and therefore subjective, being in and for itself of even these lifeless bodies.
But on the other hand, I must not assume that even these lifeless bodies exist only in my idea, but since they have inscrutable qualities, and, by virtue of these, activity, I must concede to them a being in itself of some kind. But this very inscrutableness of the properties, while on the one hand it certainly points to something which exists independently of our knowledge, gives also on the other hand the empirical proof that our knowledge, because it consists simply in framing ideas by means of subjective forms, affords us always mere phenomena, not the true being of things. This is the explanation of the fact that in all that we know there remains hidden from us a certain something, as quite inscrutable, and we are obliged to confess that we cannot thoroughly understand even the commonest and simplest phenomena. For it is not merely the highest productions of nature, living creatures, or the complicated phenomena of the unorganised world that remain inscrutable to us, but even every rock crystal, every iron pyrite, by reason of its crystallographical, optical, chemical, and electrical properties, is to the searching consideration and investigation an abyss of incomprehensibilities and mysteries. This could not be the case if we knew things as they are in themselves, for then at least the simpler phenomena, the path to whose qualities was not barred for us by ignorance, would necessarily be thoroughly comprehensible to us, and their whole being and nature would be able to pass over into our knowledge. Thus it lies not in the defectiveness of our acquaintance with things, but in the nature of knowledge itself. For if our perception, and consequently the whole empirical comprehension of the things that present themselves to us, is already essentially and in the main determined by our faculty of knowledge, and conditioned by its forms and functions, it cannot but be that things exhibit themselves in a manner which is quite different from their own inner nature, and therefore appear as in a mask which allows us merely to assume what is concealed beneath it, but never to know it. Hence, then, it gleams through as an inscrutable mystery, and never can the nature of anything entire and without reserve pass over into knowledge, but much less can any real thing be construed a priori like a mathematical problem. Thus the empirical inscrutableness of all natural things is a proof a posteriori of the ideality and merely phenomenal actuality of their empirical existence. According to all this, upon the path of objective knowledge, hence starting from the idea, one will never get beyond the idea, i.e., the phenomenon. One will thus remain at the outside of things, and will never be able to penetrate to their inner nature, and investigate what they are in themselves, i.e., for themselves. So far I agree with Kant. But, as the counterpart of this truth, I have given prominence to this other truth, that we are not merely the knowing subject, but in another aspect we ourselves also belong to the inner nature that is to be known; we ourselves are the thing in itself, that therefore a way from within stands open for us to that inner nature belonging to things themselves, to which we cannot penetrate from without, as it were a subterranean passage, a secret alliance, which, as if by treachery, places us at once within the fortress which it was impossible to take by assault from without. The thing in itself can as such only come into consciousness quite directly in this way, that it is itself conscious of itself; to wish to know it objectively is to desire something contradictory. Everything objective is idea, therefore appearance, mere phenomenon of the brain. Kant's chief result may in substance be thus concisely stated: all conceptions which have not at their foundation a perception in space and time, sensuous intuition, that is to say, then, which have not been drawn from such a perception, are absolutely empty, that is, give no knowledge; but since now perception can afford us only phenomena, not things in themselves, we have also absolutely no knowledge of things in themselves. I grant this of everything with the single exception of the knowledge which each of us has of his own willing. This is neither a perception, for all perception is spatial, nor is it empty; rather it is more real than any other. Further, it is not a priori, like merely formal knowledge, but entirely a posteriori; hence also we cannot anticipate it in the particular case, but are hereby often convicted of error concerning ourselves. In fact, our willing is the one opportunity which we have of understanding from within any event which exhibits itself without, consequently the one thing which is known to us immediately, and not like all the rest merely given in the idea. Here, then, lies the datum which alone is able to become the key to everything else, or, as I have said, the single narrow door to the truth. Accordingly we must learn to understand nature from ourselves, not conversely ourselves from nature. What is known to us immediately must give us the explanation of what we only know indirectly, not conversely. Do we perhaps understand the rolling of a ball when it has received an impulse more thoroughly than our movement when we feel a motive? Many may imagine so, but I say it is the reverse. Yet we shall attain to the knowledge that what is essential in both the occurrences just mentioned is identical, although identical in the same way as the lowest audible note of harmony is the same as the note of the same name 10 octaves higher. Meanwhile it should be carefully observed, and I have always kept it in mind, that even the inward experience which we have of our own will by no means affords us an exhaustive and adequate knowledge of the thing in itself. This would be the case if it were entirely an immediate experience, but it is effected in this way: the will, with and by means of the corporisation, provides itself also with an intellect, for the sake of its relations to the external world, and through this now knows itself as will in self‐consciousness, the necessary counterpart of the external world. This knowledge, therefore, of the thing in itself is not fully adequate. First of all, it is bound to the form of the idea, it is apprehension, and as such falls asunder into subject and object. For even in self‐consciousness the I is not absolutely simple, but consists of a knower, the intellect, and a known, the will. The former is not known, and the latter does not know, though both unite in the consciousness of an I. But just on this account that I is not thoroughly intimate with itself, as it were transparent, but is opaque, and therefore remains a riddle to itself, thus even in inner knowledge there also exists a difference between the true being of its object and the apprehension of it in the knowing subject. Yet inner knowledge is free from two forms which belong to outer knowledge, the form of space and the form of causality, which is the means of effecting all sense perception. On the other hand, there still remains the form of time, and that of being known and knowing in general. Accordingly, in this inner knowledge the thing in itself has indeed in great measure thrown off its veil, but still does not yet appear quite naked. In consequence of the form of time which still adheres to it, every one knows his will only in its successive acts, and not as a whole in and for itself. Therefore no one knows his character a priori, but only learns it through experience, and always incompletely. But yet the apprehension in which we know the affections and acts of our own will is far more immediate than any other. It is the point at which the thing in itself most directly enters the phenomenon, and is most closely examined by the knowing subject. Therefore the event thus intimately known is alone fitted to become the interpreter of all others. For in every emergence of an active will from the obscure depths of our inner being into the knowing consciousness, a direct transition occurs of the thing in itself, which lies outside time, into the phenomenal world. Accordingly the act of will is indeed only the closest and most distinct manifestation of the thing in itself; yet it follows from this that if all other manifestations or phenomena could be known by us as directly and inwardly, we would be obliged to assert them to be that which the will is in us. Thus in this sense I teach that the inner nature of everything is will, and I call will the thing in itself. Kant's doctrine of the unknowableness of the thing in itself is hereby modified to this extent, that the thing in itself is only not absolutely and from the very foundation knowable, that yet by far the most immediate of its phenomena, which by this immediateness is toto genere distinguished from all the rest, represents it for us; and accordingly we have to refer the whole world of phenomena to that one in which the thing in itself appears in the very thinnest of veils, and only still remains phenomenon in so far as my intellect, which alone is capable of knowledge,
remains ever distinguished from me as the willing subject, and moreover does not even in inner perfection put off the form of knowledge of time. Accordingly, even after this last and furthest step, the question may still be raised, what that will, which exhibits itself in the world and as the world, ultimately and absolutely is in itself, i.e., what it is, regarded altogether apart from the fact that it exhibits itself as will, or in general appears, i.e., in general is known. This question can never be answered, because, as we have said, becoming known is itself the contradictory of being in itself, and everything that is known is as such only phenomenal. But the possibility of this question shows that the thing in itself which we know most directly in the will may have, entirely outside all possible phenomenal appearance, ways of existing, determinations, qualities, which are absolutely unknowable and incomprehensible to us, and which remain as the nature of the thing in itself when, as is explained in the fourth book, it has voluntarily abrogated itself as will, and has therefore retired altogether from the phenomenon, and for our knowledge, that is, as regards the world of phenomena, has passed into empty nothingness. If the will were simply and absolutely the thing in itself, this nothing would also be absolute, instead of which it expressly presents itself to us there as only relative. I now proceed to supplement with a few considerations pertinent to the subject the exposition given both in our second book and in the work "Über den Willen in der Natur" of the doctrine that what makes itself known to us in the most immediate knowledge as will is also that which objectifies itself at different grades in all the phenomena of this world. And I shall begin by citing a number of psychological facts which prove that first of all in our own consciousness the will always appears as primary and fundamental, and throughout asserts its superiority to the intellect, which on the other hand always presents itself as secondary, subordinate, and conditioned. This proof is the more necessary as all philosophers before me, from the first to the last, place the true being or the kernel of man in the knowing consciousness, and accordingly have conceived and explained the I, or, in the case of many of them, its transcendental hypostasis called soul, as primarily and essentially knowing, nay thinking, and only in consequence of this, secondarily and derivatively, as willing. This ancient and universal radical error, this enormous proton sudas and fundamental ουστερον προτερον, must before everything be set aside, and instead of it the true state of the case must be brought to perfectly distinct consciousness. Since, however, this is done here for the first time, after thousands of years of philosophising, some fulness of statement will be appropriate. The remarkable phenomenon that in this most essential point all philosophers have erred, nay, have exactly reversed the truth, might, especially in the case of those of the Christian era, be partly explicable from the fact that they all had the intention of presenting man as distinguished as widely as possible from the brutes, yet at the same time obscurely felt that the difference between them lies in the intellect, not in the will, whence there arose unconsciously within them an inclination to make the intellect the essential and principal thing, and even to explain volition as a mere function of the intellect. Hence also the conception of a soul is not only inadmissible, because it is a transcendent hypostasis, as is proved by the Critique of Pure Reason, but it becomes the source of irremediable errors, because in its simple substance it establishes beforehand an indivisible unity of knowledge and will, the separation of which is just the path to truth. That conception must therefore appear no more in philosophy, but may be left to German doctors and physiologists, who, after they have laid aside scalpel and spattle, amuse themselves by philosophising with the conceptions they received when they were confirmed. They might certainly try their luck in England. The French physiologists and zootomists have till lately kept themselves free from that reproach. The first consequence of their common fundamental error, which is very inconvenient to all these philosophers, is this: since in death the knowing consciousness obviously perishes, they must either allow death to be the annihilation of the man, to which our inner being is opposed, or they must have recourse to the assumption of a continued existence of the knowing consciousness, which requires a strong faith, for his own experience has sufficiently proved to every one the thorough and complete dependence of the knowing consciousness upon the brain, and one can just as easily believe in digestion without a stomach as in a knowing consciousness without a brain. My philosophy alone leads out of this dilemma, for it for the first time places the true being of man not in the consciousness but in the will, which is not essentially bound up with consciousness, but is related to consciousness, that is, to knowledge, as substance to accident, as something illuminated to the light, as the string to the resounding board, and which enters consciousness from within, as the corporeal world does from without. Now we can comprehend the indestructibleness of this our real kernel and true being, in spite of the evident ceasing of consciousness in death, and the corresponding non-existence of it before birth. For the intellect is as perishable as the brain, whose product, or rather whose action, it is. But the brain, like the whole organism, is the product or phenomenon, in short, the subordinate of the will, which alone is imperishable. End of chapter 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, Part 1, of Supplements to the Second Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19. On the Primacy of the Will in Self‐Consciousness. Part 1. The will, as the thing in itself, constitutes the inner, true, and indestructible nature of man. In itself, however, it is unconscious, for consciousness is conditioned by the intellect, and the intellect is a mere accident of our being. For it is a function of the brain, which, together with the nerves and spinal cord connected with it, is a mere fruit, a product, nay, so far, a parasite of the rest of the organism, for it does not directly enter into its inner constitution, but merely serves the end of self‐preservation by regulating the relations of the organism to the external world. The organism itself, on the other hand, is the visibility, the objectivity of the individual will, the image of it as it presents itself in that very brain, which in the first book we learned to recognise as the condition of the objective world in general. Therefore also brought about by its forms of knowledge, space, time, and causality, and consequently presenting itself as extended, successively acting, and material, that is, as something operative or efficient. The members are both directly felt and also perceived by means of the senses only in the brain. According to this, one may say, the intellect is the secondary phenomenon, the organism the primary phenomenon, that is, the immediate manifestation of the will. The will is metaphysical, the intellect physical. The intellect, like its objects, is merely phenomenal appearance; the will alone is the thing in itself. Then, in a more and more figurative sense, thus by way of simile, the will is the substance of man, the intellect the accident; the will is the matter, the intellect is the form; the will is warmth, the intellect is light. We shall now first of all verify and also elucidate this thesis by the following facts connected with the inner life of man, and on this opportunity perhaps more will be done for the knowledge of the inner man than is to be found in many systematic psychologies. 1. Not only the consciousness of other things, that is, the apprehension of the external world, but also self‐consciousness contains, as was mentioned already above, a knower and a known; otherwise it would not be consciousness. For consciousness consists in knowing, but knowing requires a knower and a known. Therefore there could be no self‐consciousness if there were not in it also a known opposed to the knower and different from it. As there can be no object without a subject, so also there can be no subject without an object, that is, no knower without something different from it which is known. Therefore a consciousness which is through and through pure intelligence is impossible. The intelligence is like the sun, which does not illuminate space if there is no object from which its rays are reflected. The knower himself, as such, cannot be known. otherwise he would be the known of another knower. But now as the known in self‐consciousness we find exclusively the will; for not merely willing and purposing in the narrowest sense, but also all striving, wishing, shunning, hoping, fearing, loving, hating, in short all that directly constitutes our own weal and woe, desire and aversion, is clearly only affection of the will, is a moving, a modification of willing and not willing, is just that which, if it takes outward effect, exhibits itself as an act of will proper. In all knowledge, however, the known is first and essential, not the knower; for the former is the πρωτοτυπος, the latter the εκτυπος. Therefore in self‐consciousness also the known, thus the will, must be what is first and original; the knower, on the other hand, only what is secondary, that which has been added, the mirror. They are related very much as the luminous to the reflecting body, or again as the vibrating strings to the resounding board, in which case the note produced would be consciousness. We may also regard the plant as a like symbol of consciousness. It has, we know, two poles, the root and the corona, the former struggling into darkness, moisture, and cold, the latter into light, dryness, and warmth. Then, as the point of indifference of the two poles, where they part asunder, close to the ground, the column, the rhizoma, le collet. The root is what is essential, original, perennial, the death of which involves that of the corona, is thus the primary. The corona, on the other hand, is the ostensible, but it has sprung from something else, and it passes away without the root dying; it is thus secondary. The root represents the will, the corona the intellect, and the point of indifference of the two, the column, would be the I, which as their common termination belongs to both. This I is the pro tempore identical subject of knowing and willing, whose identity I called, in my very first essay on the principle of sufficient reason, and in my first philosophical wonder, the miracle κατ' εξοχην. It is the temporal starting point and connecting link of the whole phenomenon, that is, of the objectification of the will. It conditions indeed the phenomenon, but is also conditioned by it. This comparison may even be carried to the individual nature of men. As a large corona commonly springs only from a large root, so the greatest intellectual capabilities are only found in connection with a vehement and passionate will. A genius of a phlegmatic character and weak passions would resemble those succulent plants that, with a considerable corona consisting of thick leaves, have very small roots; will not, however, be found. That vehemence of will and passionateness of character are conditions of heightened intelligence, exhibits itself physiologically through the fact that the activity of the brain is conditioned by the movement which the great arteries running towards the basis cerebri impart to it with each pulsation. Therefore an energetic pulse, and even, according to Bichat, a short neck, is a requisite of great activity of the brain. But the opposite of the above certainly occurs: vehement desires, passionate, violent character, along with weak intellect, that is, a small brain of bad conformation in a thick skull. This is a phenomenon as common as it is repulsive. We might perhaps compare it to beetroot. 2. But in order not merely to describe consciousness figuratively, but to know it thoroughly, we have first of all to find out what appears in the same way in every consciousness, and therefore, as the common and constant element, will also be the essential. Then we shall consider what distinguishes one consciousness from another, which accordingly will be the adventitious and secondary element. Consciousness is positively only known to us as a property of animal nature; therefore we must not, and indeed cannot, think of it otherwise than as animal consciousness, so that this expression is tautological. Now, that which in every animal consciousness, even the most imperfect and the weakest, is always present, nay, lies at its foundation, is an immediate sense of longing, and of the alternate satisfaction and non‐satisfaction of it in very different degrees. This we know to a certain extent a priori. For marvellously different as the innumerable species of animals are, and strange as some new form never seen before appears to us, we yet assume beforehand its inmost nature with perfect certainty, as well known and indeed fully confided to us. We know that the animal wills, indeed also what it wills, existence, well‐being, life, and propagation; and since in this we presuppose with perfect certainty identity with us, we do not hesitate to attribute to it unchanged all the affections of will which we know in ourselves, and speak at once of its desire, aversion, fear, anger, hatred, love, joy, sorrow, longing, &c. On the other hand, whenever phenomena of mere knowledge come to be spoken of, we fall at once into uncertainty. We do not venture to say that the animal conceives, thinks, judges, knows; we only attribute to it with certainty ideas in general, because without them its will could not have those emotions referred to above. But with regard to the definite manner of knowing of the brutes and the precise limits of it in a given species, we have only indefinite conceptions, and make conjectures. Hence our understanding with them is also often difficult, and is only brought about by skill, in consequence of experience and practice. Here, then, lie distinctions of consciousness. On the other hand, a longing, desiring, wishing, or a detesting, shunning, and not wishing, is proper to every consciousness; man has it in common with the polyp. This is accordingly the essential element in and the basis of every consciousness. The difference of the manifestations of this in the different species of animal beings depends upon the various extension of their sphere of knowledge, in which the motives of those manifestations lie. We understand directly from our own nature all actions and behaviour of the brutes which express movements of the will; therefore, so far, we sympathise with them in various ways. On the other hand, the gulf between us and them results simply and solely from the difference of intellect. The gulf which lies between a very sagacious brute and a man of very limited capacity is perhaps not much greater than that which exists between a blockhead and a man of genius. Therefore here also the resemblance between them in another aspect, which springs from the likeness of their inclinations and emotions, and assimilates them again to each other, sometimes appears with surprising prominence, and excites astonishment. This consideration makes it clear that in all animal natures the will is what is primary and substantial; the intellect again is secondary, adventitious, indeed a mere tool for the service of the former, and is more or less complete and complicated according to the demands of this service. As a species of animals is furnished with hoofs, claws, hands, wings, horns, or teeth according to the aims of its will, so also is it furnished with a more or less developed brain, whose function is the intelligence necessary for its endurance. The more complicated the organisation becomes in the ascending series of animals, the more numerous also are its wants, and the more varied and especially determined the objects which are capable of satisfying them. Hence the more complicated and distant the paths by which these are to be obtained, which must now be all known and found, therefore in the same proportion the ideas of the animal must be more versatile, definite, and connected, and also its attention must be more highly strung, more sustained and more easily roused, consequently its intellect must be more developed and perfect. Accordingly we see the organ of intelligence, the cerebral system, together with all the organs of sense, keep pace with the increasing wants and the complication of the organism. In the increase of the part of consciousness that has to do with ideas, as opposed to the willing part, exhibits itself in a bodily form in the ever increasing proportion of the brain in general to the rest of the nervous system, and of the cerebrum to the cerebellum. For according to Flourens, the former is the workshop of ideas, while the latter is the disposer and orderer of movements. The last step which nature has taken in this respect is, however, disproportionately great. For in man not only does the faculty of ideas of perception, which alone existed hitherto, reach the highest degree of perfection, but the abstract idea, thought, i.e., reason, and with it reflection, is added. Through this important advance of the intellect, thus of the secondary part of consciousness, it now gains a preponderance over the primary part, in so far as it becomes henceforward the predominantly active part. While in the brute the immediate sense of its satisfied or unsatisfied desire constitutes by far the most important part of its consciousness, and the more so indeed the lower the grade of the animal, so that the lowest animals are only distinguished from plants by the addition of a dull idea, in man the opposite is the case. Vehement as are his desires, even more vehement than those of any brute, rising to the level of passions, yet his consciousness remains continuously and predominantly occupied and filled with ideas and thoughts. Without doubt this has been the principal occasion of that fundamental error of all philosophers, on account of which they make thought that which is essential and primary in the so‐called soul, that is, in the inner or spiritual life of man, always placing it first, but will, as a mere product of thought, they regard as only a subordinate addition and consequence of it. But if willing merely proceeded from knowing, how could the brutes, even the lower grades of them, with so very little knowledge, often show such an unconquerable and vehement will? Accordingly, since that fundamental error of the philosophers makes, as it were, the accident the substance, it leads them into mistaken paths, which there is afterwards no way of getting out of. Now this relative predominance of the knowing consciousness over the desiring, consequently of the secondary part over the primary, which appears in man, may, in particular exceptionally favoured individuals, go so far that at the moments of its highest ascendancy the secondary or knowing part of consciousness detaches itself altogether from the willing part, and passes into free activity for itself, that is, untouched by the will, and consequently no longer serving it. Thus it becomes purely objective, and the clear mirror of the world, and from it the conceptions of genius then arise, which are the subject of our third book. 3. If we run through the series of grades of animals downwards, we see the intellect always becoming weaker and less perfect, but we by no means observe a corresponding degradation of the will. Rather, it retains everywhere its identical nature, and shows itself in the form of great attachment to life, care for the individual and the species, egoism and regardlessness of all others, together with the emotions that spring from these. Even in the smallest insect the will is present, complete and entire. It wills what it wills as decidedly and completely as the man. The difference lies merely in what it wills, that is, in the motives, which, however, are the affair of the intellect. It indeed, as the secondary part of consciousness, and bound to the bodily organism, has innumerable degrees of completeness, and is in general essentially limited and imperfect. The will, on the contrary, as original and the thing in itself, can never be imperfect, but every act of will is all that it can be. On account of the simplicity which belongs to the will as the thing in itself, the metaphysical in the phenomenon, its nature admits of no degrees, but is always completely itself. Only its excitement has degrees, from the weakest inclination to the passion, and also its susceptibility to excitement, thus its vehemence from the phlegmatic to the choleric temperament. The intellect, on the other hand, has not merely degrees of excitement from sleepiness to being in the vein and inspiration, but also degrees of its nature, of the completeness of this, which accordingly rises gradually from the lowest animals, which can only obscurely apprehend, up to man, and here again from the fool to the genius. The will alone is everywhere completely itself, for its function is of the utmost simplicity. It consists in willing and not willing, which goes on with the greatest ease, without effort, and requires no practice. Knowing, on the contrary, has multifarious functions, and never takes place entirely without effort, which is required to fix the attention and to make clear the object, and at a higher stage is certainly needed for thinking and deliberation. Therefore it is also capable of great improvement through exercise and education. If the intellect presents a simple, perceptible object to the will, the latter expresses at once its approval or disapproval of it; and this even if the intellect has laboriously inquired and pondered, in order from numerous data, by means of difficult combinations, ultimately to arrive at the conclusion as to which of the two seems to be most in conformity with the interests of the will. The latter has meanwhile been idly resting, and when the conclusion is arrived at, it enters, as the Sultan enters the divan, merely to express again its monotonous approval or disapproval, which certainly may vary in degree, but in its nature remains always the same. This fundamentally different nature of the will and the intellect, the essential simplicity and originality of the former, in contrast to the complicated and secondary character of the latter, becomes still more clear to us if we observe their remarkable interaction within us, and now consider in the particular case how the images and thoughts which arise in the intellect move the will, and how entirely separated and different are the parts which the two play. We can indeed perceive this even in actual events, which excite the will in a lively manner, while primarily and in themselves they are merely objects of the intellect. But on the one hand, it is here not so evident that this reality primarily existed only in the intellect, and on the other hand, the change does not generally take place so rapidly as is necessary if the thing is to be easily surveyed, and thereby become thoroughly comprehensible. Both of these conditions, however, are fulfilled if it is merely thoughts and phantasies which we allow to act on the will. If, for example, alone with ourselves, we think over our personal circumstances, and now perhaps vividly present to ourselves the menace of an actually present danger and the possibility of an unfortunate issue, anxiety at once compresses the heart, and the blood ceases to circulate in the veins. But if then the intellect passes to the possibility of an opposite issue, and lets the imagination picture the long hoped‐for happiness thereby attained, all the pulses quicken at once with joy, and the heart feels light as a feather, till the intellect awakes from its dream. Thereupon, suppose that an occasion should lead the memory to an insult or injury once suffered long ago, at once anger and bitterness pour into the breast that was but now at peace. But then arises, called up by accident, the image of a long‐lost love, with which the whole romance and its magic scenes is connected, then that anger will at once give place to profound longing and sadness. Finally, if there occurs to us some former humiliating incident, we shrink together, would like to sink out of sight, blush with shame, and often try forcibly to distract and divert our thoughts by some loud exclamation, as if to scare some evil spirit. One sees the intellect plays, and the will must dance to it. Indeed, the intellect makes the will play the part of a child, which is alternately thrown at pleasure into joyful or sad moods by the chatter and tales of its nurse. This depends upon the fact that the will is itself without knowledge, and the understanding which is given to it is without will. Therefore the former is like a body which is moved, the latter like the causes which set it in motion, for it is the medium of motives. Yet in all this the primacy of the will becomes clear again, if this will, which, as we have shown, becomes the sport of the intellect as soon as it allows the latter to control it, once makes its supremacy in the last instance felt by prohibiting the intellect from entertaining certain ideas, absolutely preventing certain trains of thought from arising, because it knows, that is, learns from that very intellect, that they would awaken in it some one of the emotions set forth above. It now bridles the intellect and compels it to turn to other things. Hard as this often may be, it must yet be accomplished as soon as the will is in earnest about it, for the resistance in this case does not proceed from the intellect, which always remains indifferent, but from the will itself, which in one respect has an inclination towards an idea that in another respect it abhors. It is in itself interesting to the will, simply because it excites it, but at the same time abstract knowledge tells it that this idea will aimlessly cause it a shock of painful or unworthy emotion. It now decides in conformity with this abstract knowledge, and compels the obedience of the intellect. This is called being master of oneself. Clearly the master here is the will, the servant the intellect, for in the last instance the will always keeps the upper hand, and therefore constitutes the true core, the inner being of man. In this respect the title ἡγεμονικον would belong to the will, yet it seems on the other hand to apply to the intellect, because it is the leader and guide, like the valet de place who conducts a stranger. In truth, however, the happiest figure of the relation of the two is the strong blind man who carries on his shoulders the lame man who can see. End of chapter 19, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, Part 2, of Supplements to the Second Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, On the Primacy of the Will in Self-Consciousness, Part 2. The relation of the will to the intellect, here explained, may also be further recognized in the fact that the intellect is originally entirely a stranger to the purposes of the will. It supplies the motives to the will, but it only learns afterwards, completely a posteriori, how they have affected it, as one who makes a chemical experiment applies the reagents and awaits the result. Indeed, the intellect remains so completely excluded from the real decisions and secret purposes of its own will that sometimes it can only learn them like those of a stranger, by spying upon them and surprising them, and must catch the will in the act of expressing itself in order to get at its real intentions. For example, I have conceived a plan, about which, however, I have still some scruple, but the feasibleness of which, as regards its possibility, is completely uncertain, for it depends upon external and still undecided circumstances. It would therefore certainly be unnecessary to come to a decision about it at present, and so for the time I leave the matter as it is. Now in such a case I often do not know how firmly I am already attached to that plan in secret, and how much, in spite of the scruple, I wish to carry it out; that is, my intellect does not know. But now only let me receive news that it is practicable, at once there rises within me a jubilant, irresistible gladness that passes through my whole being and takes permanent possession of it to my own astonishment. For now my intellect learns for the first time how firmly my will had laid hold of that plan, and how thoroughly the plan suited it, while the intellect had regarded it as entirely problematical, and had with difficulty been able to overcome that scruple. Or in another case, I have entered eagerly into a contract which I believe to be very much in accordance with my wishes; but as the matter progresses, the disadvantages and burdens of it are felt, and I begin to suspect that I even repent of what I so eagerly pursued. Yet I rid myself of this feeling by assuring myself that even if I were not bound I would follow the same course. Now, however, the contract is unexpectedly broken by the other side, and I perceive with astonishment that this happens to my great satisfaction and relief. Often we don't know what we wish or what we fear. We may entertain a wish for years without even confessing it to ourselves, or even allowing it to come to clear consciousness. For the intellect must know nothing about it, because the good opinion which we have of ourselves might thereby suffer. But if it is fulfilled, we learn from our joy, not without shame, that we have wished this; for example, the death of a near relation whose heir we are; and sometimes we do not know what we really fear, because we lack the courage to bring it to distinct consciousness. Indeed, we are often in error as to the real motive from which we have done something or left it undone, till at last perhaps an accident discovers to us the secret, and we know that what we have held to be the motive was not the true one, but another which we had not wished to confess to ourselves, because it by no means accorded with the good opinion we entertained of ourselves. For example, we refrain from doing something on purely moral grounds, as we believe, but afterwards we discover that we were only restrained by fear, for as soon as all danger is removed we do it. In particular cases this may go so far that a man does not even guess the true motive of his action, nay, does not believe himself capable of being influenced by such a motive, and yet it is the true motive of his action. We may remark in passing that in all this we have a confirmation and explanation of the rule of La Rochefoucauld: L'amour propre est plus habile que le plus habile homme du monde. Nay, even a commentary on the Delphic νοθη σαυταν and its difficulty. If now, on the contrary, as all philosophers imagine, the intellect constituted our true nature, and the purposes of the will were a mere result of knowledge, then only the motive from which we imagined that we acted would be decisive of our moral worth, in analogy with the fact that the intention, not the result, is in this respect decisive. But really then the distinction between imagined and true motive would be impossible. Thus all cases here set forth, to which every one who pays attention may observe analogous cases in himself, show us how the intellect is so strange to the will that it is sometimes even mystified by it. For it indeed supplies it with motives, but does not penetrate into the secret workshop of its purposes. It is indeed a confidant of the will, but a confidant that is not told everything. This is also further confirmed by the fact, which almost every one will some time have the opportunity of observing in himself, that sometimes the intellect does not thoroughly trust the will. If we have formed some great and bold purpose, which as such is yet really only a promise made by the will to the intellect, there often remains within us a slight unconfessed doubt whether we are quite in earnest about it, whether in carrying it out we will not waver or draw back, but will have sufficient firmness and persistency to fulfil it. It therefore requires the deed to convince us ourselves of the sincerity of the purpose. All these facts prove the absolute difference of the will and the intellect, the primacy of the former and the subordinate position of the latter. 4. The intellect becomes tired. The will is never tired. After sustained work with the head we feel the tiredness of the brain, just like that of the arm after sustained bodily work. All knowing is accompanied with effort. Willing, on the contrary, is our very nature, whose manifestations take place without any weariness and entirely of their own accord. Therefore, if our will is strongly excited, as in all emotions, thus in anger, fear, desire, grief, &c., and we are now called upon to know, perhaps with the view of correcting the motives of that emotion, the violence which we must do ourselves for this purpose is evidence of the transition from the original natural activity proper to ourselves to the derived, indirect, and forced activity. For the will alone is automatas, and therefore akamatas kai aigiratas imata panta, that is, lassitudinis et seni expers in sempiternum. It alone is active without being called upon, and therefore often too early and too much, and it knows no weariness. Infants who scarcely show the first weak trace of intelligence are already full of self‐will. Through unlimited, aimless roaring and shrieking they show the pressure of will with which they swell, while their willing has yet no object, that is, they will without knowing what they will. What Cabani has observed is also in point here. Toutes ces passions qui se succèdent d'une manière si rapide et se peignent avec tant de naïveté sur le visage mobile des enfants, tandis que les faibles muscles de leurs bras et de leurs jambes savent encore à peine former quelques mouvements indécis, leurs muscles de la face exprimant déjà par des mouvements distincts presque toute la suite des affections générales propres à la nature humaine, et l'observateur attentif reconnaît facilement dans ce tableau le trait caractéristique de l'homme futur. Rapport du physique et moral, Volume 1, page 123. The intellect, on the contrary, develops slowly, following the completion of the brain and the maturity of the whole organism, which are its conditions, just because it is merely a somatic function. It is because the brain attains its full size in the 7th year that from that time forward children become so remarkably intelligent, inquisitive, and reasonable. But then comes puberty. To a certain extent it affords a support to the brain, or a resounding board, and raises the intellect at once by a large step, as it were by an octave, corresponding to the lowering of the voice by that amount. But at once the animal desires and passions that now appear resist the reasonableness that has hitherto prevailed, and to which they have been added. Further evidence is given of the indefatigable nature of the will by the fault which is more or less peculiar to all men by nature, and is only overcome by education, precipitation. It consists in this, that the will hurries to its work before the time.
This work is the purely active and executive part, which ought only to begin when the explorative and deliberative part, thus the work of knowing, has been completely and thoroughly carried out. But this time is seldom waited for. Scarcely are a few data concerning the circumstances before us, or the event that has occurred, or the opinion of others conveyed to us, superficially comprehended and hastily gathered together by knowledge, then from the depths of our being the will, always ready and never weary, comes forth unasked, and shows itself as terror, fear, hope, joy, desire, envy, grief, zeal, anger, or courage, and leads to rash words and deeds, which are generally followed by repentance when time has taught us that the hegemonicon, the intellect, has not been able to finish half its work of comprehending the circumstances, reflecting on their connection, and deciding what is prudent, because the will did not wait for it, but sprang forward long before its time with, "Now it is my turn," and at once began the active work, without the intellect being able to resist, as it is a mere slave and bondman of the will, and not, like it, automatas, nor active from its own power and its own impulse. Therefore it is easily pushed aside and silenced by a nod of the will, while on its part it is scarcely able, with the greatest efforts, to bring the will even to a brief pause in order to speak. This is why the people are so rare, and are found almost only among Spaniards, Turks, and perhaps Englishmen, who even under circumstances of provocation keep the head uppermost, imperturbably proceed to comprehend and investigate the state of affairs, and when others would already be beside themselves, con mucho sosiego, still ask further questions, which is something quite different from the indifference founded upon apathy and stupidity of many Germans and Dutchmen. Iffland used to give an excellent representation of this admirable quality as hetman of the Cossacks in Benyauski, when the conspirators have enticed him into their tent and hold a rifle to his head, with the warning that they will fire it if he utters a cry. Iffland blew into the mouth of the rifle to try whether it was loaded. Of 10 things that annoy us, 9 would not be able to do so if we understood them thoroughly in their causes, and therefore knew their necessity and true nature; but we would do this much oftener if we made them the object of reflection, before making them the object of wrath and indignation. For what bridle and bit are to an unmanageable horse, the intellect is for the will in man. By this bridle it must be controlled by means of instruction, exhortation, culture, &c. For in itself it is as wild and impetuous an impulse as the force that appears in the descending waterfall. Nay, as we know, it is at bottom identical with this. In the height of anger, in intoxication, in despair, it has taken the bit between its teeth, has run away, and follows its original nature. In the mania sine delirio it has lost bridle and bit altogether, and shows now most distinctly its original nature, and that the intellect is as different from it as the bridle from the horse. In this condition it may also be compared to a clock, which, when a certain screw is taken away, runs down without stopping. Thus this consideration also shows us the will as that which is original and therefore metaphysical. The intellect, on the other hand, is something subordinate and physical. For as such the latter is, like everything physical, subject to vis inertiæ, consequently only active if it is set a-going by something else, the will, which rules it, manages it, rouses it to effort, in short, imparts to it the activity which does not originally reside in it. Therefore it willingly rests whenever it is permitted to do so, often declares itself lazy and disinclined to activity. Through continued effort it becomes weary to the point of complete stupefaction, is exhausted like the voltaic pile through repeated shocks. Hence all continuous mental work demands pauses and rest, otherwise stupidity and incapacity ensue, at first of course only temporarily, but if this rest is persistently denied to the intellect, it will become excessively and continuously fatigued, and the consequence is a permanent deterioration of it, which in an old man may pass into complete incapacity, into childishness, imbecility, and madness. It is not to be attributed to age in and for itself, but to long continued tyrannical over exertion of the intellect or brain,
if this misfortune appears in the last years of life. This is the explanation of the fact that Swift became mad, Kant became childish, Walter Scott and also Wordsworth, Southey, and many minorum gentium became dull and incapable. Goethe remained to the end clear, strong, and active, because he, who was always a man of the world and a courtier, never carried on his mental occupations with self-compulsion. The same holds good of Wieland and of Kübel, who lived to the age of 91, and also of Voltaire. Now also this proves how very subordinate and physical and what a mere tool the intellect is. Just on this account it requires, during almost a third part of its lifetime, the entire suspension of its activity in sleep, that is, the rest of the brain, of which it is the mere function, and which therefore just as truly precedes it as the stomach precedes digestion, or as a body precedes its impulsion, and with which in old age it flags and decays. The will, on the contrary, as the thing in itself, is never lazy, is absolutely untiring, its activity is its essence, it never ceases willing, and when, during deep sleep, it is forsaken of the intellect, and therefore cannot act outwardly in accordance with motives, it is active as the vital force, cares the more uninterruptedly for the inner economy of the organism, and as vis naturae medicatrix, sets in order again the irregularities that have crept into it. For it is not, like the intellect, a function of the body, but the body is its function. Therefore it is ordine rerum prior to the body, as its metaphysical substratum, as the in itself of its phenomenal appearance. It shares its unwearying nature, for the time that life lasts, with the heart, that primum mobile of the organism, which has therefore become its symbol and synonym. Moreover, it does not disappear in the old man, but still continues to will what it has willed, and indeed becomes firmer, more inflexible than it was in youth, more implacable, self‐willed, and unmanageable, because the intellect has become less susceptible. Therefore in old age the man can perhaps only be matched by taking advantage of the weakness of his intellect. Moreover, the prevailing weakness and imperfection of the intellect, as it is shown in the want of judgment, narrow‐mindedness, perversity, and folly of the great majority of men, would be quite inexplicable if the intellect were not subordinate, adventitious, and merely instrumental. But the immediate and original nature of the so‐called soul, or in general of the inner man, as all philosophers have hitherto assumed it to be. For how could the original nature in its immediate and peculiar function so constantly err and fail? The truly original in human consciousness, the willing, always goes on with perfect success. Every being wills unceasingly, capably, and decidedly. To regard the immorality in the will as an imperfection of it would be a fundamentally false point of view. For morality has rather a source which really lies above nature, and therefore its utterances are in contradiction with it. Therefore morality is in direct opposition to the natural will, which in itself is completely egoistic. Indeed, the pursuit of the path of morality leads to the abolition of the will. On this subject I refer to our fourth book and to my prize essay, "Über das Fundament der Moral." End of chapter 19, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, part 3. Of Supplements to the Second Book. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2. By Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19. On the Primacy of the Will in Self‐Consciousness, Part 3. 5. That the will is what is real and essential in man, and the intellect only subordinate, conditioned, and produced, is also to be seen in the fact that the latter can carry on its function with perfect purity and correctness only so long as the will is silent and pauses. On the other hand, the function of the intellect is disturbed by every observable excitement of the will, and its result is falsified by the intermixture of the latter. But the converse does not hold, that the intellect should in the same way be a hindrance to the will. Thus the moon cannot shine when the sun is in the heavens, but when the moon is in the heavens it does not prevent the sun from shining. A great fright often deprives us of our senses to such an extent that we are petrified, or else do the most absurd things. For example, when fire has broken out, run right into the flames. Anger makes us no longer know what we do, still less what we say. Zeal, therefore called blind, makes us incapable of weighing the arguments of others, or even of seeking out and setting in order our own. Joy makes us inconsiderate, reckless, and foolhardy, and desire acts almost in the same way. Fear prevents us from seeing and laying hold of the resources that are still present, and often lie close beside us. Therefore, for overcoming sudden dangers, and also for fighting with opponents and enemies, the most essential qualifications are coolness and presence of mind. The former consists in the silence of the will, so that the intellect can act; the latter in the undisturbed activity of the intellect under the pressure of events acting on the will. Therefore the former is the condition of the latter, and the two are nearly related. They are seldom to be found, and always only in a limited degree; but they are of inestimable advantage, because they permit the use of the intellect just at those times when we stand most in need of it, and therefore confer decided superiority. He who is without them only knows what he should have done or said when the opportunity has passed. It is very appropriately said of him who is violently moved, that is, whose will is so strongly excited that it destroys the purity of the function of the intellect, he is disarmed; for the correct knowledge of the circumstances and relations is our defence and weapon in the conflict with things and with men. In this sense Balthazar Gracian says: "Es la pasión enemiga declarada de la cordura." Passion is the declared enemy of prudence. If now the intellect were not something completely different from the will, but, as has been hitherto supposed, knowing and willing had the same root, and were equally original functions of an absolutely simple nature, then with the rousing and heightening of the will, in which the emotion consists, the intellect would necessarily also be heightened. But, as we have seen, it is rather hindered and depressed by this, whence the ancients called emotion animi perturbatio. The intellect is really like the reflecting surface of water, but the water itself is like the will, whose disturbance therefore at once destroys the clearness of that mirror and the distinctness of its images. The organism is the will itself, is embodied will, that is, will objectively perceived in the brain. Therefore many of its functions, such as respiration, circulation, secretion of bile, and muscular power, are heightened and accelerated by the pleasurable and in general the healthy emotions. The intellect, on the other hand, is the mere function of the brain, which is only nourished and supported by the organism as a parasite. Therefore every perturbation of the will, and with it of the organism, must disturb and paralyse the function of the brain, which exists for itself and for no other wants than its own, which are simply rest and nourishment. But this disturbing influence of the activity of the will upon the intellect can be shown not only in the perturbations brought about by emotions, but also in the many other, more gradual, and therefore more lasting falsifications of thought by our inclinations. Hope makes us regard what we wish, and fear what we are apprehensive of, as probable and near, and both exaggerate their object. Plato, according to Aelian V.H. 1328, very beautifully called hope the dream of the waking. Its nature lies in this, that the will, when its servant the intellect is not able to produce what it wishes, obliges it at least to picture it before it, in general to undertake the rôle of comforter, to appease its lord with fables as a nurse a child, and so to dress these out that they gain an appearance of likelihood. Now in this the intellect must do violence to its own nature, which aims at the truth, for it compels it, contrary to its own laws, to regard as true things which are neither true nor probable, and often scarcely possible, only in order to appease, quiet, and send to sleep for a while the restless and unmanageable will. Here we see clearly who is master and who is servant. Many may well have observed that if a matter which is of importance to them may turn out in several different ways, and they have brought all of these into one disjunctive judgment, which in their opinion is complete; the actual result is yet quite another, and one wholly unexpected by them. But perhaps they will not have considered this, that this result was then almost always the one which was unfavourable to them. The explanation of this is that while their intellect intended to survey the possibilities completely, the worst of all remained quite invisible to it, because the will, as it were, covered it with its hand, that is, it so mastered the intellect that it was quite incapable of glancing at the worst case of all, although, since it actually came to pass, this was also the most probable case. Yet in very melancholy dispositions, or in those that have become prudent through experience like this, the process is reversed. For here apprehension plays the part which was formerly played by hope. The first appearance of danger throws them into groundless anxiety. If the intellect begins to investigate the matter, it is rejected as incompetent, nay, as a deceitful sophist, because the heart is to be believed whose fears are now actually allowed to pass for arguments as to the reality and greatness of the danger. So then the intellect dare make no search for good reasons on the other side, which if left to itself it would soon recognise, but is obliged at once to picture to them the most unfortunate issue, even if it itself can scarcely think this issue possible. Such as we know is false, yet dread in sooth, because the worst is ever nearest truth. Byron, Lara, chapter 1. Love and hate falsify our judgment entirely. In our enemies we see nothing but faults, in our loved ones nothing but excellences, and even their faults appear to us amiable. Our interest, of whatever kind it may be, exercises a like secret power over our judgment. What is in conformity with it at once seems to us fair, just, and reasonable; what runs contrary to it presents itself to us in perfect seriousness as unjust and outrageous, or injudicious and absurd. Hence so many prejudices of position, profession, nationality, sect, and religion. A conceived hypothesis gives us lynx eyes for all that confirms it, and makes us blind to all that contradicts it. What is opposed to our party, our plan, our wish, our hope, we often cannot comprehend and grasp at all, while it is clear to every one else; but what is favourable to these, on the other hand, strikes our eye from afar. What the heart opposes, the head will not admit. We firmly retain many errors all through life, and take care never to examine their ground, merely from a fear, of which we ourselves are conscious, that we might make the discovery that we had so long believed and so often asserted what is false. Thus, then, is the intellect daily befooled and corrupted by the impositions of inclination. This has been very beautifully expressed by Bacon of Verulam in the words, "Intellectus lumini sici non est, sed recipit infusionem a voluntate et affectibus, id quod generat, ad quod vult scientias, quod enim ma vult homo, id potius credit, in numeris modis, iisque interdum imperceptibilibus affectus intellectum imbuit et inficit." Clearly it is also this that opposes all new fundamental opinions in the sciences and all refutations of sanctioned errors, for one will not easily see the truth of that which convicts one of incredible want of thought. It is explicable, on this ground alone, that the truths of Goethe's doctrine of colours, which are so clear and simple, are still denied by the physicists, and thus Goethe himself has had to learn what a much harder position one has if one promises men instruction than if one promises them amusement. Hence it is much more fortunate to be born a poet than a philosopher. But the more obstinately an error was held by the other side, the more shameful does the conviction afterwards become. In the case of an overthrown system, as in the case of a conquered army, the most prudent is he who first runs away from it. A trifling and absurd but striking example of that mysterious and immediate power which the will exercises over the intellect is the fact that in doing accounts we make mistakes much oftener in our own favour than to our disadvantage, and this without the slightest dishonest intention, merely from the unconscious tendency to diminish our debit and increase our credit. Lastly, the fact is also in point here that when advice is given, the slightest aim or purpose of the adviser generally outweighs his insight, however great it may be. Therefore we dare not assume that he speaks from the latter when we suspect the existence of the former. How little perfect sincerity is to be expected even from otherwise honest persons, whenever their interests are in any way concerned, we can gather from the fact that we so often deceive ourselves when hope bribes us, or fear befools us, or suspicion torments us, or vanity flatters us, or an hypothesis blinds us, or a small aim which is close at hand injures a greater but more distant one. For in this we see the direct and unconscious disadvantageous influence of the will upon knowledge. Accordingly it ought not to surprise us if in asking advice the will of the person asked directly dictates the answer even before the question could penetrate to the forum of his judgment. I wish in a single word to point out here what will be fully explained in the following book, that the most perfect knowledge, thus the purely objective comprehension of the world, that is, the comprehension of genius, is conditioned by a silence of the will so profound that while it lasts even the individuality vanishes from consciousness, and the man remains as the pure subject of knowing, which is the correlative of the idea. The disturbing influence of the will upon the intellect, which is proved by all these phenomena, and, on the other hand, the weakness and frailty of the latter, on account of which it is incapable of working rightly whenever the will is in any way moved, gives us then another proof that the will is the radical part of our nature and acts with original power, while the intellect, as adventitious and in many ways conditioned, can only act in a subordinate and conditional manner. There is no direct disturbance of the will by the intellect, corresponding to the disturbance and clouding of knowledge by the will that has been shown. Indeed, we cannot well conceive such a thing. No one will wish to construe as such the fact that motives wrongly taken up lead the will astray, for this is a fault of the intellect in its own function, which is committed quite within its own province, and the influence of which upon the will is entirely indirect. It would be plausible to attribute irresolution to this, for in its case, through the conflict of the motives which the intellect presents to the will, the latter is brought to a standstill, thus is hindered. But when we consider it more closely it becomes very clear that the cause of this hindrance does not lie in the activity of the intellect as such, but entirely in external objects which are brought about by it. For in this case they stand in precisely such a relation to the will which is here interested, that they draw it with nearly equal strength in different directions. This real cause merely acts through the intellect as the medium of motives, though certainly under the assumption that it is keen enough to comprehend the objects in their manifold relations. Irresolution, as a trait of character, is just as much conditioned by qualities of the will as of the intellect. It is certainly not peculiar to exceedingly limited minds, for their weak understanding does not allow them to discover such manifold qualities and relations in things, and moreover is so little fitted for the exertion of reflection and pondering these. And then the probable consequences of each step, that they rather decide at once according to the first impression, or according to some simple rule of conduct. The converse of this occurs in the case of persons of considerable understanding. Therefore, whenever such persons also possess a tender care for their own well‐being, that is, a very sensitive egoism, which constantly desires to come off well and always to be safe, this introduces a certain anxiety at every step, and thereby irresolution. This quality therefore indicates throughout not a want of understanding, but a want of courage. Yet very eminent minds survey the relations and their probable developments with such rapidity and certainty, that if they are only supported by some courage, they thereby acquire that quick decision and resolution that fits them to play an important part in the affairs of the world, if time and circumstances afford them the opportunity. The only decided, direct restriction and disturbance which the will can suffer from the intellect as such may indeed be the quite exceptional one, which is the consequence of an abnormally preponderating development of the intellect, thus of that high endowment which has been defined as genius. This is decidedly a hindrance to the energy of the character, and consequently to the power of action. Hence it is not the really great minds that make historical characters, because they are capable of bridling and ruling the mass of men and carrying out the affairs of the world; but for this persons of much less capacity of mind are qualified when they have great firmness, decision, and persistency of will, such as is quite inconsistent with very high intelligence. Accordingly, where this very high intelligence exists, we actually have a case in which the intellect directly restricts the will. 6. In opposition to the hindrances and restrictions which it has been shown the intellect suffers from the will, I wish now to show, in a few examples, how conversely the functions of the intellect are sometimes aided and heightened by the incitement and spur of the will, so that in this also we may recognise the primary nature of the one and the secondary nature of the other, and it may become clear that the intellect stands to the will in the relation of a tool. A motive which affects us strongly, such as a yearning desire or a pressing need, sometimes raises the intellect to a degree of which we had not previously believed it capable. Difficult circumstances, which impose upon us the necessity of certain achievements, develop entirely new talents in us, the germs of which were hidden from us, and for which we did not credit ourselves with any capacity. The understanding of the stupidest man becomes keen when objects are in question that closely concern his wishes. He now observes, weighs, and distinguishes with the greatest delicacy even the smallest circumstances that have reference to his wishes or fears. This has much to do with the cunning of half‐witted persons, which is often remarked with surprise. On this account Isaiah rightly says, vexatio dat intellectum, which is therefore also used as a proverb. Akin to it is the German proverb, Die Not ist die Mutter der Künste, necessity is the mother of the arts. When, however, the fine arts are to be accepted, because the heart of every one of their works, that is, the conception, must proceed from a perfectly will‐less and only thereby purely objective perception, if they are to be genuine. Even the understanding of the brutes is increased considerably by necessity, so that in cases of difficulty they accomplish things at which we are astonished. For example, they almost all calculate that it is safer not to run away when they believe they are not seen. Therefore the hare lies still in the furrow of the field and lets the sportsman pass close to it. Insects, when they cannot escape, pretend to be dead, etc. We may obtain a fuller knowledge of this influence from the special history of the self‐education of the wolf, under the spur of the great difficulty of its position in civilised Europe. It is to be found in the second letter of Le Roy's excellent book, Lettres sur l'intelligence et la perfectibilité des animaux. Immediately afterwards, in the third letter, there follows the high school of the fox, which in an equally difficult position has far less physical strength. In its case, however, this is made up for by great understanding, yet only through the constant struggle with want on the one hand and danger on the other, thus under the spur of the will, does it attain that high degree of cunning which distinguishes it especially in old age. In all these enhancements of the intellect, the will plays the part of a rider, who with the spur urges the horse beyond the natural measure of its strength. In the same way, the memory is enhanced through the pressure of the will. Even if it is otherwise weak, it preserves perfectly what has value for the ruling passion. The lover forgets no opportunity favourable to him, the ambitious man forgets no circumstance that can forward his plans, the avaricious man never forgets the loss he has suffered, the proud man never forgets an injury to his honour. The vain man remembers every word of praise and the most trifling distinction that falls to his lot. And this also extends to the brutes. The horse stops at the inn where once long ago it was fed. Dogs have an excellent memory for all occasions, times, and places that have afforded them choice morsels, and foxes for the different hiding places in which they have stored their plunder. Self‐consideration affords opportunity for finer observations in this regard. Sometimes, through an interruption, it has entirely escaped me what I have just been thinking about, or even what news I have just heard. Now, if the matter had in any way even the most distant personal interest, the after‐feeling of the impression which it made upon the will has remained. I am still quite conscious how far it affected me agreeably or disagreeably, and also of the special manner in which this happened, whether even in the slightest degree it vexed me, or made me anxious, or irritated me, or depress me, or produce the opposite of these affections. Thus the mere relation of the thing to my will is retained in the memory after the thing itself has vanished, and this often becomes the clue to lead us back to the thing itself. The sight of a man sometimes affects us in an analogous manner, for we remember merely in general that we have had something to do with him, yet without knowing where, when, or what it was, or who he is; but the sight of him still recalls pretty accurately the feeling which our dealings with him excited in us, whether it was agreeable or disagreeable, and also in what degree and in what way. Thus our memory has preserved only the response of the will, and not that which called it forth. We might call what lies at the foundation of this process the memory of the heart. It is much more intimate than that of the head; yet at bottom the connection of the two is so far‐reaching that if we reflect deeply upon the matter we will arrive at the conclusion that memory in general requires the support of a will as a connecting point, or rather as a thread upon which the memories can range themselves, and which holds them firmly together, or that the will is, as it were, the ground to which the individual memories cleave, and without which they could not last, and that therefore in a pure intelligence, that in a merely knowing and absolutely will‐less being, a memory cannot well be conceived. Accordingly, the improvement of the memory under the spur of the ruling passion, which has been shown above, is only the higher degree of that which takes place in all retention and recollection, for its basis and condition is always the will. Thus in all this also it becomes clear how very much more essential to us the will is than the intellect. The following facts may also serve to confirm this. End of chapter 19, part 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, part 4. Of Supplements to the Second Book, by The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19. On the Primacy of the Will in Self‐Consciousness, Part 4. The intellect often obeys the will. For example, if we wish to remember something, and after some effort succeed; so also if we wish now to ponder something carefully and deliberately, and in many such cases. Sometimes, again, the intellect refuses to obey the will. For example, if we try in vain to fix our minds upon something, or if we call in vain upon the memory for something that was entrusted to it. The anger of the will against the intellect on such occasions makes its relation to it and the difference of the two very plain. Indeed, the intellect, vexed by this anger, sometimes officiously brings what was asked of it hours afterwards, or even the following morning, quite unexpectedly and unseasonably. On the other hand, the will never really obeys the intellect, but the latter is only the ministerial counsel of that sovereign. It presents all kinds of things to the will, which then selects what is in conformity with its nature, though in doing so it determines itself with necessity, because this nature is unchangeable and the motives now lie before it. Hence no system of ethics is possible which moulds and improves the will itself, for all teaching only affects knowledge, and knowledge never determines the will itself, that is, the fundamental character of willing, but only its application to the circumstances present. Rectified knowledge can only modify conduct so far as it proves more exactly and judges more correctly what objects of the will's choice are within its reach, so that the will now measures its relation to things more correctly, sees more clearly what it desires, and consequently is less subject to error in its choice. But over the will itself, over the main tendency or fundamental maxim of it, the intellect has no power. To believe that knowledge really and fundamentally determines the will is like believing that the lantern which a man carries by night is the primum mobile of his steps. Whoever, taught by experience or the admonitions of others, knows and laments a fundamental fault of his character, firmly and honestly forms the intention to reform and give it up. But in spite of this, on the first opportunity, the fault receives free course.
new repentance, new intentions, new transgressions. When this has been gone through several times, he becomes conscious that he cannot improve himself, that the fault lies in his nature and personality, indeed is one with this. Now he will blame and curse his nature and personality, will have a painful feeling which may rise to anguish of consciousness, but to change these he is not able. Here we see that which condemns and that which is condemned distinctly separate. We see the former as a merely theoretical faculty, picturing and presenting the praiseworthy, and therefore desirable course of life, but the other as something real and unchangeably present, going quite a different way in spite of the former, and then again the first remaining behind with impotent lamentations over the nature of the other, with which through this very distress it again identifies itself. Will and intellect here separate very distinctly. But here the will shows itself as the stronger, the invincible, unchangeable primitive, and at the same time as the essential thing in question, for the intellect deplores its errors and finds no comfort in the correctness of the knowledge as its own function. Thus the intellect shows itself entirely secondary, as the spectator of the deeds of another, which it accompanies with impotent praise and blame, and also as determinable from without, because it learns from experience, weighs and alters its precepts. Special illustrations of this subject will be found in the Parerga, vol. ii. § 118, second edition, § 119. Accordingly, a comparison of our manner of thinking at different periods of our life will present a strange mixture of permanence and changeableness. On the one hand, the moral tendency of the man in his prime and the old man is still the same as was that of the boy. On the other hand, much has become so strange to him that he no longer knows himself, and wonders how he ever could have done or said this and that. In the first half of life to‐day, for the most part, laughs at yesterday, indeed looks down on it with contempt. In the second half, on the contrary, it more and more looks back at it with envy. But on closer examination it will be found that the changeable element was the intellect, with its functions of insight and knowledge, which, daily appropriating new material from without, presents a constantly changing system of thought, while besides this, it itself rises and sinks with the growth and decay of the organism. The will, on the contrary, the basis of this, thus the inclinations, passions, and emotions, the character, shows itself as what is unalterable in consciousness. Yet we have to take account of the modifications that depend upon physical capacities for enjoyment, and hence upon age. Thus, for example, the eagerness for sensuous pleasure will show itself in childhood as a love of dainties, in youth and manhood as the tendency to sensuality, and in old age again as a love of dainties. 7. If, as is generally assumed, the will proceeded from knowledge as its result or product, then where there is much will there would necessarily also be much knowledge, insight, and understanding. This, however, is absolutely not the case. Rather we find in many men a strong, i.e., decided, resolute, persistent, unbending, wayward, and vehement will, combined with a very weak and incapable understanding, so that every one who has to do with them is thrown into despair, for their will remains inaccessible to all reasons and ideas, and is not to be got at, so that it is hidden, as it were, in a sack, out of which it wills blindly. Brutes have often violent, often stubborn wills, but yet very little understanding. Finally, plants only will, without any knowledge at all. If willing sprang merely from knowledge, our anger would necessarily be in every case exactly proportionate to the occasion, or at least to our relation to it, for it would be nothing more than the result of the present knowledge. This, however, is rarely the case; rather anger generally goes far beyond the occasion. Our fury and rage, the furor brevis, often upon small occasions, and without error regarding them, is like the raging of an evil spirit, which, having been shut up, only waits its opportunity to dare to break loose, and now rejoices that it has found it. This could not be the case if the foundation of our nature were a knower, and willing were merely a result of knowledge. For how came there into the result what did not lie in the elements? The conclusion cannot contain more than the premisses. Thus here also the will shows itself as of a nature quite different from knowledge, which only serves it for communication with the external world; but then the will follows the laws of its own nature without taking from the intellect anything but the occasion. The intellect, as the mere tool of the will, is as different from it as the hammer from the smith. So long as in a conversation the intellect alone is active, it remains cold. It is almost as if the man himself were not present. Moreover, he cannot then, properly speaking, compromise himself, but at the most can make himself ridiculous. Only when the will comes into play is the man really present. Now he becomes warm, nay, it often happens, hot. It is always the will to which we ascribe the warmth of life. On the other hand, we say the cold understanding, or to investigate a thing coolly, that is, to think without being influenced by the will. If we attempt to reverse the relation, and to regard the will as the tool of the intellect, it is as if we made the smith the tool of the hammer. Nothing is more provoking when we are arguing against a man with reasons and explanations, and taking all pains to convince him, under the impression that we have only to do with his understanding, than to discover at last that he will not understand, that thus we had to do with his will, which shuts itself up against the truth and brings into the field wilful misunderstandings, chicaneries, and sophisms, in order to entrench itself behind its understanding and its pretended want of insight. Then he is certainly not to be got at, for reasons and proofs applied against the will are like the blows of a phantom produced by mirrors against a solid body. Hence the saying so often repeated, stat pro ratione voluntas. Sufficient evidence of what has been said is afforded by ordinary life. But unfortunately proofs of it are also to be found on the path of the sciences. The recognition of the most important truths, of the rarest achievements, will be looked for in vain from those who have an interest in preventing them from being accepted, an interest which either springs from the fact that such truths contradict what they themselves daily teach, or else from this, that they dare not make use of them and teach them; or if all this be not the case, they will not accept them, because the watchword of mediocrity will always be, si quelqu'un excelle parmi nous, qu'il ait excellé ailleurs, as Helvetius has admirably rendered the saying of the Ephesian in the 5th book of Cicero's Tusculanae, chapter 36, or as a saying of the Abyssinian Fit-Erari puts it, among quartzes adamant is outlawed. Thus whoever expects from this always numerous band a just estimation of what he has done will find himself very much deceived, and perhaps for a while he will not be able to understand their behaviour, till at last he finds out that while he applied himself to knowledge he had to do with the will, thus is precisely in the position described above, nay, is really like a man who brings his case before a court the judges of which have all been bribed. Yet in particular cases he will receive the fullest proof that their will and not their insight opposed him, when one or other of them makes up his mind to plagiarism. Then he will see with astonishment what good judges they are, what correct perception of the merit of others they have, and how well they know how to find out the best, like the sparrows, who never miss the ripest cherries. The counterpart of the victorious resistance of the will to knowledge here set forth appears, if in expounding our reasons and proofs we have the will of those addressed with us; then all are at once convinced, all arguments are telling, and the matter is at once clear as the day. This is well known to popular speakers. In the one case as in the other, the will shows itself as that which has original power, against which the intellect can do nothing. 8. But now we shall take into consideration the individual qualities, thus excellences and faults of the will and character on the one hand, and of the intellect on the other, in order to make clear, in their relation to each other and their relative worth, the complete difference of the two fundamental faculties. History and experience teach that the two appear quite independently of each other. That the greatest excellence of mind will not easily be found combined with equal excellence of character is sufficiently explained by the extraordinary rarity of both.
while their opposites are everywhere the order of the day. Hence we also daily find the latter in union. However, we never infer a good will from a superior mind, nor the latter from the former, nor the opposite from the opposite, but every unprejudiced person accepts them as perfectly distinct qualities, the presence of which each for itself has to be learned from experience. Great narrowness of mind may coexist with great goodness of heart, and I do not believe Balthazar Gracian was right in saying in Discreto, p. 406, "No hay simple que no sea malicioso." There is no simpleton who would not be malicious, though he has the Spanish proverb in his favour, "Nunca la necedad anduvo sin malicia." Stupidity is never without malice. Yet it may be that some stupid persons become malicious for the same reason as many hunchbacks, from bitterness on account of the neglect they have suffered from nature, and because they think they can occasionally make up for what they lack in understanding through malicious cunning, seeking in this a brief triumph. From this, by the way, it is also comprehensible why almost every one easily becomes malicious in the presence of a very superior mind. On the other hand, again, stupid people have very often the reputation of special good‐heartedness, which yet so seldom proves to be the case that I could not help wondering how they had gained it, till I was able to flatter myself that I had found the key to it in what follows. Moved by a secret inclination, every one likes best to choose for his more intimate intercourse some one to whom he is a little superior in understanding, for only in this case does he find himself at his ease, because, according to Hobbes, omnis animi voluptas, omnisque alicritas in eo sita est, quod quis habeat, quibuscum conferens se, possit magnifice sentire de se ipso. Indecive, 1.5. For the same reason every one avoids him who is superior to himself, wherefore Lichtenberg quite rightly observes, "To certain men a man of mind is a more odious production than the most pronounced rogue." And similarly Helvetius says, "Les gens médiocres ont un instinct sûr et prompt pour connaître et fuir les gens d'esprit." And Dr. Johnson assures us that there is nothing by which a man exasperates most people more than by displaying a superior ability of brilliancy in conversation. They seem pleased at the time, but their envy makes them curse him in their hearts. Boswell. In order to bring this truth, so universal and so carefully concealed, more relentlessly to light, I add the expression of it by Merck, the celebrated friend of Goethe's youth, from his story Lindor. He possessed talents which were given him by nature and acquired by himself through learning, and thus it happened that in most society he left the worthy members of it far behind. If, in the moment of delight at the sight of an extraordinary man, the public swallows these superiorities also, without actually at once putting a bad construction upon them, yet a certain impression of this phenomenon remains behind, which, if it is often repeated, may on serious occasions have disagreeable future consequences for him who is guilty of it. Without any one consciously noting that on this occasion he was insulted, no one is sorry to place himself tacitly in the way of the advancement of this man. Thus on this account great mental superiority isolates more than anything else, and makes one, at least silently, hated. Now it is the opposite of this that makes stupid people so generally liked, especially since many can only find in them what, according to the law of their nature referred to above, they must seek. Yet this the true reason of such an inclination no one will confess to himself, still less to others, and therefore as a plausible pretext for it will impute to those he has selected a special goodness of heart, which, as we have said, is in reality only very rarely and accidentally found in combination with mental incapacity. Want of understanding is accordingly by no means favourable or akin to goodness of character. But on the other hand, it cannot be asserted that great understanding is so; nay, rather, no scoundrel has in general been without it. Indeed, even the highest intellectual eminence can coexist with the worst moral depravity. An example of this is afforded by Bacon of Verulam. Ungrateful, filled with the lust of power, wicked and base, he at last went so far that, as Lord Chancellor and the highest judge of the realm, he frequently allowed himself to be bribed in civil actions. Impeached before his peers, he confessed himself guilty, was expelled by them from the House of Lords, and condemned to a fine of £40,000 and imprisonment in the Tower. See the review of the latest edition of Bacon's works in the Edinburgh Review, August 1837. Hence also Pope called him the wisest, brightest, meanest of mankind (Essay on Man, IV. 282). A similar example is afforded by the historian Guicciardini, of whom Rossini says, in the Notizie Storiche, drawn from good contemporary sources, which is given in his historical romance Luisa Strozzi: Da coloro che mongono l'ingegno e il sapere al di sopra di tutte le umane qualità, questo uomo sarà riguardato come fra i più grandi del suo secolo, ma da quelli che reputano la virtù dovere andare innanzi a tutto non potrà esecrarsi abbastanza la sua memoria. Esso fu il più crudele fra i cittadini a perseguitare, uccidere e confinare, etc. 32. If now it is said of one man, he has a good heart, though a bad head, but of another, he has a very good head, yet a bad heart, every one feels that in the first case the praise far outweighs the blame, in the other case the reverse. Answering to this, we see that if some one has done a bad deed, his friends and he himself try to remove the guilt from the will to the intellect, and to give out that faults of the heart were faults of the head. Roguish tricks they will call errors, will say they were merely want of understanding, want of reflection, light‐mindedness, folly; nay, if need be, they will plead a paroxysm, momentary mental aberration, and if a heavy crime is in question, even madness, only in order to free the will from the guilt. And in the same way we ourselves, if we have caused a misfortune or injury, will before ourselves and others willingly impeach our stultitia, simply in order to escape the reproach of malitia. In the same way, in the case of the equally unjust decision of the judge, the difference whether he has erred or been bribed is so infinitely great. All this sufficiently proves that the will alone is the real and essential, the kernel of the man, and the intellect is merely its tool, which may be constantly faulty without the will being concerned. The accusation of want of understanding is, at the moral judgment seat, no accusation at all; on the contrary, it even gives privileges. And so also before the courts of the world it is everywhere sufficient to deliver a criminal from all punishment that his guilt should be transferred from his will to his intellect, by proving either unavoidable error or mental derangement; for then it is of no more consequence than if hand or foot had slipped against the will. I have fully discussed this in the appendix "Über die intellektuelle Freiheit" to my prize essay on the freedom of the will, to which I refer to avoid repetition. End of chapter 19, part 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, part 5. Of Supplements to the Second Book. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19. On the Primacy of the Will in Self‐Consciousness, Part 5. Everywhere those who are responsible for any piece of work appeal, in the event of its turning out unsatisfactorily, to their good intentions, of which there was no lack. Hereby they believe that they secure the essential, that for which they are properly answerable, and their true self. The inadequacy of their faculties, on the other hand, they regard as the want of a suitable tool. If a man is stupid, we excuse him by saying that he cannot help it. But if we were to excuse a bad man on the same grounds, we would be laughed at. And yet the one, like the other, is innate. This proves that the will is the man proper, the intellect merely its tool. Thus it is always only our willing that is regarded as depending upon ourselves, that is, as the expression of our true nature, and for which we are therefore made responsible. Therefore it is absurd and unjust if we are taken to task for our beliefs, thus for our knowledge, for we are obliged to regard this as something which, although it changes in us, is as little in our power as the events of the external world. And here also it is clear that the will alone is the inner and true nature of man. The intellect, on the contrary, with its operations, which go on as regularly as the external world, stands to the will in the relation of something external to it, a mere tool. High mental capacities have always been regarded as the gift of nature or the gods, and on that account they have been called Gaben, Begabung, ingenii dotes, gifts, a man highly gifted, regarding them as something different from the man himself, something that has fallen to his lot through favour. No one, on the contrary, has ever taken this view of moral excellences, although they also are innate. They have rather always been regarded as something proceeding from the man himself, essentially belonging to him, nay, constituting his very self. But it follows now from this that the will is the true nature of man; the intellect, on the other hand, is secondary, a tool, a gift. Answering to this, all religions promise a reward beyond life, in eternity, for excellences of the will or heart, but none for excellences of the head or understanding. Virtue expects its reward in that world; prudence hopes for it in this; genius, again, neither in this world nor in that; it is its own reward. Accordingly the will is the eternal part, the intellect the temporal. Connection, communion, intercourse among men is based, as a rule, upon relations which concern the will, not upon such as concern the intellect. The first kind of communion may be called the material, the other the formal. Of the former kind are the bonds of family and relationship, and further all connections that rest upon any common aim or interest, such as that of trade or profession, of the corporation, the party, the faction, &c. In these it merely amounts to a question of views, of aims, along with which there may be the greatest diversity of intellectual capacity and culture. Therefore not only can any one live in peace and unity with any one else, but can act with him and be allied to him for the common good of both. Marriage also is a bond of the heart, not of the head. It is different, however, with merely formal communion, which aims only at an exchange of thought. This demands a certain equality of intellectual capacity and culture. Great differences in this respect place between man an impassable gulf. Such lies, for example, between a man of great mind and a fool, between a scholar and a peasant, between a courtier and a sailor. Natures as heterogeneous as these have therefore trouble in making themselves intelligible, so long as it is a question of exchanging thoughts, ideas, and views. Nevertheless, close material friendship may exist between them, and they may be faithful allies, conspirators, or men under mutual pledges. For in all that concerns the will alone, which includes friendship, enmity, honesty, fidelity, falseness, and treachery, they are perfectly homogeneous, formed of the same clay, and neither mind nor culture make any difference here. Indeed, here the ignorant man often shames the scholar, the sailor the courtier. For at the different grades of culture there are the same virtues and vices, emotions and passions, and although somewhat modified in their expression, they very soon mutually recognise each other even in the most heterogeneous individuals, upon which the similarly disposed agree, and the opposed are at enmity. Brilliant qualities of mind win admiration, but never affection. This is reserved for the moral, the qualities of the character. Every one will choose as his friend the honest, the good‐natured, and even the agreeable, complaisant man, who easily concurs, rather than the merely able man. Indeed, many will be preferred to the latter on account of insignificant, accidental, outward qualities which just suit the inclination of another. Only the man who has much mind himself will wish able men for his society. His friendship, on the other hand, he will bestow with reference to moral qualities. for upon this depends his really high appreciation of a man in whom a single good trait of character conceals and expiates great want of understanding. The known goodness of a character makes us patient and yielding towards weaknesses of understanding, as also towards the dulness and childishness of age. A distinctly noble character, along with the entire absence of intellectual excellence and culture, presents itself as lacking nothing, while, on the contrary, even the greatest mind, if affected with important moral faults, will always appear blamable; for as torches and fireworks become pale and insignificant in the presence of the sun, so intellect, nay, genius, and also beauty, are outshone and eclipsed by the goodness of the heart. When this appears in a high degree, it can make up for the want of those qualities to such an extent that one is ashamed of having missed them. Even the most limited understanding, and also grotesque ugliness, whenever extraordinary goodness of heart declares itself as accompanying them, become, as it were, transfigured, outshone by a beauty of a higher kind, for now a wisdom speaks out of them before which all other wisdom must be dumb. For goodness of heart is a transcendent quality; it belongs to an order of things that reaches beyond this life, and is incommensurable with any other perfection. When it is present in a high degree, it makes the heart so large that it embraces the world, so that now everything lies within it, no longer without; for it identifies all natures with its own. It then extends to others also that boundless indulgence which otherwise each one only bestows on himself. Such a man is incapable of becoming angry, even if the malicious mockery and sneers of others have drawn attention to his own intellectual or physical faults. He only reproaches himself in his heart for having been the occasion of such expressions, and therefore, without doing violence to his own feelings, proceeds to treat those persons in the kindest manner, confidently hoping that they will turn from their error with regard to him, and recognise themselves in him also. What is wit and genius against this? What is Bacon of Verulam? Our estimation of our own selves leads to the same result as we have here obtained by considering our estimation of others. How different is the self‐satisfaction which we experience in a moral regard from that which we experience in an intellectual regard. The former arises when, looking back on our conduct, we see that with great sacrifices we have practised fidelity and honesty, that we have helped many, forgiven many, have behaved better to others than they have behaved to us, so that we can say with King Lear, "I am a man more sinned against than sinning," and to its fullest extent, if perhaps some noble deed shines in our memory. A deep seriousness will accompany the still peace which such a review affords us; and if we see that others are inferior to us here, this will not cause us any joy, but we will rather deplore it and sincerely wish that they were as we are. How entirely differently does the knowledge of our intellectual superiority affect us! Its ground base is really the saying of Hobbes quoted above, omnis animi voluptas, omnisque alicritas in eo sita est, quod quis habeat, quibuscum conferens se, possit magnifice sentire de se ipso. Arrogant, triumphant vanity, proud, contemptuous looking down on others, inordinate delight in the consciousness of decided and considerable superiority, akin to pride of physical advantages, that is the result here. This opposition between the two kinds of self‐satisfaction shows that the one concerns our true inner and eternal nature, the other, a more external, merely temporal, and indeed scarcely more than a mere physical excellence. The intellect is in fact simply the function of the brain; the will, on the contrary, is that whose function is the whole man, according to his being and nature. If, looking without us, we reflect that ο βιος βραξους ide τέχνη μακρα, i.e., vita brevis ars longa, and consider how the greatest and most beautiful minds, often when they have scarcely reached the summit of their power, and the greatest scholars, when they have only just attained to a thorough knowledge of their science, are snatched away by death, we are confirmed in this, that the meaning and end of life is not intellectual but moral. The complete difference between the mental and moral qualities displays itself lastly in the fact that the intellect suffers very important changes through time, while the will and character remain untouched by it. The new‐born child has as yet no use of its understanding, but obtains it within the first 2 months to the extent of perception and apprehension of the things in the external world, a process which I have described more fully in my essay "Über das Sehen und die Farben," p. 10 of the second and third edition. The growth of reason to the point of speech, and thereby of thought, follows this first and most important step much more slowly, generally only in the third year; yet the early childhood remains hopelessly abandoned to silliness and folly, primarily because the brain still lacks physical completeness, which, both as regards its size and texture, it only attains in the seventh year. But then for its energetic activity there is still wanting the antagonism of the genital system; it therefore only begins with puberty. Through this, however, the intellect has only attained to the capacity for its psychical improvement. This itself can only be won by practice, experience, and instruction. Thus, as soon as the mind has escaped from the folly of childhood, it falls into the snares of innumerable errors, prejudices, and chimeras, sometimes of the absurdest and crudest kind, which it obstinately sticks to till experience gradually removes them, and many of them also are insensibly lost. All this takes many years to happen, so that one grants it majority indeed soon after the 20th year, yet has placed full maturity, years of discretion, not before the 40th year. But while this psychical education, resting upon help from without, is still in process of growth, the inner physical energy of the brain already begins to sink again. This has reached its real culminating point about the 30th year, on account of its dependence upon the pressure of blood and the effect of the pulsation upon the brain, and through this again upon the predominance of the arterial over the venous system, and the fresh tenderness of the brain fibre, and also on account of the energy of the genital system. After the 35th year a slight diminution of the physical energy of the brain becomes noticeable, which, through the gradually approaching predominance of the venous over the arterial system, and also through the increasing firmer and drier consistency of the brain fibre, more and more takes place, and would be much more observable if it were not that, on the other hand, the psychical perfecting, through exercise, experience, increase of knowledge, and acquired skill in the use of it, counteracts it, an antagonism which fortunately lasts to an advanced age, for the brain becomes more and more like a worn-out instrument. But yet the diminution of the original energy of the intellect, resting entirely upon organic conditions, continues, slowly indeed, but unceasingly. The faculty of original conception, the imagination, the plastic power, the memory, become noticeably weaker, and so it goes on step by step downwards into old age, garrulous, without memory, half‐conscious, and ultimately quite childish. The will, on the contrary, is not affected by all this becoming, this change and vicissitude, but is from beginning to end unalterably the same. Willing does not require to be learned like knowing, but succeeds perfectly at once. The new‐born child makes violent movements, rages, and cries; it wills in the most vehement manner, though it does not yet know what it wills. For the medium of motives, the intellect, is not yet fully developed. The will is in darkness concerning the external world in which its objects lie, and now rages like a prisoner against the walls and bars of his dungeon. But little by little it becomes light; at once the fundamental traits of universal human willing, and at the same time the individual modification of it here present, announce themselves. The already appearing character shows itself indeed at first in weak and uncertain outline, on account of the defective service of the intellect, which has to present it with motives; but to the attentive observer it soon declares its complete presence, and in a short time it becomes unmistakable. The characteristics appear which last through the whole of life; the principal tendencies of the will, the easily excited emotions, the ruling passion, declare themselves. Therefore the events at school stand to those of the future life for the most part as the dumb show in Hamlet that precedes the play to be given at the court, and foretells its content in the form of pantomime,
stands to the play itself. But it is by no means possible to prognosticate in the same way the future intellectual capacities of the man from those shown in the boy. Rather, as a rule, the ingenia præcocia prodigies turn out blockheads. Genius, on the contrary, is often in childhood of slow conception, and comprehends with difficulty just because it comprehends deeply. This is how it is that every one relates laughing and without reserve the follies and stupidities of his childhood. For example, Goethe, how he threw all the kitchen crockery out of the window (Dichtung und Wahrheit, vol. I, p. 7). For we know that all this only concerns what changes. On the other hand, a prudent man will not favour us with the bad features, the malicious or deceitful actions of his youth, for he feels that they also bear witness to his present character. I have been told that when Gall, the phrenologist and investigator of man, had to put himself into connection with a man as yet unknown to him, he used to get him to speak about his youthful years and actions, in order, if possible, to gather from these the distinctive traits of his character, because this must still be the same now. This is the reason why we are indifferent to the follies and want of understanding of our youthful years, and even look back on them with smiling satisfaction, while the bad features of character even of that time, the ill‐natured actions and the misdeeds then committed, exist even in old age as inextinguishable reproaches, and trouble our consciences. Now, just as the character appears complete, so it remains unaltered to old age. The advance of age, which gradually consumes the intellectual powers, leaves the moral qualities untouched. The goodness of the heart still makes the old man honoured and loved when his head already shows the weaknesses which are the commencement of second childhood. Gentleness, patience, honesty, veracity, disinterestedness, philanthropy, &c., remain through the whole life, and are not lost through the weaknesses of old age. In every clear moment of the worn‐out old man they come forth undiminished, like the sun from the winter clouds. And, on the other hand, malice, spite, avarice, hard‐heartedness, infidelity, egoism, and baseness of every kind also remain undiminished to our latest years. We would not believe, but would laugh at any one who said to us, "In former years I was a malicious rogue, but now I am an honest and noble‐minded man." Therefore Sir Walter Scott, in the Fortunes of Nigel, has shown very beautifully in the case of the old usurer how burning avarice, egoism, and injustice are still in their full strength, like a poisonous plant in autumn, when the intellect has already become childish. The only alterations that take place in our inclinations are those which result directly from the decrease of our physical strength, and with it of our capacities for enjoyment. Thus voluptuousness will make way for intemperance, the love of splendour for avarice, and vanity for ambition; just like the man who before he has a beard will wear a false one, and later, when his own beard has become grey, will dye it brown. Thus, while all organic forces, muscular power, the senses, the memory, wit, understanding, genius, wear themselves out, and in old age become dull, the will alone remains undecayed and unaltered; the strength and the tendency of willing remains the same. Indeed, in many points the will shows itself still more decided in age. Thus in the clinging to life, which it is well known increases, also in the firmness and persistency with regard to what it has once embraced in obstinacy, which is explicable from the fact that the susceptibility of the intellect for other impressions, and thereby the movement of the will by motives streaming in upon it, has diminished. Hence the implacable nature of the anger and hate of old persons. The young man's wrath is like light straw on fire, but like red‐hot steel is the old man's ire. Old Ballad. From all these considerations it becomes unmistakable to the more penetrating glance that while the intellect has to run through a long series of gradual developments, but then, like everything physical, must encounter decay, the will takes no part in this, except so far as it has to contend at first with the imperfection of its tool, the intellect, and again, at last, with its worn‐out condition, but itself appears perfect and remains unchanged, not subject to the laws of time and of becoming and passing away in it. Thus in this way it makes itself known as that which is metaphysical, not itself belonging to the phenomenal world. 9. The universally used and generally very well understood expressions heart and head have sprung from a true feeling of the fundamental distinction here in question; therefore they are also apt and significant, and occur in all languages. Nec cor nec caput habet, says Seneca of the Emperor Claudius, ludus et morte Claudii Caesaris, chap. 8. The heart, this primum mobile of the animal life, has with perfect justice been chosen as the symbol, nay, the synonym of the will, as the primary kernel of our phenomenon, and denotes this in opposition to the intellect, which is exactly identical with the head. All that, in the widest sense, is matter of the will, as wish, passion, joy, grief, goodness, wickedness, also what we are wont to understand under Gemüth, and what Homer expresses through φιλον ητωρ, is attributed to the heart. Accordingly we say, he has a bad heart. His heart is in the thing; it comes from his heart; it cuts him to the heart; it breaks his heart bleeds, the heart leaps for joy. Who can see the heart of man? It is heart‐rending, heart‐crushing, heart‐breaking, heart‐inspiring, heart‐touching. He is good‐hearted, hard‐hearted, heartless, stout‐hearted, faint‐hearted, &c., &c. Quite specially, however, love affairs are called affairs of the heart, affaires de cœur, because the sexual impulse is the focus of the will, and the selection with reference to it constitutes the chief concern of natural human volition, the ground of which I shall show in a full chapter supplementary to the fourth book. Byron in Don Juan, chapter 11, verse 34, is satirical about love being to women an affair of the head instead of an affair of the heart. On the other hand, the head denotes everything that is matter of knowledge. Hence a man of head, a good head, a fine head, a bad head, to lose one's head, to keep one's head uppermost, &c. Heart and head signifies the whole man; but the head is always the second, the derived, for it is not the centre, but the highest efflorescence of the body. When a hero dies his heart is embalmed, not his brain. On the other hand, we like to preserve the skull of the poet, the artist, and the philosopher. So Raphael's skull was preserved in the Accademia di St. Luca at Rome, though it has lately been proved not to be genuine. In Stockholm in 1820 the skull of Descartes was sold by auction. End of chapter 19, part 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, Part 6, of Supplements to the Second Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19, on the Primacy of the Will in Self‐Consciousness, Part 6. A true feeling of the real relation between will, intellect, and life is also expressed in the Latin language. The intellect is mens nous, the will again is animus, which comes from anima, and this from anemon. Anima is the life itself, the breath, ψυχη; but animus is the living principle, and also the will, the subject of inclinations, intentions, passions, emotions. Hence also est mihi animus, fert animus, for I have a desire to; also animi causa, &c. It is the Greek thumos, the German Gemüth, thus the heart but not the head. Animi perturbatio is an emotion; mentis perturbatio would signify insanity. The predicate immortalis is attributed to animus, not to mens. All this is the rule gathered from the great majority of passages, though in the case of conceptions so nearly related it cannot but be that the words are sometimes interchanged. Under ψυχη the Greeks appear primarily and originally to have understood the vital force, the living principle, whereby at once arose the dim sense that it must be something metaphysical, which consequently would not be reached by death. Among other proofs of this are the investigations of the relation between nous
and Psyche, preserved by Stobaeus. 10. Upon what depends the identity of the person? Not upon the matter of the body, it is different after a few years; not upon its form, which changes as a whole and in all its parts, all but the expression of the glance, by which, therefore, we still know a man even after many years; which proves that in spite of all the changes time produces in him, something in him remains quite untouched by it. It is just this by which we recognise him even after the longest intervals of time, and find the former man entire. It is the same with ourselves, for however old we become, we yet feel within that we are entirely the same as we were when we were young, nay, when we were still children. This, which unaltered always remains quite the same, and does not grow old along with us, is really the kernel of our nature, which does not lie in time. It is assumed that the identity of the person rests upon that of consciousness, but by this is understood merely the connected recollection of the course of life; hence it is not sufficient. We certainly know something more of our life than of a novel we have formerly read, yet only very little. The principal events, the interesting scenes, have impressed themselves upon us; in the remainder, 1,000 events are forgotten for one that has been retained. The older we become, the more do things pass us by without leaving any trace. Great age, illness, injury of the brain, madness, may deprive us of memory altogether, but the identity of the person is not thereby lost. It rests upon the identical will in the unalterable character of the person. It is it also which makes the expression of the glance unchangeable. In the heart is the man, not in the head. It is true that in consequence of our relation to the external world we are accustomed to regard as our real self the subject of knowledge, the knowing I, which wearies in the evening, vanishes in sleep, and in the morning shines brighter with renewed strength. This is, however, the mere function of the brain, and not our own self. Our true self, the kernel of our nature, is what is behind that, and really knows nothing but willing and not willing, being content and not content, with all the modifications of this which are called feelings, emotions, and passions. This is that which produces the other, does not sleep with it when it sleeps, and in the same way, when it sinks in death, remains uninjured. Everything, on the contrary, that belongs to knowledge is exposed to oblivion. Even actions of moral significance can sometimes, after years, be only imperfectly recalled, and we no longer know accurately and in detail how we acted on a critical occasion. But the character itself, to which the actions only testify, cannot be forgotten by us; it is now still quite the same as then. The will itself, alone and for itself, is permanent, for it alone is unchangeable, indestructible, not growing old, not physical, but metaphysical, not belonging to the phenomenal appearance, but to that itself which so appears. How the identity of consciousness also, so far as it goes, depends upon it, I have shown above in chapter 15, so I need not dwell upon it further here. 11. Aristotle says in passing, in his book on the comparison of the desirable, to live well is better than to live. Βελτιον του ζην το ουζειν. From this we might infer by double contraposition, not to live is better than to live badly. This is also evident to the intellect, yet the great majority live very badly rather than not at all. This clinging to life cannot therefore have its ground in the object of life, since life, as was shown in the fourth book, is really a constant suffering, or at the least, as will be shown further on in the 28th chapter, a business which does not cover its expenses. Thus that clinging to life can only be founded in the subject of it. But it is not founded in the intellect; it is no result of reflection, and in general is not a matter of choice. But this willing of life is something that is taken for granted; it is a prius of the intellect itself. We ourselves are the will to live, and therefore we must live, well or ill. Only from the fact that this clinging to a life which is so little worth to them is entirely a priori and not a posteriori can we explain the excessive fear of death that dwells in every living thing, which Rochefoucauld has expressed in his last reflection with rare frankness and naïveté. and upon which the effect of all tragedies and heroic actions ultimately rests; for it would be lost if we prized life only according to its objective worth. Upon this inexpressible horror mortis is also founded the favourite principle of all ordinary minds, that whosoever takes his own life must be mad; yet not less the astonishment, mingled with a certain admiration, which this action always excites even in thinking minds, because it is so opposed to the nature of all living beings, that in a certain sense we are forced to admire him who is able to perform it. For suicide proceeds from a purpose of the intellect, but our will to live is a prius of the intellect. Thus this consideration also, which will be fully discussed in chapter 28, confirms the primacy of the will in self‐consciousness. 12. On the other hand, nothing proves more clearly the secondary, dependent, conditioned nature of the intellect than its periodical intermittence. In deep sleep all knowing and forming of ideas ceases. But the kernel of our nature, the metaphysical part of it which the organic functions necessarily presuppose as their primum mobile, must never pause if life is not to cease; and, moreover, as something metaphysical and therefore incorporeal, it requires no rest. Therefore the philosophers who set up a soul as this metaphysical kernel, that is, an originally and essentially knowing being, see themselves forced to the assertion that this soul is quite untiring in its perceiving and knowing, therefore continues these even in deep sleep; only that we have no recollection of this when we awake. The falseness of this assertion, however, was easy to see whenever one had rejected that soul in consequence of Kant's teaching. For sleep and waking prove to the unprejudiced mind in the clearest manner that knowing is a secondary function, and conditioned by the organism just like any other. Only the heart is untiring, because its beating and the circulation of the blood are not directly conditioned by nerves, but are just the original manifestation of the will. Also, all other physiological functions governed merely by ganglionic nerves, which have only a very indirect and distant connection with the brain, are carried on during sleep, although the secretions take place more slowly. The beating of the heart itself, on account of its dependence upon respiration, which is conditioned by the cerebral system, medulla oblongata, becomes with it a little slower. The stomach is perhaps most active in sleep, which is to be attributed to its special consensus with the now resting brain, which occasions mutual disturbances. The brain alone, and with it knowing, pauses entirely in deep sleep, for it is merely the minister of foreign affairs, as the ganglion system is the minister of the interior. The brain, with its function of knowing, is only a vedette, established by the will for its external ends, which, up in the watch‐tower of the head, looks round through the windows of the senses, and marks where mischief threatens, and where advantages are to be looked for, and in accordance with whose report the will decides. This vedette, like every one engaged on active service, is then in a condition of strain and effort, and therefore it is glad when, after its watch is completed, it is again withdrawn, as every watch gladly retires from its post. This withdrawal is going to sleep, which is therefore so sweet and agreeable, and to which we are so glad to yield. On the other hand, being roused from sleep is unwelcome, because it recalls the vedette suddenly to its post. One generally feels also after the beneficent systole the reappearance of the difficult diastole, the re-separation of the intellect from the will. A so‐called soul, which was originally and radically a knowing being, would, on the contrary, necessarily feel on awaking like a fish put back into water. In sleep, when merely the vegetative life is carried on, the will works only according to its original and essential nature, undisturbed from without, with no diminution of its power through the activity of the brain and the exertion of knowing, which is the heaviest organic function, yet for the organism merely a means, not an end. Therefore, in sleep, the whole power of the will is directed to the maintenance and, where it is necessary, the improvement of the organism. Hence all healing, all favourable crises take place in sleep, for the vis naturae medicatrix has free play only when it is delivered from the burden of the function of knowledge. The embryo, which has still to form the body, therefore sleeps continuously, and the new‐born child the greater part of its time. In this sense Burdach (Physiologie, vol. 3, p. 484) quite rightly declares sleep to be the original state. With reference to the brain itself, I account to myself for the necessity of sleep more fully through an hypothesis which appears to have been first set up in Neumann's book, "Von den Krankheiten des Menschen" (1834, vol. 4, § 216). It is this, that the nutrition of the brain, thus the renewal of its substance from the blood, cannot go on while we are awake, because the very eminent organic function of knowing and thinking would be disturbed or put an end to by the low and material function of nutrition. This explains the fact that sleep is not a purely negative condition, a mere pausing of the activity of the brain, but also shows a positive character. This makes itself known through the circumstance that between sleep and waking there is no mere difference of degree, but a fixed boundary, which, as soon as sleep intervenes, declares itself in dreams which are completely different from our immediately preceding thoughts. A further proof of this is that when we have dreams which frighten us, we try in vain to cry out, or to ward off attacks, or to shake off sleep, so that it is as if the connecting link between the brain and the motor nerves, or between the cerebrum and the cerebellum, as the regulator of movements, were abolished, for the brain remains in its isolation, and sleep holds us fast as with brazen claws. Finally, the positive character of sleep can be seen in the fact that a certain degree of strength is required for sleeping. Therefore too great fatigue or natural weakness prevent us from seizing it, capere somnum. This may be explained from the fact that the process of nutrition must be introduced if sleep is to ensue. The brain must, as it were, begin to feed. Moreover, the increased flow of blood into the brain during sleep is explicable from the nutritive process, and also the position of the arms laid together above the head, which is instinctively assumed because it furthers this process; also why children, so long as their brain is still growing, require a great deal of sleep, while in old age, on the other hand, when a certain atrophy of the brain, as of all the parts, takes place, sleep is short; and finally why excessive sleep produces a certain dulness of consciousness, the consequence of a certain hypertrophy of the brain, which in the case of habitual excess of sleep may become permanent and produce imbecility (ανινκαι παλους upnas), i.e., noxae est etiam multus somnus. The need of sleep is therefore directly proportionate to the intensity of the brain life, thus to the clearness of the consciousness. Those animals whose brain life is weak and dull sleep little and lightly, for example, reptiles and fishes. And here I must remind the reader that the winter sleep is sleep almost only in name, for it is not an inaction of the brain alone, but of the whole organism, thus a kind of apparent death. Animals of considerable intelligence sleep deeply and long. Men also require more sleep the more developed, both as regards quantity and quality, and the more active their brain is. Montaigne relates of himself that he had always been a long sleeper, that he had passed a large part of his life in sleeping, and at an advanced age still slept from 8 to 9 hours at a time. Descartes also is reported to have slept a great deal. Kant allowed himself 7 hours for sleep, but it was so hard for him to do with this that he ordered his servant to force him against his will, and without listening to his remonstrances, to get up at the set time. Jachmann, Immanuel Kant, p. 162. For the more completely awake a man is, that is, the clearer and more lively his consciousness, the greater for him is the necessity of sleep, thus the deeper and longer he sleeps. Accordingly much thinking or hard brain work increases the need of sleep. That sustained muscular exertion also makes us sleepy is to be explained from the fact that in this the brain continuously, by means of the medulla oblongata, the spinal marrow, and the motor nerves, imparts the stimulus to the muscles which affects their irritability, and in this way it exhausts its strength. The fatigue which we observe in the arms and legs has accordingly its real seat in the brain, just as the pain which these parts feel is really experienced in the brain, for it is connected with the motor nerves as with the nerves of sense. The muscles which are not actuated from the brain, for example those of the heart, accordingly never tire. The same grounds explain the fact that both during and after great muscular exertion we cannot think acutely. That one has far less energy of mind in summer than in winter is partly explicable from the fact that in summer one sleeps less, for the deeper one has slept, the more completely awake, the more lively is one afterwards. This, however, must not mislead us into extending sleep unduly, for then it loses in intention, that is, in deepness and soundness, what it gains in extension, whereby it becomes mere loss of time. This is what Goethe means when he says in the second part of Faust of morning slumber, "Sleep is husk, throw it off." Thus in general the phenomenon of sleep most specially confirms the assertion that consciousness, apprehension, knowing, thinking, is nothing original in us, but a conditioned and secondary state. It is a luxury of nature, and indeed its highest, which can therefore the less afford to pursue without interruption the higher the pitch to which it has been brought. It is the product, the efflorescence of the cerebral nerve system, which is itself nourished like a parasite by the rest of the organism. This also agrees with what is shown in our third book, that knowing is so much the purer and more perfect the more it has freed and severed itself from the will, whereby the purely objective, the æsthetic comprehension appears. Just as an extract is so much the purer the more it has been separated from that out of which it is extracted and been cleared of all sediment. The opposite is shown by the will, whose most immediate manifestation is the whole organic life, and primarily the untiring heart. This last consideration is related to the theme of the following chapter, to which it therefore makes the transition; yet the following observation belongs to it. In magnetic somnambulism the consciousness is doubled; two trains of knowledge, each connected in itself but quite different from each other, arise. The waking consciousness knows nothing of the somnambulant. But the will retains in both the same character and remains throughout identical. It expresses in both the same inclinations and aversions; for the function may be doubled, but not the true nature. End of chapter 19. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20, Part 1, of Supplements to the Second Book, From the World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20. Objectification of the Will in the Animal Organism. Part 1. By objectification I understand the self‐exhibition in the real corporeal world. However, this world itself, as was fully shown in the first book and its supplements, is throughout conditioned by the knowing subject, thus by the intellect, and therefore as such is absolutely inconceivable outside the knowledge of this subject, for it primarily consists simply of ideas of perception, and as such is a phenomenon of the brain. After its removal the thing in itself would remain. That this is the will is the theme of the second book, and is there proved first of all in the animal organism and in that of the brutes. The knowledge of the external world may also be defined as the consciousness of other things in opposition to self‐consciousness. Since we have found in the latter that its true object or material is the will, we shall now with the same intention take into consideration the consciousness of other things, thus objective knowledge. Now here my thesis is this: that which in self‐consciousness, thus subjectively, is the intellect, presents itself in the consciousness of other things, thus objectively, as the brain; and that which in self‐consciousness, thus subjectively, is the will, presents itself in the consciousness of other things, thus objectively, as the whole organism. To the evidence which is given in support of this proposition, both in our second book and in the first two chapters of the treatise "Über den Willen in der Natur," I add the following supplementary remarks and illustrations. Nearly all that is necessary to establish the first part of this thesis has already been brought forward in the preceding chapter. For in the necessity of sleep, in the alterations that arise from age, and in the differences of the anatomical conformation, it was proved that the intellect is of a secondary nature, and depends absolutely upon a single organ, the brain, whose function it is, just as grasping is the function of the hand; that it is therefore physical like digestion, not metaphysical like the will. As good digestion requires a healthy, strong stomach, as athletic power requires muscular, sinewy arms, so extraordinary intelligence requires an unusually developed, beautifully formed brain of exquisitely fine texture and animated by a vigorous pulse. The nature of the will, on the contrary, is dependent upon no organ, and can be prognosticated from none. The greatest error in Gall's phrenology is that he assigns organs of the brain for moral qualities also. Injuries to the head, with loss of brain substance, affect the intellect as a rule very disadvantageously. They result in complete or partial imbecility or forgetfulness of language, permanent or temporary, yet sometimes only of one language out of several which were known, also in the loss of other knowledge possessed, &c., &c. On the other hand, we never read that after a misfortune of this kind the character has undergone a change, that the man has perhaps become morally worse or better, or has lost certain inclinations or passions, or assumed new ones; never. For the will has not its seat in the brain, and moreover, as that which is metaphysical, it is the prius of the brain, as of the whole body, and therefore cannot be altered by injuries of the brain. According to an experiment made by Spallanzani, and repeated by Voltaire, a snail that has had its head cut off remains alive, and after some weeks a new head grows on, together with horns. With this consciousness and ideas again appear, while till then the snail had only given evidence of blind will through unregulated movements. Thus here also we find the will as the substance, which is permanent, the intellect, on the contrary, conditioned by its organ as the changing accident. It may be defined as the regulator of the will. It was perhaps Tiedemann who first compared the cerebral nervous system to a parasite. Tiedemann and Teveron's Journal für Physiologie, Book I, § 62. The comparison is happy, for the brain, together with the spinal cord and nerves which depend upon it, is, as it were, implanted in the organism, and is nourished by it without on its part directly contributing anything to the support of the economy of the organism. Therefore there can be life without a brain, as in the case of brainless abortions, and also in the case of tortoises, which live for 3 weeks after their heads have been cut off, only the medulla oblongata, as the organ of respiration, must be spared. Indeed, a hen whose whole brain Flourens had cut away lived for 10 months and grew. Even in the case of men the destruction of the brain does not produce death directly, but only through the medium of the lungs, and then of the heart. On the other hand, the brain controls the relations to the external world; this alone is its office, and hereby it discharges its debt to the organism which nourishes it, since its existence is conditioned by the external relations. Accordingly the brain alone of all the parts requires sleep, because its activity is completely distinct from its support; the former only consumes both strength and substance, the latter is performed by the rest of the organism as the nurse of the brain. Thus, because its activity contributes nothing to its continued existence, it becomes exhausted, and only when it pauses in sleep does its nourishment go on unhindered. The second part of our thesis, stated above, will require a fuller exposition, even after all that I have said about it in the writings referred to. I have shown above in chapter 18 that the thing in itself, which must lie at the foundation of every phenomenon, and therefore of our own phenomenal existence also, throws off in self‐consciousness one of its phenomenal forms, space, and only retains the other, time. On this account it presents itself here more immediately than anywhere else, and we claim it as will according to its most undisguised manifestation. But no permanent substance, such as matter is, can present itself in time alone, because, as § 4 of the first volume showed, such a substance is only possible through the intimate union of space and time. Therefore in self‐consciousness The will is not apprehended as the enduring substratum of its impulses, therefore is not perceived as a permanent substance, but only its individual acts, such as purposes, wishes, and emotions, are known successively and during the time they last, directly, yet not perceptibly. The knowledge of the will in self‐consciousness is accordingly not a perception of it, but a perfectly direct becoming aware of its successive impulses. On the other hand, for the knowledge which is directed outwardly, brought about by the senses and perfected in the understanding, which besides time has also space for its form, which to it connects in the closest manner by means of the function of the understanding, causality, whereby it really becomes perception. This knowledge presents to itself perceptibly what in inner immediate apprehension was conceived as will, as organic body, whose particular movements visibly present to us the acts, and whose parts and forms visibly present to us the sustained efforts, the fundamental character of the individually given will, nay, whose pain and comfort are perfectly immediate affections of this will itself. We first become aware of this identity of the body with the will in the individual actions of the two, for in these what is known in self‐consciousness as an immediate real act of the will, at the same time and unseparated, exhibits itself outwardly as movement of the body, and every one beholds the purposes of his will, which are instantaneously brought about by motives which just as instantaneously appear at once as faithfully copied in as many actions of his body as his body itself is copied in his shadow. And from this, for the unprejudiced man, the knowledge arises in the simplest manner that his body is merely the outward manifestation of his will, that is, the way in which his will exhibits itself in his perceiving intellect, or his will itself under the form of the idea. Only if we forcibly deprive ourselves of this primary and simple information can we for a short time marvel at the process of our own bodily action as a miracle, which then rests on the fact that between the act of will and the action of the body there is really no causal connection, for they are directly identical, and their apparent difference only arises from the circumstance that here what is one and the same is apprehended in two different modes of knowledge, the outer and the inner. Actual willing is in fact inseparable from doing, and in the strictest sense only that is an act of the will which the deed sets its seal to. Mere resolves of the will, on the contrary, till they are carried out, are only intentions, and are therefore matter of the intellect alone; as such they have their place merely in the brain, and are nothing more than completed calculations of the relative strength of the different opposing motives. They have, therefore, certainly great probability, but no infallibility. They may turn out false, not only through alteration of the circumstances, but also from the fact that the estimation of the effect of the respective motives upon the will itself was erroneous, which then shows itself, for the deed is untrue to the purpose. Therefore before it is carried out no resolve is certain. The will itself, then, is operative only in real action, hence in muscular action, and consequently in irritability. Thus the will proper objectifies itself in this: the cerebrum is the place of motives, where through these the will becomes choice, i.e., becomes more definitely determined by motives. These motives are ideas, which, on the occasion of external stimuli of the organs of sense, arise by means of the functions of the brain, and are also worked up into conceptions, and then into resolves. When it comes to the real act of will, these motives, the workshop of which is the cerebrum, act through the medium of the cerebellum upon the spinal cord and the motor nerves which proceed from it, which then act upon the muscles, yet merely as stimuli of their irritability, for galvanic, chemical, and even mechanical stimuli can effect the same contraction, which the motor nerve calls forth. Thus what was motive in the brain acts, when it reaches the muscle through the nerves, as mere stimulus. Sensibility in itself is quite unable to contract the muscle. This can only be done by the muscle itself, and its capacity for doing so is called irritability, i.e., susceptibility to stimuli. It is exclusively a property of the muscle, as sensibility is exclusively a property of the nerve. The latter, indeed, gives the muscle the occasion for its contraction, but it is by no means it that in some mechanical way draws the muscle together, but this happens simply and solely on account of the irritability, which is a power of the muscle itself. Apprehended from without, this is a qualitas occulta, and only self‐consciousness reveals it as the will. In the causal chain here briefly set forth, from the effect of the motive lying outside us to the contraction of the muscle, the will does not in some way come in as the last link of the chain, but it is the metaphysical substratum of the irritability of the muscle. Thus it plays here precisely the same part which in a physical or chemical chain of causes is played by the mysterious forces of nature, which lie at the foundation of the process, forces which as such are not themselves involved as links in the causal chain, but impart to all the links of it the capacity to act, as I have fully shown in § 26 of the first volume. Therefore we would ascribe the contraction of the muscle also to a similar mysterious force of nature, if it were not that this contraction is disclosed to us by an entirely different source of knowledge, self‐consciousness as will. Hence, as was said above, if we start from the will, our own muscular movement appears to us as a miracle; for indeed there is a strict causal chain from the external motive to the muscular action, but the will itself is not included as a link in it, but, as the metaphysical substratum of the possibility of an action upon the muscle through brain and nerve, lies at the foundation of the present muscular action also. Therefore the latter is not properly its effect, but its manifestation. As such it enters the world of idea, the form of which is the law of causality, a world which is entirely different from the will in itself, and thus, if we start from the will, this manifestation has for attentive reflection the appearance of a miracle. But, for deeper investigation, it affords the most direct authentication of the great truth that what appears in the phenomenon as body and its action is in itself will. If now perhaps the motor nerve that leads to my hand is severed, the will can no longer move it. This, however, is not because the hand has ceased to be, like every part of my body, the objectivity, the mere visibility of my will, or in other words, that the irritability has vanished, but because the effect of the motive, in consequence of which alone I can move my hand, cannot reach it and act on its muscles as a stimulus, for the line of connection between it and the brain is broken. Thus really my will is in this part only deprived of the effect of the motive. The will objectifies itself directly in irritability, not in sensibility. In order to prevent all misunderstandings about this important point, especially such as proceed from physiology pursued in a purely empirical manner, I shall explain the whole process somewhat more thoroughly. My doctrine asserts that the whole body is the will itself, exhibiting itself in the perception of the brain, consequently having entered into its forms of knowledge. From this it follows that the will is everywhere equally present in the whole body, as is also demonstrably the case, for the organic functions are its work no less than the animal. But how, then, can we reconcile it with this, that the voluntary actions, those most undeniable expressions of the will, clearly originate in the brain, and thus only through the spinal cord reach the nerve fibres, which finally set the limbs in motion, and the paralysis or severing of which therefore prevents the possibility of voluntary movement? This would lead one to think that the will, like the intellect, has its seat only in the brain, and, like it, is a mere function of the brain. End of chapter 20, section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20, Part 2, of Supplements to the Second Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20, Objectification of the Will in the Animal Organism, Part 2. Yet this is not the case, but the whole body is and remains the exhibition of the will in perception, thus the will itself objectively perceived by means of the functions of the brain. That process, however, in the case of the acts of will, depends upon the fact that the will, which according to my doctrine expresses itself in every phenomenon of nature, even in vegetable and inorganic phenomena, appears in the bodies of men and animals as a conscious will. A consciousness, however, is essentially a unity, and therefore always requires a certain point of unity. The necessity of consciousness is, as I have often explained, occasioned by the fact that in consequence of the increased complication and thereby more multifarious wants of an organism, the acts of its will must be guided by motives, no longer, as in the lower grades, by mere stimuli. For this purpose it had at this stage to appear provided with a knowing consciousness, thus with an intellect, as the medium and place of the motives. This intellect, if itself objectively perceived, exhibits itself as the brain, together with its appendages, spinal cord, and nerves. It is the brain now in which, on the occasion of external impressions, the ideas arise which become motives for the will; but in the rational intellect they undergo besides this a still further working up, through reflection and deliberation. Thus such an intellect must first of all unite in one point all impressions, together with the working up of them by its functions, whether to mere perception or to conceptions, a point which will be, as it were, the focus of all its rays, in order that that unity of consciousness may arise which is the theoretical ego, the supporter of the whole consciousness, in which it presents itself as identical with the willing ego, whose mere function of knowledge it is. That point of unity of consciousness, or the theoretical ego, is just Kant's synthetic unity of apperception, upon which all ideas string themselves as on a string of pearls, and on account of which the "I think," as the thread of the string of pearls, must be capable of accompanying all our ideas. This assembling place of the motives, then, where their entrance into the single focus of consciousness takes place, is the brain. Here, in the non‐rational consciousness, they are merely perceived; in the rational consciousness they are elucidated by conceptions, thus our first thought in the abstract and compared, upon which the will chooses, in accordance with its individual and immutable character, and so the purpose results which now, by means of the cerebellum, the spinal cord, and the nerves, sets the outward limbs in motion. For although the will is quite directly present in these, inasmuch as they are merely its manifestation, yet when it has to move according to motives, or indeed according to reflection, it requires such an apparatus for the apprehension and working up of ideas into such motives, in conformity with which its acts here appear as resolves, just as the nourishment of the blood with chyle requires a stomach and intestines, in which this is prepared, and then as such is poured into the blood through the ductus thoracicus, which here plays the part which the spinal cord plays in the former case. The matter may be most simply and generally comprehended thus: the will is immediately present as irritability in all the muscular fibres of the whole body, as a continual striving after activity in general. Now if this striving is to realise itself, thus to manifest itself as movement, this movement must as such have some direction; but this direction must be determined by something, that is, it requires a guide, and this is the nervous system. For to the mere irritability, as it lies in the muscular fibres and in itself, is pure will, all directions are alike. Thus it determines itself in no direction, but behaves like a body which is equally drawn in all directions; it remains at rest. Since the activity of the nerves comes in as motive, in the case of reflex movements as a stimulus, the driving force, that is, the irritability, receives a definite direction, and now produces the movements. Yet those external acts of will which require no motives, and thus also no working up of mere stimuli into ideas in the brain from which motives arise, but which follow immediately upon stimuli, for the most part inward stimuli, are the reflex movements, starting only from the spinal cord, as, for example, spasms and cramp, in which the will acts without the brain taking part. In an analogous manner the will carries on the organic life also by nerve stimulus which does not proceed from the brain. Thus the will appears in every muscle as irritability, and is consequently of itself in a position to contract them, yet only in general. In order that some definite contraction should take place at a given moment, there is required here, as everywhere, a cause, which in this case must be a stimulus. This is everywhere given by the nerve which goes into the muscle. If this nerve is in connection with the brain, then the contraction is a conscious act of will, i.e., takes place in accordance with motives, which, in consequence of external impressions, have arisen as ideas in the brain. If the nerve is not in connection with the brain, but with the sympathicus maximus, then the contraction is involuntary and unconscious, an act connected with the maintenance of the organic life, and the nerve stimulus which causes it is occasioned by inward impressions, for example, by the pressure upon the stomach of the food received, or of the chyme upon the intestines, or of the inflowing blood upon the walls of the heart, in accordance with which the act is digestion, or motus peristalticus, or beating of the heart, &c. But if now in this process we go one step further, we find that the muscles are the product of the blood, the result of its work of condensation, nay, to a certain extent they are merely solidified, or, as it were, clotted or crystallised blood; for they have taken up into themselves, almost unaltered, its fibrin (cruor) and its colouring matter (Burdach's Physiologie, Book V. § 686). But the force which forms the muscle out of the blood must not be assumed to be different from that which afterwards moves it as irritability upon nerve stimulus, which the brain supplies, in which case it then presents itself in self‐consciousness as that which we call will. The close connection between the blood and irritability is also shown by this, that where, on account of imperfection of the lesser circulation, part of the blood returns to the heart unoxidised, the irritability is also uncommonly weak, as in the batrachia. Moreover, the movement of the blood, like that of the muscle, is independent and original. It does not, like irritation, require the influence of the nerve, and is even independent of the heart, as is shown most clearly by the return of the blood through the veins to the heart, for here it is not propelled by a vis a tergo, as in the case of the arterial circulation, and all other mechanical explanations, such as a power of suction of the right ventricle of the heart, are quite inadequate. See Burdach's Physiologie, Book IV. § 763, and Rösch über die Bedeutung des Blutes, § 2 and following. It is remarkable to see how the French, who recognise nothing but mechanical forces, controvert each other with insufficient grounds upon both sides; and Bichat ascribes the flowing back of the blood through the veins to the pressure of the walls of the capillary tubes, and Magendie, on the other hand, to the continued action of the impulse of the heart (Précis de physiologie par Magendie, vol. ii. p. 389). That the movement of the blood is also independent of the nervous system, at least of the cerebral nervous system, is shown by the fetus, which, according to Müller's Physiologie, without brain and spinal cord, has yet circulation of the blood. And Flourens also says: "Le mouvement du cœur pris en soi est abstraction faite de tout ce qui n'est pas essentiellement lui, comme sa durée, son énergie, ne dépend ni immédiatement, ni co-instantanément du système nerveux central, et conséquemment c'est dans tout autre point de ce système que dans le centre nerveux lui-même qu'il faut chercher le principe primitif et immédiat de ce mouvement." Annales de sciences naturelles, Audouin et Bruniard, 1828, vol. 13. Cuvier also says: "La circulation survit à la destruction de tout l'encéphale et de toute la moelle éponière." "Cor primum vivens et ultimum moriens," says Haller. The beating of the heart ceases at last in death. The blood has made the vessels themselves, for it appears in the ovum earlier than they do; they are only its path, voluntarily taken, then beaten smooth, and finally gradually condensed and closed up, as Kaspar Wolff has already taught Theorie der Generation, § 30‐35. The motion of the heart also, which is inseparable from that of the blood, although occasioned by the necessity of sending blood into the lungs, is yet an original motion, for it is independent of the nervous system and of sensibility, as Burdach fully shows. In the heart, he says, appears with the maximum of irritability a minimum of sensibility (§ 769). The heart belongs to the muscular system as well as to the blood or vascular system, from which, however, it is clear that the two are closely related, indeed constitute one whole. Since now the metaphysical substratum of the force which moves the muscle, thus of irritability, is the will must also be the metaphysical substratum of the force which lies at the foundation of the movement and the formations of the blood, as that by which the muscles are produced. The course of the arteries also determines the form and size of all the limbs. Consequently the whole form of the body is determined by the course of the blood. Thus in general the blood, as it nourishes all the parts of the body, has also, as the primary fluidity of the organism, produced and framed them out of itself; and the nourishment which confessedly constitutes the principal function of the blood is only the continuance of that original production of them. This truth will be found thoroughly and excellently explained in the work of Rösch referred to above, "Über die Bedeutung des Blutes," 1839. He shows that the blood is that which first has life, and is the source both of the existence and of the maintenance of all the parts; that all the organs have sprung from it through secretion, and together with them, for the management of their functions, the nervous system, which appears now as plastic, ordering and arranging the life of the particular parts within, now as cerebral, controlling the relation to the external world. The blood, he says, p. 25, was flesh and nerve at once, and at the same moment at which the muscle freed itself from it, the nerve, severed in like manner, remained opposed to the flesh. Here it is a matter of course that the blood, before those solid parts have been secreted from it, has also a somewhat different character from afterwards. It is then, as Rösch defines it, the chaotic, animated, slimy, primitive fluid, as it were an organic emulsion, in which all subsequent parts are implicite, contained; moreover, it has not the red colour quite at the beginning. This disposes of the objection which might be drawn from the fact that the brain and the spinal cord begin to form before the circulation of the blood is visible, or the heart appears. In this reference also Schultz says (Système der Circulation, § 297): "We do not believe that the view of Baumgärten, according to which the nervous system is formed earlier than the blood, can consistently be carried out; for Baumgärten reckons the appearance of the blood only from the formation of the corpuscles, while in the embryo and in the series of animals blood appears much earlier in the form of a pure plasma. The blood of invertebrate animals never assumes the red colour, but we do not therefore with Aristotle deny that they have any." It is well worthy of note that according to the account of Justinus Kerner (Geschichte zweier Somnambulen, § 78), a somnambulist of a very high degree of clairvoyance says, "I am as deep in myself as ever a man can be led. The force of my mortal life seems to me to have its source in the blood, whereby, through the circulation in the veins, it communicates itself, by means of the nerves, to the whole body and to the brain, which is the noblest part of the body, and above the blood itself." From all this it follows that the will objectifies itself most immediately in the blood as that which originally makes and forms the organism, perfects it by growth, and afterwards constantly maintains it, both by the regular renewal of all the parts, and by the extraordinary restoration of any part that may have been injured. The first productions of the blood are its own vessels, and then the muscles, in the irritability of which the will makes itself known to self‐consciousness. But with this also the heart, which is at once vessel and muscle, and therefore is the true centre and primum mobile of the whole life. But for the individual life and subsistence in the external world, the will now requires two assistant systems, one to govern and order its inner and outer activity, and another for the constant renewal of the mass of the blood; thus a controller and a sustainer. It therefore makes for itself the nervous and the intestinal systems. Thus the functiones animales and the functiones naturales associate themselves in a subsidiary manner with the functiones vitales, which are the most original and essential. In the nervous system, accordingly, the will only objectifies itself in an indirect and secondary way, for this system appears as a mere auxiliary organ, as a contrivance by means of which the will attains to a knowledge of those occasions, internal and external, upon which, in conformity with its aims, it must express itself. The internal occasions are received by the plastic nervous system, thus by the sympathetic nerve, this cerebrum abdominale as mere stimuli, and the will thereupon reacts on the spot without the brain being conscious. The outward occasions are received by the brain as motives, and the will reacts through conscious actions directed outwardly. Therefore the whole nervous system constitutes, as it were, the antennae of the will, which it stretches towards within and without. End of chapter 20, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20, part 3. Of Supplements to the Second Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20. Objectification of the Will in the Animal Organism, Part 3. The nerves of the brain and spinal cord separate at their roots into sensory and motory nerves. The sensory nerves receive the knowledge from without, which now accumulates in the thronging brain, and is there worked up into ideas, which arise primarily as motives. But the motory nerves bring back like couriers the result of the brain function to the muscle, upon which it acts as a stimulus, and the irritability of which is the immediate manifestation of the will. Presumably the plastic nerves also divide into sensory and motory, although on a subordinate scale. The part which the ganglia play in the organism we must think of as that of a diminutive brain, and thus the one throws light upon the other. The ganglia lie wherever the organic functions of the vegetative system require care. It is as if there the will was not able by its direct and simple action to carry out its aims, but required guidance, and consequently control; just as when in some business a man's own memory is not sufficient, and he must constantly take notes of what he does. For this end mere knots of nerves are sufficient for the interior of the organism, because everything goes on within its own compass. For the exterior, on the other hand, a very complicated contrivance of the same kind is required. This is the brain with its feelers, which it stretches into the outer world, the nerves of sense. But even in the organs which are in communication with this great nerve centre, in very simple cases the matter does not need to be brought before the highest authority, but a subordinate one is sufficient to determine what is needed. Such is the spinal cord in the reflex actions discovered by Marshall Hall, such as sneezing, yawning, vomiting, the second half of swallowing, etc., etc. The will itself is present in the whole organism, since this is merely its visible form. The nervous system exists everywhere merely for the purpose of making the direction of an action possible by a control of it, as it were to serve the will as a mirror, so that it may see what it does, just as we use a mirror to shave by. Hence small sensoria arise within us for special and consequently simple functions, the ganglia; but the chief sensorium, the brain, is the great and skilfully contrived apparatus for the complicated and multifarious functions which have to do with the ceaselessly and irregularly changing external world. Wherever in the organism the nerve threads run together in a ganglion, there to a certain extent an animal exists for itself and shut off, which by means of the ganglion has a kind of weak knowledge, the sphere of which is, however, limited to the part from which these nerves directly come. But what actuates these parts to such quasi‐knowledge is clearly the will. Indeed, we are utterly unable to conceive it otherwise. Upon this depends the vita propria of each part, and also in the case of insects, which instead of a spinal cord have a double string of nerves, with ganglia at regular intervals,
the capacity of each part to continue alive for days after being severed from the head and the rest of the trunk; and finally also the actions, which in the last instance do not receive their motives from the brain, that is, instinct and natural mechanical skill. Marshall Hall, whose discovery of the reflex movements I have mentioned above, has given us in this the theory of involuntary movements. Some of these are normal or physiological; such are the closing of the places of ingress to and egress from the body, thus of the sphincteres vesicae et ani, proceeding from the nerves of the spinal cord; the closing of the eyelids in sleep, from the fifth pair of nerves; of the larynx, from N. vagus, if food passes over it or carbonic acid tries to enter; also swallowing, from the pharynx; yawning and sneezing; respiration, entirely in sleep and partly when awake; and lastly the erection, ejaculation, as also conception, and many more. Some, again, are abnormal and pathological; such are stammering, hiccoughing, vomiting, also cramps and convulsions of every kind, especially in epilepsy, tetanus, in hydrophobia, and otherwise. Finally, the convulsive movements produced by galvanic or other stimuli, and which take place without feeling or consciousness in paralysed limbs, that is, in limbs which are out of connection with the brain, also the convulsions of beheaded animals, and lastly, all movements and actions of children born without brains. All cramps are a rebellion of the nerves of the limbs against the sovereignty of the brain. The normal reflex movements, on the other hand, are the legitimate autocracy of the subordinate officials. These movements are thus all involuntary, because they do not proceed from the brain, and therefore do not take place in accordance with motives, but follow upon mere stimuli. The stimuli which occasion them extend only to the spinal cord or the medulla oblongata, and from there the reaction directly takes place which effects the movement. The spinal cord has the same relation to these involuntary movements as the brain has to motive and action, and what the sentient and voluntary nerve is for the latter, the incident and motor nerve is for the former. That yet, in the one as in the other, that which really moves is the will, is brought all the more clearly to light because the involuntarily moved muscles are for the most part the same, which under other circumstances are moved from the brain in the voluntary actions, in which their primum mobile is intimately known to us through self‐consciousness as the will. Marshall Hall's excellent book on the diseases of the nervous system is peculiarly fitted to bring out clearly the difference between volition and will, and to confirm the truth of my fundamental doctrine. For the sake of illustrating all that has been said, let us now call to mind that case of the origination of an organism which is most accessible to our observation. Who makes the chicken in the egg? Some power and skill coming from without, and penetrating through the shell? Oh no, the chicken makes itself, and the force which carries out and perfects this work, which is complicated, well calculated, and designed beyond all expression, breaks through the shell as soon as it is ready, and now performs the outward actions of the chicken under the name of will. It cannot do both at once. Previously occupied with the perfecting of the organism, it had no care for without. But after it has completed the former, the latter appears, under the guidance of the brain and its feelers, the senses, as a tool prepared beforehand for this end, the service of which only begins when it grows up in self‐consciousness as intellect, which is the lantern to the steps of the will, its ἡγεμονικον, and also the supporter of the objective external world, however limited the horizon of this may be in the consciousness of a hen. But what the hen is now able to do in the external world through the medium of this organ is, as accomplished by means of something secondary, infinitely less important than what it did in its original form, for it made itself. We became acquainted above with the cerebral nervous system as an assistant organ of the will, in which it therefore objectifies itself in a secondary manner. As thus the cerebral system, although not directly coming within the sphere of the life functions of the organism, but only governing its relations to the outer world, has yet the organism as its basis, and is nourished by it in return for its services. And as thus the cerebral or animal life is to be regarded as the production of the organic life, The brain and its function, knowledge, thus the intellect, belong indirectly and in a subordinate manner to the manifestation of the will. The will objectifies itself also in it, as will to apprehend the external world, thus as will to know. Therefore, great and fundamental as is the difference in us between willing and knowing, the ultimate substratum of both is yet the same, the will, as the real inner nature of the whole phenomenon. But knowing, the intellect, which presents itself in self‐consciousness entirely as secondary, is to be regarded not only as the accident of the will, but also as its work, and thus, although in a circuitous manner, is yet to be referred to it. As the intellect presents itself physiologically as the function of an organ of the body, metaphysically it is to be regarded as a work of the will, whose objectification or visible appearance is the whole body. Thus the will to know, objectively perceived, is the brain, as the will to go, objectively perceived, is the foot, the will to grasp, the hand, the will to digest, the stomach, the will to beget, the genitals, &c. This whole objectification certainly ultimately exists only for the brain, as its perception. In this the will exhibits itself as organised body. But so far as the brain knows, it is itself not known, but is the knower, the subject of all knowledge. So far, however, as in objective perception, that is, in the consciousness of other things, thus secondarily, it is known, it belongs, as an organ of the body, to the objectification of the will. For the whole process is a self‐knowledge of the will; it starts from this and returns to it, and constitutes what Kant has called the phenomenon in opposition to the thing in itself. Therefore that which is known, that which is idea, is the will, and this idea is what we call body, which, as extended in space and moving in time, exists only by means of the functions of the brain, thus only in it. That, on the other hand, which knows, which has that idea, is the brain, which yet does not know itself, but only becomes conscious of itself subjectively as intellect, that is, as the knower. That which when regarded from within is the faculty of knowledge, is when regarded from without the brain. This brain is a part of that body, just because it itself belongs to the objectification of the will. The will's will to know is objectified in it, its tendency towards the external world. Accordingly the brain, and therefore the intellect, is certainly conditioned immediately by the body, and this again by the brain, yet only indirectly, as spatial and corporeal in the world of perception, not in itself, that is, as will. Thus the whole is ultimately the will, which itself becomes idea, and is that unity which we express by I. The brain itself, so far as it is perceived, thus in the consciousness of other things, and hence secondarily, is only idea; but in itself, in so far as it perceives, it is the will, because this is the real substratum of the whole phenomenon. Its will to know objectifies itself as brain and its functions. We may take the voltaic pile as an illustration, certainly imperfect, but yet to some extent throwing light upon the nature of the human phenomenon as we here regard it. The metals, together with the fluid, are the body; the chemical action, as the basis of the whole effect, is the will; and the electric current running from it, which produces shock and spark, is the intellect. But omnes simile claudicat. Quite recently the physiatrica point of view has at last prevailed in pathology. According to it, diseases are themselves a curative process of nature, which it introduces to remove, by overcoming its causes, a disorder which in some way has got into the organism. Thus in the decisive battle, the crisis, it is either victorious and attains its end, or else is defeated. This view only gains its full rationality from our standpoint, which shows the will in the vital force, that here appears as vis naturae medicatrix, the will which lies at the foundation of all organic functions in a healthy condition, but now, when disorder has entered, threatening its whole work, assumes dictatorial power in order to subdue the rebellious forces by quite extraordinary measures and entirely abnormal operations, the disease, and bring everything back to the right track. On the other hand, that the will itself is sick, As Brandis repeatedly expresses himself in his book "Über die Anwendung der Kälte," which I have quoted in the first part of my essay "Über den Willen in der Natur," is a gross misunderstanding. When I weigh this, and at the same time observe that in his earlier book "Über die Lebenskraft" of 1795, Brandis betrayed no suspicion that this force is in itself the will, but on the contrary says there, p. 13, it is impossible that the vital force can be that which we only know through our consciousness, for most movements take place without our consciousness. The assertion that this, of which the only characteristic known to us is consciousness, also affects the body without consciousness, is at the least quite arbitrary and unproved. And p. 14, Haller's objections to the opinion that all living movements are the effect of the soul are, as I believe, quite unanswerable. When I further reflect that he wrote his book "Über die Anwendung der Kälte," in which all at once the will appears so decidedly as the vital force, in his 70th year, an age at which no one as yet has conceived for the first time original fundamental thoughts; when, lastly, I bear in mind that he makes use of my exact expressions, will and idea, and not of those which are far more commonly used by others, the faculties of desire and of knowledge, I am now convinced, contrary to my earlier supposition, that he borrowed his fundamental thought from me, and with the usual honesty which prevails at the present day in the learned world, said nothing about it. The particulars about this will be found in the second and third edition of my work, "Über den Willen in der Natur," p. 14. End of chapter 20, part 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20, part 3. Of Supplements to the Second Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20. Objectification of the Will in the Animal Organism, Part 3. The nerves of the brain and spinal cord separate at their roots into sensory and motory nerves. The sensory nerves receive the knowledge from without, which now accumulates in the thronging brain, and is there worked up into ideas, which arise primarily as motives. But the motory nerves bring back like couriers the result of the brain function to the muscle, upon which it acts as a stimulus, and the irritability of which is the immediate manifestation of the will. Presumably the plastic nerves also divide into sensory and motory, although on a subordinate scale. The part which the ganglia play in the organism we must think of as that of a diminutive brain, and thus the one throws light upon the other. The ganglia lie wherever the organic functions of the vegetative system require care. It is as if there the will was not able by its direct and simple action to carry out its aims, but required guidance, and consequently control; just as when in some business a man's own memory is not sufficient, and he must constantly take notes of what he does. For this end mere knots of nerves are sufficient for the interior of the organism, because everything goes on within its own compass. For the exterior, on the other hand, a very complicated contrivance of the same kind is required. This is the brain with its feelers, which it stretches into the outer world, the nerves of sense. But even in the organs which are in communication with this great nerve centre, in very simple cases the matter does not need to be brought before the highest authority, but a subordinate one is sufficient to determine what is needed. Such is the spinal cord in the reflex actions discovered by Marshall Hall, such as sneezing, yawning, vomiting, the second half of swallowing, &c., &c. The will itself is present in the whole organism, since this is merely its visible form. The nervous system exists everywhere merely for the purpose of making the direction of an action possible by a control of it, as it were to serve the will as a mirror, so that it may see what it does, just as we use a mirror to shave by. Hence small sensoria arise within us for special and consequently simple functions, the ganglia; but the chief sensorium, the brain, is the great and skilfully contrived apparatus for the complicated and multifarious functions which have to do with the ceaselessly and irregularly changing external world. Wherever in the organism the nerve threads run together in a ganglion, there to a certain extent an animal exists for itself and shut off, which by means of the ganglion has a kind of weak knowledge, the sphere of which is, however, limited to the part from which these nerves directly come. But what actuates these parts to such quasi‐knowledge is clearly the will. Indeed, we are utterly unable to conceive it otherwise. Upon this depends the vita propria of each part, and also in the case of insects, which instead of a spinal cord have a double string of nerves, with ganglia at regular intervals, the capacity of each part to continue alive for days after being severed from the head and the rest of the trunk; and finally also the actions, which in the last instance do not receive their motives from the brain, that is, instinct and natural mechanical skill. Marshall Hall, whose discovery of the reflex movements I have mentioned above, has given us in this the theory of involuntary movements. Some of these are normal or physiological; such are the closing of the places of ingress to and egress from the body, thus of the sphincteres vesicae et ani, proceeding from the nerves of the spinal cord; the closing of the eyelids in sleep, from the fifth pair of nerves; of the larynx, from N. vagus, if food passes over it or carbonic acid tries to enter; also swallowing, from the pharynx; yawning and sneezing; respiration, entirely in sleep and partly when awake; and lastly the erection, ejaculation, as also conception, and many more. Some, again, are abnormal and pathological; such are stammering, hiccoughing, vomiting, also cramps and convulsions of every kind, especially in epilepsy, tetanus, in hydrophobia, and otherwise. Finally, the convulsive movements produced by galvanic or other stimuli, and which take place without feeling or consciousness in paralysed limbs, that is, in limbs which are out of connection with the brain, also the convulsions of beheaded animals, and lastly, all movements and actions of children born without brains. All cramps are a rebellion of the nerves of the limbs against the sovereignty of the brain. The normal reflex movements, on the other hand, are the legitimate autocracy of the subordinate officials. These movements are thus all involuntary, because they do not proceed from the brain, and therefore do not take place in accordance with motives, but follow upon mere stimuli. The stimuli which occasion them extend only to the spinal cord or the medulla oblongata, and from there the reaction directly takes place which effects the movement. The spinal cord has the same relation to these involuntary movements as the brain has to motive and action, and what the sentient and voluntary nerve is for the latter, the incident and motor nerve is for the former. That yet, in the one as in the other, that which really moves is the will, is brought all the more clearly to light because the involuntarily moved muscles are for the most part the same, which under other circumstances are moved from the brain in the voluntary actions, in which their primum mobile is intimately known to us through self‐consciousness as the will. Marshall Hall's excellent book on the diseases of the nervous system is peculiarly fitted to bring out clearly the difference between volition and will, and to confirm the truth of my fundamental doctrine. For the sake of illustrating all that has been said, let us now call to mind that case of the origination of an organism which is most accessible to our observation. Who makes the chicken in the egg? Some power and skill coming from without, and penetrating through the shell? Oh no, the chicken makes itself, and the force which carries out and perfects this work, which is complicated, well calculated, and designed beyond all expression, breaks through the shell as soon as it is ready, and now performs the outward actions of the chicken under the name of will. It cannot do both at once. Previously occupied with the perfecting of the organism, it had no care for without. But after it has completed the former, the latter appears, under the guidance of the brain and its feelers, the senses, as a tool prepared beforehand for this end, the service of which only begins when it grows up in self‐consciousness as intellect, which is the lantern to the steps of the will, its ἡγεμονικον,
and also the supporter of the objective external world, however limited the horizon of this may be in the consciousness of a hen. But what the hen is now able to do in the external world through the medium of this organ is, as accomplished by means of something secondary, infinitely less important than what it did in its original form, for it made itself. We became acquainted above with the cerebral nervous system as an assistant organ of the will, in which it therefore objectifies itself in a secondary manner. As thus the cerebral system, although not directly coming within the sphere of the life functions of the organism, but only governing its relations to the outer world, has yet the organism as its basis, and is nourished by it in return for its services. And as thus the cerebral or animal life is to be regarded as the production of the organic life, the brain and its function, knowledge, thus the intellect, belong indirectly and in a subordinate manner to the manifestation of the will. The will objectifies itself also in it, as will to apprehend the external world, thus as will to know. Therefore, great and fundamental as is the difference in us between willing and knowing, the ultimate substratum of both is yet the same, the will, as the real inner nature of the whole phenomenon. But knowing, the intellect, which presents itself in self‐consciousness entirely as secondary, is to be regarded not only as the accident of the will, but also as its work, and thus, although in a circuitous manner, is yet to be referred to it. As the intellect presents itself physiologically as the function of an organ of the body, metaphysically it is to be regarded as a work of the will, whose objectification or visible appearance is the whole body. Thus the will to know, objectively perceived, is the brain, as the will to go, objectively perceived, is the foot, the will to grasp, the hand, the will to digest, the stomach, the will to beget, the genitals, &c. This whole objectification certainly ultimately exists only for the brain, as its perception. In this the will exhibits itself as organised body. But so far as the brain knows, it is itself not known, but is the knower, the subject of all knowledge. So far, however, as in objective perception, that is, in the consciousness of other things, thus secondarily, it is known, it belongs, as an organ of the body, to the objectification of the will. For the whole process is a self‐knowledge of the will; it starts from this and returns to it, and constitutes what Kant has called the phenomenon in opposition to the thing in itself. Therefore that which is known, that which is idea, is the will, and this idea is what we call body, which, as extended in space and moving in time, exists only by means of the functions of the brain, thus only in it. That, on the other hand, which knows, which has that idea, is the brain, which yet does not know itself, but only becomes conscious of itself subjectively as intellect, that is, as the knower. That which when regarded from within is the faculty of knowledge, is when regarded from without the brain. This brain is a part of that body, just because it itself belongs to the objectification of the will. The will's will to know is objectified in it, its tendency towards the external world. Accordingly the brain, and therefore the intellect, is certainly conditioned immediately by the body, and this again by the brain, yet only indirectly, as spatial and corporeal in the world of perception, not in itself, that is, as will. Thus the whole is ultimately the will, which itself becomes idea, and is that unity which we express by I. The brain itself, so far as it is perceived, thus in the consciousness of other things, and hence secondarily, is only idea; but in itself, in so far as it perceives, it is the will, because this is the real substratum of the whole phenomenon. Its will to know objectifies itself as brain and its functions. We may take the voltaic pile as an illustration, certainly imperfect, but yet to some extent throwing light upon the nature of the human phenomenon as we here regard it. The metals, together with the fluid, are the body; the chemical action, as the basis of the whole effect, is the will; and the electric current running from it, which produces shock and spark, is the intellect. But omne simile claudicat. Quite recently the physiatrica point of view has at last prevailed in pathology. According to it, diseases are themselves a curative process of nature, which it introduces to remove, by overcoming its causes, a disorder which in some way has got into the organism. Thus in the decisive battle, the crisis, it is either victorious and attains its end, or else is defeated. This view only gains its full rationality from our standpoint, which shows the will in the vital force, that here appears as vis naturae medicatrix, the will which lies at the foundation of all organic functions in a healthy condition, but now, when disorder has entered, threatening its whole work, assumes dictatorial power in order to subdue the rebellious forces by quite extraordinary measures and entirely abnormal operations, the disease, and bring everything back to the right track. On the other hand, that the will itself is sick, as Brandis repeatedly expresses himself in his book "Über die Anwendung der Kälte," which I have quoted in the first part of my essay "Über den Willen in der Natur," is a gross misunderstanding. When I weigh this, and at the same time observe that in his earlier book "Über die Lebenskraft" of 1795, Brandis betrayed no suspicion that this force is in itself the will, but on the contrary says there, p. 13, it is impossible that the vital force can be that which we only know through our consciousness, for most movements take place without our consciousness. The assertion that this, of which the only characteristic known to us is consciousness, also affects the body without consciousness, is at the least quite arbitrary and unproved. And p. 14, Haller's objections to the opinion that all living movements are the effect of the soul are, as I believe, quite unanswerable. When I further reflect that he wrote his book "Über die Anwendung der Kälte," in which all at once the will appears so decidedly as the vital force, in his 70th year, an age at which no one as yet has conceived for the first time original fundamental thoughts. When, lastly, I bear in mind that he makes use of my exact expressions, will and idea, and not of those which are far more commonly used by others, the faculties of desire and of knowledge, I am now convinced, contrary to my earlier supposition, that he borrowed his fundamental thought from me, and with the usual honesty which prevails at the present day in the learned world, said nothing about it. The particulars about this will be found in the second and third edition of my work, "Über den Willen in der Natur," p. 14. End of chapter 20, part 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20, part 4. Of Supplements to the Second Book. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20. Objectification of the Will in the Animal Organism, Part 4. Nothing is more fitted to confirm and illustrate the thesis with which we are occupied in this chapter than Bichat's justly celebrated book, "Sur la vie et la mort." His reflections and mine reciprocally support each other, for his are the physiological commentary on mine, and mine are the philosophical commentary on his, and one will best understand us both by reading us together. This refers specially to the first half of his work entitled "Recherches physiologiques sur la vie." He makes the foundation of his expositions the opposition of the organic to the animal life, which corresponds to mine of the will to the intellect. Whoever looks at the sense, not at the words, will not allow himself to be led astray by the fact that he ascribes the will to the animal life, for by will, as is usual, he only understands conscious volition, which certainly proceeds from the brain, where, however, as was shown above, it is not yet actual willing, but only deliberation upon and estimation of the motives, the conclusion or product of which at last appears as the act of will. All that I ascribe to the will proper he ascribes to the organic life, and all that I conceive as intellect is with him the animal life. The latter has with him its seat in the brain alone, together with its appendages; the former, again, in the whole of the remainder of the organism. The The complete opposition in which he shows that the two stand to each other corresponds to that which with me exists between the will and the intellect. As anatomist and physiologist he starts from the objective, that is, from the consciousness of other things. I, as a philosopher, start from the subjective, self‐consciousness, and it is a pleasure to see how, like the two voices in a duet, we advance in harmony with each other, although each expresses something different. Therefore let every one who wishes to understand me read him, and let every one who wishes to understand him better than he understood himself read me. Bichat shows us in article 4 that the organic life begins earlier and ends later than the animal life. Consequently, since the latter also rests in sleep, has nearly twice as long a duration, then in articles 8 and 9 that the organic life performs everything perfectly at once and of its own accord. The animal life, on the other hand, requires long practice and education. But he is most interesting in the 6th article, where he shows that the animal life is completely limited to the intellectual operations, therefore goes on coldly and indifferently, while the emotions and passions have their seat in the organic life, although the occasions of them lie in the animal, that is, the cerebral life. Here he has 10 valuable pages, which I wish I could quote entire. On page 50 he says: "Il est sans doute étonnant que les passions n'aient jamais leur terme ni leur origine dans les divers organes de la vie animale, qu'au contraire les parties servant aux fonctions internes soient constamment affectées par elles, et même les déterminants suivant l'état où elles se trouvent. Tel est cependant ce que la stricte observation nous prouve. Je dis d'abord que l'effet de toute espèce de passion, constamment étranger à la vie animale, est de faire naître un changement, une altération quelconque dans la vie organique." Then he shows in detail how anger acts on the circulation of the blood and the beating of the heart, then how joy acts, and lastly how fear. Next, how the lungs, the stomach, the intestines, the liver, glands, and pancreas are affected by these and kindred emotions, and how grief diminishes the nutrition, and then how the animal, that is, the brain life, is untouched by all this, and quietly goes on its way. He refers to the fact that to signify intellectual operations we put the hand to the head, but on the contrary we lay it on the heart, the stomach, the bowels, if we wish to express our love, joy, sorrow, or hatred. And he remarks that he must be a bad actor who, when he spoke of his grief, would touch his head, and when he spoke of his mental effort, would touch his heart; and also that while the learned make the so‐called soul reside in the head, the common people always indicate the well‐felt difference between the affections of the intellect and the will by the right expression, and speak, for example, of a capable, clever, fine head, but on the other hand say a good heart, a feeling heart, and also anger boils in my veins, stirs my gall, my bowels leap with joy, jealousy poisons my blood, etc. Les chants sont le langage de passion de la vie organique comme la parole ordinaire, et celui de l'entendement de la vie animale. La déclamation tient le milieu et l'anime la langue froide du cerveau par la langue expressive des organes intérieurs, du cœur, du foie, de l'estomac, etc. His conclusion is: "La vie organique est le terme ou aboutissant, et le centre du partant les passions." Nothing is better fitted than this excellent and thorough book to confirm and bring out clearly that the body is only the embodied, that is, perceived by means of the brain functions time, space, and causality, will itself, from which it follows that the will is the primary and original, the intellect, as mere brain function, the subordinate and derived. But that which is most worthy of admiration, and to me most pleasing in Bichat's thought, is, that this great anatomist, on the path of his purely physiological investigations, actually got so far as to explain the unalterable nature of the moral character, from the fact that only the animal life, thus the functions of the brain, are subject to the influence of education, practice, culture, and habit, but the moral character belongs to the organic life,
that is, to all the other parts, which cannot be modified from without. I cannot refrain from giving the passage. It occurs in Article 9, Section 2. Telle est donc la grande différence du vie de l'animal, cerebral or animal and organic life, par rapport l'inégalité de perfection de divers systèmes de fonctions dont chacun résulte, savoir que dans l'une la prédominance ou l'infériorité d'un système relativement au autre tient presque toujours à l'activité ou à l'inertie plus grande de ce système, à l'habitude d'agir ou de ne pas agir, que dans l'autre, au contraire, cette prédominance ou cette infériorité sont immédiatement liées à la texture des organes et jamais à leur éducation. Voilà pourquoi le tempérament physique et le caractère moral ne sont point susceptibles de changer par l'éducation qui modifie si prodigieusement le acte de la vie animale, car comme nous l'avons vu tous deux appartenant à la vie organique, le caractère est, si je puis m'exprimer ainsi, la physionomie des passions. Le tempérament est celle de fonctions internes. Or, les unes et les autres étant toujours les mêmes, ayant une direction que l'habitude et l'exercice ne dérangeant jamais, il est manifeste que le tempérament et le caractère doivent être aussi soustraits à l'empire de l'éducation. Elle peut modérer l'influence du second, perfectionner assez le jugement et la réflexion pour rendre leur empire supérieur au sien, fortifier la vie animale afin qu'elle résiste aux impulsions de l'organique, mais vouloir par elle dénaturer le caractère, adoucir ou exalter les passions dont il est l'expression habituelle, agrandir ou resserrer leur sphère, c'est une entreprise analogue à celle d'une médecine qui essaierait d'élever ou d'abasser de quelque degré et pour toute la vie la force de contraction ordinaire au cœur dans l'état de santé, de précipiter ou de ralentir habituellement le mouvement naturel aux artères et qui est nécessaire à leur action, etc. Nous observerions à ces médecins que la circulation, la respiration, etc. ne sont point sur le domaine de la volonté, volition, qu'elles ne peuvent être modifiées par l'homme sans passer à l'état maladif, etc. Faisons la même observation à ceux qui croient qu'on change le caractère et par là même les passions, puisque celles-ci sont un produit de l'action de tous les organes internes, auxquels y ont au moins spécialement le siège. The reader who is familiar with my philosophy may imagine how great was my joy when I discovered, as it were, the proof of my own convictions in those which were arrived at upon an entirely different field, by this extraordinary man so early taken from the world. A special authentication of the truth that the organism is merely the visibility of the will is also afforded us by the fact that if dogs, cats, domestic cocks, and indeed other animals bite when violently angry, the wounds become mortal; nay, if they come from a dog, may cause hydrophobia in the man who is bitten, without the dog being mad or afterwards becoming so; for the extremest anger is only the most decided and vehement will to annihilate its object. This now appears in the assumption by the saliva of an injurious and to a certain extent magically acting power, and springs from the fact that the will and the organism are in truth one. This also appears from the fact that intense vexation may rapidly impart to the mother's milk such a pernicious quality that the sucking child dies forthwith in convulsions. Most übersympathetische Mittel, p. 16. Note on what has been said about Bichat. Bichat has, as we have shown above, cast a deep glance into human nature, and in consequence has given an exceedingly admirable exposition, which is one of the most profound works in the whole of French literature. Now, 60 years later, M. Flourens suddenly appears with a polemic against it in his work De la vie et de l'intelligence, and makes so bold as to declare without ceremony that all that Bichat has brought to light on this important subject, which was quite his own, is false. And what does he oppose to him in the field? Counter‐reasons? No, counter‐assertions, and authorities indeed, which are as inadmissible as they are remarkable. Descartes and Gall. M. Flourens is by conviction a Cartesian, and to him Descartes, in the year 1858, is still le philosophe par excellence. Now Descartes was certainly a great man, yet only as a forerunner. In the whole of his dogmas, on the other hand, there is not a word of truth, and to appeal to these as authorities at this time of day is simply absurd. For in the 19th century a Cartesian in philosophy is just what a follower of Ptolemy would be in astronomy, or a follower of Stahl in chemistry. But for M. Flourens the dogmas of Descartes are articles of faith. Descartes has taught les volontés sont deux pensées. Therefore this is the case, although every one feels within himself that willing and thinking are as different as white and black. Hence I have been able above, in chapter 19, to prove and explain this fully and thoroughly, and always under the guidance of experience. But above all, according to Descartes, the oracle of M. Flourens, there are two fundamentally different substances, body and soul. Consequently, M. Flourens, as an orthodox Cartesian, says, "Le premier point est de séparer, même par le mot, ce qui est du corps de ce qui est de l'âme." 172, informs us further that this âme réside uniquement et exclusivement dans le cerveau, 2. 137, from whence, according to a passage of Descartes, it sends the spiritus animales as couriers to the muscles; it can only itself be affected by the brain. Therefore the passions have their seat, siège, in the heart, which is altered by them, yet their place, place, in the brain. Thus, really thus, speaks the oracle of M. Flourens, who is so much edified by it that he even utters it twice after him, 133 and 2. 135, for the unfailing conquest of the ignorant Bichat, who knows neither soul nor body, but merely an animal and an organic life, and whom he then here condescendingly informs that we must thoroughly distinguish the parts where the passions have their seat, siègent, from those which they affect. According to this, then, the passions act in one place, while they are in another. Corporeal things are wont to act only where they are, but with an immaterial soul the case may be different. But what in general may he and his oracle really have thought in this distinction of place and siège, assiégé and affecté? The fundamental error of M. Flourens and Descartes springs really from the fact that they confound the motives or occasions of the passions, which as ideas certainly lie in the intellect, that is, in the brain, with the passions themselves, which, as movements of the will, lie in the whole body, which, as we know, is the perceived will itself. M. Flourens' second authority is, as we have said, Gall. I certainly have said at the beginning of this 20th chapter, and already in the earlier edition, the greater error in Gall's phrenology is that he makes the brain the organ of moral qualities also. But what I censure and reject is precisely what M. Flourens praises and admires, for he bears in his heart the doctrine of Descartes, les volontés sont des pensées. Accordingly, he says, page 144, le premier service que Gall a rendu à la physiologie a été de ramener le moral à l'intellectuel et de faire voir que les facultés morales et les facultés intellectuelles sont du même ordre et de le placer tout autant les unes que les autres uniquement et exclusivement dans le cerveau. To a certain extent my whole philosophy, but especially the 19th chapter of this volume, consists of the refutation of this fundamental error.
M. Flourens, on the contrary, is never tired of extolling this as a great truth, and Gall as its discoverer. For example, p. 147: "Si j'en étais à classer le service que nous a rendu Gall, je dirais que le premier a été de ramener la qualité morale au cerveau." p. 153: "Le cerveau seul l'organe de l'âme, et de l'âme dans toute la plénitude de ses fonctions." We see the simple soul of Descartes still always lurks in the background as the kernel of the matter. Il est le siège de toutes les facultés intellectuelles. Gall a ramené le moral à l'intellectuel. Il a ramené la qualité morale au même siège, au même organe que les facultés intellectuelles. Oh, how must Bichat and I be ashamed of ourselves in the presence of such wisdom! But to speak seriously, what can be more disheartening, or rather more shocking, than to see the true and profound rejected and the false and perverse extolled; to live to find that important truths, deeply hidden and extracted late and with difficulty, are to be torn down, and the old, stale, and late conquered errors set up in their place; nay, to be compelled to fear that through such procedure the advances of human knowledge, so hardly achieved, will be broken off. But let us quiet our fears, for magma est vis veritatis et prævalebit. M. Flourens is unquestionably a man of much merit, but he has chiefly acquired it upon the experimental path. Just those truths, however, which are of the greatest importance cannot be brought out by experiments, but only by reflection and penetration. Now Bichat, by his reflection and penetration, has here brought a truth to light which is of the number of those which are unattainable by the experimental efforts of M. Flourens, even if, as a true and consistent Cartesian, he tortures 100 more animals to death. But he ought betimes to have observed and thought something of this: "Take care, friend, for it burns." The presumption and self‐sufficiency, however, such as is only imparted by superficiality combined with a false obscurity, with which M. Flourens undertakes to refute a thinker like Bichat by counter‐assertions, old wives' beliefs, and feudal authorities, indeed to reprove and instruct him, and even almost to mock at him, has its origin in the nature of the Academy and its fauteuils. Throned upon these, and saluting each other mutually as illustres confrères, gentlemen cannot avoid making themselves equal with the best who have ever lived, regarding themselves as oracles, and therefore fit to decree what shall be false and what true. This impels and entitles me to say out plainly for once that the really superior and privileged minds, who now and then are born for the enlightenment of the rest, and to whom certainly Bichat belongs, are so by the grace of God, and accordingly stand to the Academy, in which they have generally occupied only the 41st fauteuil, and to its illustres confrères, as born princes to the numerous representatives of the people chosen from the crowd. Therefore a secret awe should warn these gentlemen of the Academy, who always exist by the score, before they attack such a man, unless they have most cogent reasons to present, and not mere contradictions and appeals to Placita of Descartes, which at the present day is quite absurd. End of chapter 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R. B. Haldane and J. Kemp.